Sword Art Online is undoubtedly the worst anime ever made. There's literally nothing good about it, but somehow the fanbase manages to be even worse, and that's an incredible achievement. Most fanbases exist to make a series more enjoyable. They create fan art, have interesting discussions, and welcome new people into the community. The Sword Art Online fanbase has mastered the exact opposite. It is one of the most defensive, hostile, and exhausting fan communities you'll find anywhere in anime. The funniest part is that even Sword Art Online fans can't stand other fans. Look through enough discussions, forums, or comment sections, and you'll find fans complaining about how toxic, argumentative, and impossible the community is to deal with. When your own supporters are getting fed up with each other, that's a massive red flag. That's what makes this fanbase so uniquely terrible. Sword Art Online has some of the most delusional fans you'll ever come across. According to them, Sword Art Online isn't just a good anime, it's a flawless masterpiece, and it has an amazing reputation. It's one of the most beloved series ever made. The critics have all disappeared. The hate train ended years ago. Anyone who still dislikes the series is just a tiny, insignificant minority that nobody takes seriously anymore. According to the fans, the war is over. Sword Art Online won. The critics packed up and went home. The internet has supposedly moved on, and anyone still defending the franchise is just beating a dead horse with their own dead horse because apparently there isn't any visible Sword Art Online hate left. Sounds convincing, until reality shows up. Because here's the M. Night Shyamalan plot twist. Those exact same fans who swear nobody hates Sword Art Online anymore somehow spend an incredible amount of time defending it. Every new criticism gets a response. Every negative review gets flooded with arguments. Every YouTube video criticizing Sword Art Online somehow attracts a crowd of fans determined to explain why everyone else is wrong. Wait a second. I thought the hate was gone. I thought nobody cared about hating Sword Art Online anymore. I thought all the critics had moved on. So why are you still here defending the show? What are you people even defending against? If Sword Art Online is supposedly beyond criticism now, why are you racing into comment sections every time someone uploads a negative video? Why are you writing paragraphs defending Kirito? Why are you smashing the dislike button on every critical review? It's almost like the criticism never actually disappeared. It's almost like the hate is still very much alive. The most hilarious part is that the fanbase defeats its own argument every single day. They claim the criticism is dead and defending won't change anyone's opinion, then they spend hours arguing with critics. They claim nobody hates Sword Art Online anymore, then act like every negative video is a hate crime. They insist the franchise has escaped its reputation. Yet they're still fighting battles that supposedly ended years ago. You can't have it both ways. Either the hate is gone, or you wouldn't feel the need to defend the series every single time someone criticizes it. The constant need to jump into every debate, every comment section, and every review doesn't prove Sword Art Online has won. It proves the conversation is still happening. It proves the criticism still matters. And most importantly, it proves that despite what the fanbase keeps insisting, the Sword Art Online hate train never actually left the station. The Sword Art Online fanbase is built on lies and contradictions, and the funniest part is that they keep proving those contradictions themselves. Mother's Basement recently uploaded a video criticizing the new Sword Art Online movie, and as expected, the comments were filled with fans rushing in to defend it. The same people who claim nobody cares about hating Sword Art Online anymore somehow always appear the second someone says something negative about the franchise. And that's where the hypocrisy becomes impossible to ignore. If the hate is really gone, why are fans still fighting every single criticism? If nobody cares about Sword Art Online hate anymore, why are there always people ready to argue in the comments, defend the writing, and explain why the critics are wrong? It doesn't make sense. Mother's Basement didn't have to go searching for the Sword Art Online fanbase. The fanbase came directly to him, and that's the funniest part. The fans who insist the hate no longer exists are the ones keeping the conversation alive. They are accidentally proving the exact opposite of what they claim. The Sword Art Online fanbase wants everyone to believe the criticism has disappeared, but their own reactions show that it is still very much alive. At this point, the biggest enemy of the Sword Art Online hate is gone argument isn't the critics. It's the fans themselves.
So let's take a look at one of the comments from Mother's Basement's video. This person basically says that he should stop making Sword Art Online videos because his hatred is unjustified. According to them, Mother's Basement doesn't understand the franchise, hasn't played enough of the games, and his criticism is invalid because he already dislikes Sword Art Online. They admit the new game has problems, including its ridiculous price, but insist that it's not actually bad and that it's better than other anime games. They then end by asking why Echoes of Aincrad supposedly has a more consistent player base than Fractured Daydream, as if player numbers automatically prove a game is good. And of course, they finish things off by saying Mother's Basement's criticism is pathetic and that he needs to see a psychologist. First of all, I love how this comment starts with "You should stop making Sword Art Online videos," as if they have some kind of authority over what other people are allowed to talk about. Apparently, the solution to criticism is not to address the arguments, but to simply tell the critic to go away. That's a very convenient strategy. If you don't like something, stop talking about it. Except that's not how criticism works. People don't only talk about things they love. In fact, some of the most entertaining discussions come from people analyzing why something doesn't work. And the funniest part is the accusation that Mother's Basement doesn't understand Sword Art Online because he doesn't agree with them. Apparently, the only way to have a valid opinion on Sword Art Online is to be a fan who has consumed every piece of content, played every game, and reached the conclusion that the franchise is actually amazing. That's not criticism. That's a fan requirement. Also, the argument that Echoes of Aincrad can't be bad because other anime games are worse is hilarious. That's like saying a bad movie is actually good because there are worse movies out there. The existence of something worse doesn't magically make something else great. The bar shouldn't be, at least it's not Jump Force. That's an incredibly low standard. And then we get to the player count argument, which might be the funniest part. Having players doesn't automatically mean something is high quality. Plenty of games maintain audiences because of the popularity of the franchise, the community, or simply because fans enjoy the source material. Popularity and quality are not the same thing. But my favorite part is the ending, where they say they could list all the incorrect information but won't because it's a waste of time. Translation: I have a lot of evidence, but I won't provide any of it. That's always a convenient position to take. If there are mistakes, explain them. If there are flaws in the criticism, point them out. That's how discussions work. But telling someone they need psychological help because they criticize your favorite anime is probably the biggest cell phone in the entire comment. Because nothing says, I'm confident in my argument, quite like getting personally offended that someone doesn't like the same fictional series you do. And remember, this is from someone claiming that the Sword Art Online hate is old news and nobody cares anymore. Yet here they are, writing an entire essay defending it. It's hilarious how people like this think comments are somehow going to make someone stop criticizing Sword Art Online. Do they really think someone is going to read an angry paragraph online and suddenly have a life-changing realization? Like the critic is going to see the comment, drop everything, and say, wow, you're right. I guess I can never talk about Sword Art Online again. That's not how opinions work. If anything, comments like this usually have the complete opposite effect. When someone comes in with a huge rant, tells you that you're not allowed to criticize something, and acts like your opinion is somehow invalid, it doesn't make the criticism disappear. It just makes the person more motivated to keep talking about it. Honestly, if I receive a comment like this, my reaction wouldn't be, maybe I should stop making Sword Art Online videos. It would be the exact opposite. I will make another Sword Art Online hate video just because I know it would annoy them. And that's the funniest part. People who leave comments like this think they're fighting against the criticism, but they're actually giving critics more motivation and more content. They're literally creating the exact thing they're trying to stop. Every angry response is another example to talk about. Every defensive argument becomes another point to analyze. Every person who says stop making Sword Art Online videos is accidentally reminding everyone why those videos keep getting made. It's like they don't understand how the internet works. Telling someone they can't criticize something doesn't make them stop. If anything, it makes the conversation louder. So if the goal was to make people stop talking about Sword Art Online, congratulations. You failed spectacularly. Because nothing fuels a good hate video more than someone angrily demanding that you stop making them. It's always hilarious when people try to act like they're above the conversation by saying, I could easily prove you wrong, but I won't waste my time. That is one of the oldest tricks in the internet argument playbook. They want to give off the impression that they have some unbeatable collection of evidence sitting right there, ready to destroy every criticism. But for some mysterious reason, they just can't be bothered to actually share it. So basically, I have all the answers. I have all the information. I know exactly why you're wrong, but I'm not going to tell you. Okay, sure. And then everyone is supposed to just take their word for it. If you genuinely have a strong counterargument, then make it. Nobody is stopping you. Explain what information is incorrect. Point out the flaws in the criticism. Provide examples. Actually defend your position. That's how discussions work. But saying, I could prove you wrong, but I won't is not an argument. It's just an excuse to pretend you won without actually having to prove anything. It's the online equivalent of walking into a debate, announcing that you have the winning argument, and then leaving before anyone can hear it. The funniest part is that these people often accuse critics of being uninformed while refusing to provide any information that supposedly proves them wrong. They claim they know more, but when it's time to actually demonstrate that knowledge, suddenly they're nowhere to be found. If you have a legitimate rebuttal, share it. If you have evidence, show it. If you have a better argument, make it. But don't pretend that saying, I could correct you, but I won't somehow counts as a victory. Because the reality is much simpler. If you truly had a convincing counterargument, you would use it. The fact that you're choosing not to might suggest that the argument isn't nearly as strong as you want everyone to believe. I also find it hilarious that this commenter recommends Mother's Basement see a psychologist, as if Mother's Basement is the one being unreasonable here. Think about how ridiculous that sounds. Someone makes a video criticizing an anime, and the response isn't to actually address the criticism. Instead, the conclusion is apparently, you must have something wrong with you because you don't like the thing I like. That's a pretty incredible leap. But the funniest part is the contradiction behind it. Remember, we're constantly told that sword art online hate doesn't exist anymore. We're told that the criticism is dead, that nobody cares about hating sword art online, and that the franchise has moved past its old reputation. So how exactly did this commenter find a hate video that supposedly shouldn't exist? How did they stumble across Mother's Basement's criticism? If there is no visible hate anymore, it's almost like the hate is, in fact, still visible. It's almost like criticism of sword art online never actually disappeared. The fact that this person is watching the video, leaving a long comment, arguing against it, and defending the franchise proves that the conversation is still happening. They are literally interacting with the very thing they claim no longer exists. It's like saying there are no ghosts while standing in a haunted house complaining about how annoying the ghosts are. You can't argue that criticism is gone while actively participating in the criticism. And honestly, telling someone they need a psychologist because they dislike an anime is probably one of the clearest examples of taking a fictional series way too seriously. If someone's biggest crime is making a negative review of a video game or anime, maybe the person writing angry paragraphs about that review should be the one questioning their reaction. Disagreeing with criticism is normal. Having a different opinion is normal. But acting like someone needs professional help because they criticize sword art online is exactly the kind of overreaction that keeps giving this fan base its reputation. The funniest part is that the commenter was trying to prove Mother's Basement was wrong. Instead, they accidentally proved the opposite. The hate is still there. The critics are still here. And the fans are still showing up to argue about it. And here's another thing that makes this comment even funnier. The writing style feels suspiciously familiar. Looking at how this comment is filled with a bunch of asterisks and M dashes, I wouldn't be surprised if it was written by ChatGPT. The formatting is a huge giveaway. ChatGPT has a very recognizable habit of using certain punctuation patterns, especially putting titles in bold or italics. So when someone copies and pastes the response without removing the formatting, you end up with random symbols like asterisks, surrounding the names of movies, games, and franchises. And that's exactly what seems to have happened here. It's just funny because the commenter is trying so hard to come across as an expert delivering a serious rebuttal, but the whole thing has the energy of someone asking an AI to write a passionate defense of sword art online. Imagine needing artificial intelligence to help you explain why a fictional anime series is actually good. The irony is incredible. Instead of writing their own response and explaining their own thoughts, they might have outsourced the argument entirely. The same person accusing a critic of not understanding sword art online may have needed a chatbot to help them defend it. Of course, there's no way to know for certain whether someone used AI just from formatting alone. But the writing style, the excessive structure, the dramatic phrasing, and the leftover formatting make it look extremely suspicious. And honestly, that's the funniest part. A comment telling someone else that their criticism is invalid somehow ends up looking like it needed a little help from a machine just to exist. Wow, we're off to a pretty good start with this comment. Instead of doing what Sword Art Online fans constantly tell everyone else to do, ignore the criticism and move on, they're doing the exact opposite. They're diving headfirst into the hate, searching it out, watching the videos, and spending their time arguing in the comments. It's almost impressive. The same people who claim that the hate is irrelevant and that nobody cares about criticizing Sword Art Online anymore are somehow always the first ones to show up whenever someone says something negative about the series. You would think that if the criticism was truly meaningless, they would just ignore it. They would scroll past the video, watch something they enjoy, and move on with their lives. But they don't. Instead, they click on the video, watch it all the way through, write a massive response, and then act surprised that Sword Art Online criticism is still getting attention. It's like they are personally keeping the hate train running while insisting the train doesn't exist. And that's the funniest contradiction about this fan base. They tell critics to stop talking about Sword Art Online, but they can't follow their own advice. They can't leave the criticism alone. They can't ignore a negative opinion. The moment someone makes a video they disagree with, they rush in to defend the franchise like it's their full-time job. If the hate was truly dead, nobody would be here. The comment section would be empty. The videos would be ignored. The discussions would be over. But that's not what happens. Instead, every new Sword Art Online controversy creates another wave of fans trying to prove that the criticism doesn't matter, while accidentally proving that it still does. The funniest part is that they are not fighting against the attention. They're creating it. Every angry comment, every defensive essay, and every attempt to shut down criticism just gives people more reason to talk about Sword Art Online. So congratulations. The hate train is still moving, and some of the biggest contributors are the people trying hardest to convince everyone it stopped. And here's another comment complaining that Mother's Basement is back to hating Sword Art Online again. Apparently, this person is upset that he is criticizing Unanswered Butterfly instead of spending the entire video talking about the supposedly good parts of the franchise. They argue that instead of focusing on what they consider a bad movie, he should have talked about things like the progressive movies, the War of Underworld arc, and alternative GGO. Basically, their argument is that Mother's Basement is being unfair by focusing on the negative parts of Sword Art Online instead of praising the parts they believe are better. But there's one tiny problem with this argument. It is very obvious this commenter didn't actually watch the video. Because if they did, they would know that Mother's Basement literally talked about those things. He didn't just ignore the parts of Sword Art Online that fans like. He addressed them directly. He brought up Progressive, he discussed War of Underworld, and he even acknowledged that Progressive was an improvement and recommended it to people who might want to check it out. So this entire complaint falls apart immediately. It's always funny when someone criticizes a video without realizing the video already addressed their criticism. They spend all this time explaining what the creator should have said, only for it to turn out that the creator actually did say it. It's like complaining that a movie review didn't mention a certain scene when the reviewer literally spent 5 minutes talking about that exact scene. The irony is that this commenter is accusing Mother's Basement of being unfair while ignoring the actual content of the video. They aren't responding to what he said. They're responding to the version of the video they imagined in their head. And that's a common pattern with Sword Art Online defenders. They don't want to engage with the criticism itself. They want to argue against a simplified version of the criticism. That is easier to dismiss. You're only talking about the bad stuff. Except he talked about the good stuff too. You're ignoring the improvements. Except he acknowledged them. You're just blindly hating. Except he literally gave credit where he thought credit was deserved. The reality is that acknowledging a few good parts of franchise doesn't erase the problems with it. A series can have improvements and still have major flaws. A movie can be criticized even if other entries in the franchise are better. That shouldn't be a controversial idea. But apparently, for some Sword Art Online fans, any criticism at all is unacceptable unless the entire franchise is praised first. And that's the funniest part. The commenter wanted to prove that Mother's Basement was just unfairly hating Sword Art Online. Instead, they accidentally proved they weren't even paying attention to what he actually said. It's ironic how Sword Art Online fans constantly complain that critics don't pay attention, don't understand the series, or haven't watched enough of the franchise, yet here they are proving that they don't even watch the criticism they're responding to. The moment they see a title like Mother's Basement Hates Sword Art Online Again, they immediately jump into defense mode. They see the thumbnail, see that someone is criticizing Sword Art Online, and instantly assume they already know what the video is going to say. They don't actually watch the video. They don't listen to the arguments. They don't check whether the points they're complaining about were already addressed. They just see criticism and rush in to defend the franchise. And that's what makes it so funny. They demand that critics give Sword Art Online a fair chance, but they don't extend the same courtesy to the critics themselves. They accuse others of being biased, while approaching every negative video with their own bias already locked in. The irony is that they're doing the exact thing they complain about. They complain that haters supposedly judge Sword Art Online without understanding it, yet they're judging an entire video without understanding it. They criticize people for not watching the show properly, while they themselves can't even make it through a criticism video before deciding the creator is wrong. It's almost like the title alone is enough to trigger a response. The video could spend an hour explaining the positives, acknowledging improvements, and giving credit where it's deserved, but if the overall conclusion is still negative, some fans will ignore everything else and focus only on the fact that someone criticized their favorite series. And that's the biggest problem with this kind of reaction. A criticism video isn't automatically invalid just because you disagree with the conclusion. If you want to argue against it, you actually have to understand what was said first. You can't claim someone is wrong when you haven't even listened to their argument. You can't accuse someone of not paying attention while proving you didn't pay attention yourself. The funniest part is that these fans are so eager to defend Sword Art Online that they end up proving one of the biggest criticisms about the fan base. They often react before they actually understand what they're reacting to. And the funniest part about this comment is that even I don't completely agree with Mother's Basement on everything. For example, I actually think he gave the progressive movies way too much praise. The progressive films are often treated like they completely fix Sword Art Online's problems, but I don't think they're anywhere near as amazing as some fans make them out to be. Sure, they improve certain aspects of the original Aincrad arc. They give Asuna more focus, they expand on parts of the story that were rushed, and they're definitely a step up from some of the weaker parts of the franchise. But being an improvement doesn't automatically make something great. The progressive movies still have many of the same problems that have followed Sword Art Online for years. The writing still isn't particularly impressive, the story still struggles to create meaningful tension, and a lot of the improvements feel more like repairs to problems that should have never existed in the first place. So it's actually pretty funny seeing this commenter complain that Mother's Basement didn't talk about progressive enough, when, if anything, I think he was more generous toward those movies than they deserved. He literally praised them. He literally recommended them. He literally told people that progressive was worth watching. Yet somehow this commenter is acting like Mother's Basement completely ignored them. This is exactly the problem with these kinds of responses. People don't actually engage with what was said. They create a version of the argument in their head and then respond to that instead. Mother's Basement hates Sword Art Online, so he must have ignored all the good parts. Except he didn't. He acknowledged the parts of the franchise that he thought worked. He gave credit where he thought it was deserved. He even made it clear that he wasn't just blindly dismissing everything Sword Art Online has ever done. And the same thing applies to War of Underworld. Mother's Basement didn't ignore it either. He literally mentioned that he planned to make a separate video covering War of Underworld. So complaining that he didn't spend enough time discussing it in this video doesn't really make sense. Not every video has to cover every single part of a massive franchise. Sometimes a video has a specific topic, and in this case, the topic was unanswered butterfly. The fact that someone wanted him to talk about something else doesn't mean the video failed. If anything, this comment accidentally proves that Mother's Basement has been more balanced than they want to admit. They claim he's just blindly hating Sword Art Online, but the evidence shows the opposite. He has praised parts of the franchise. He has recommended certain entries. He has acknowledged improvements. The problem is that he still doesn't think the franchise is great overall. And apparently, that's where some fans draw the line. You can praise progressive. You can acknowledge good moments. You can admit certain arcs are better than others. But the second you still come to the conclusion that Sword Art Online has major problems, suddenly none of that matters anymore. Because for some fans, anything less than complete praise is considered hate. There's also some serious levels of cope happening in this comment. One of the biggest claims they make is that the progressive movies were massive critical and financial successes, as if they completely prove that Sword Art Online had made some incredible comeback. But when you actually look at the numbers, that argument starts falling apart pretty quickly. The first progressive movie reportedly made around $14 million worldwide, while the second movie made around $9 million. Calling them huge successes is a massive exaggeration. These are not numbers that put Sword Art Online anywhere near the top of the anime movie industry. For comparison, look at the biggest anime movies in recent years. The latest Demon Slayer movie made nearly $800 million worldwide. That's what an actual massive anime movie phenomenon looks like. That's a movie becoming a cultural event, dominating theaters, and reaching audiences far beyond the existing fan base. And this is where the cope comes in. Some fans seem determined to frame anything positive as evidence that Sword Art Online has completely escaped its reputation. A movie makes some money. Suddenly the franchise is beloved. A new release gets decent reviews from some people. Suddenly all the criticism is supposedly outdated. But that's not how it works. A franchise can still have fans and make money while also being heavily criticized. Those things can exist at the same time. The existence of a successful release doesn't magically erase years of criticism or suddenly prove that every complaint about the series was wrong. The progressive movies were successful enough to get made and continue the franchise, but let's not pretend they were some massive anime industry revolution. They weren't the next Demon Slayer. They weren't a cultural phenomenon. They were Sword Art Online movies that performed reasonably well with an existing fan base. And that's the important distinction. A dedicated fan base can keep a franchise alive for years. A series doesn't need universal praise to make money. Plenty of franchises survive because their fans continue showing up, even while many others criticize them. So when someone says the progressive movies were undeniable proof that Sword Art Online is universally loved now, it's hard not to laugh. The numbers simply don't support that level of confidence. It's another example of fans taking a moderate success and turning it into a victory parade. And honestly, if the progressive movies were such massive successes like some fans claim, then there's one obvious question. Why aren't they making more of them? If these movies were truly huge financial and critical victories, you would think the studio would be rushing to continue the series. Hollywood and the anime industry don't usually ignore guaranteed money. If a franchise has a proven formula that brings in massive profits, companies are going to keep producing it. That's how this industry works. But after two progressive movies, the momentum seems to have slowed down considerably. And the reason is pretty simple. The movies likely didn't make enough money to justify immediately continuing with more installments. That's not saying they were complete failures. They made money. They had fans. They were successful enough to exist. But there's a massive difference between being profitable and being a major blockbuster. A movie making enough to cover its costs and turn. A profit is one thing. A movie becoming a massive hit that demands sequels is something completely different. If Progressive was truly the unstoppable success some fans describe it as, there would be no reason to hesitate. We would already be hearing about the next movie, the next adaptation, and the next big return to Aincrad. Instead, the franchise moved on. And that tells you something. The reality is that Sword Art Online still has a dedicated fan base. But that doesn't mean every release is a massive event. A loyal audience can keep a series alive, but it doesn't automatically turn every project into a blockbuster. This is where the exaggeration comes in. Some fans take the movies made money and turn it into everyone loves Sword Art Online now. Those are two completely different things. A franchise can be profitable without being universally praised. A movie can have fans without being a cultural phenomenon, and a release can be considered successful without proving that all criticism has magically disappeared. The progressive movies were not some grand redemption story where Sword Art Online finally escaped its reputation. They were simply another entry in a long-running franchise that performed well enough to appeal to existing fans. And if the demand was truly as massive as some people claim, then the question remains, where are the rest of the movies? And then there's the complaint about alternative GGO, which makes this comment even more ridiculous. The commenter acts like Mother's Basement completely ignores every positive thing about Sword Art Online and refuses to acknowledge anything good about the franchise. They bring up alternative GGO as an example of something he should have talked about, as if he has never mentioned it before. But here's the problem. He already made an entire video about alternative GGO, and not only did he talk about it, he actually likes it. So why exactly would he need to spend time covering it again in a video specifically? About unanswered butterfly? This is what makes this criticism so funny. The commenter is complaining that Mother's Basement didn't mention something that he already covered, while revealing that they don't even know what topics he has already discussed. It's almost like they saw a negative Sword Art Online video, assumed it was just another blind hate piece, and immediately started writing a defense without checking the facts first. That's the exact same pattern we've been seeing. They accuse critics of not doing their research, but then they don't even research the critic they're responding to. If someone has already made their thoughts on a certain part of the franchise clear, there is no reason to repeat the exact same discussion every single time Sword Art Online releases something new. A video about one specific movie does not need to become a complete history lesson covering every single entry in the franchise. And the funniest part is that alternative GGO actually works against this commenter's argument. If Mother's Basement was truly just someone who blindly hates Sword Art Online and wants everything to fail, why would he make a video praising alternative GGO? Why would he recommend something from the franchise? The answer is simple, because his criticism isn't just Sword Art Online bad. He can like certain parts of the franchise while still believing other parts are terrible. That is a completely normal position to have. You don't have to love everything about a series just because you enjoy one part of it. You don't have to hate everything just because you criticize one movie. But apparently, some fans can't understand that middle ground. For them, if someone isn't constantly praising Sword Art Online, then they must be a hater. The reality is much less dramatic. Mother's Basement has already talked about alternative GGO. He has already given it credit. He has already explained his opinion. The fact that this commenter didn't know that says a lot more about their own research than it does about his criticism. This commenter also seems to have just discovered that Mother's Basement doesn't exactly have a lot of good faith towards Sword Art Online, and that he isn't sitting there hoping the franchise succeeds. Wow, what gave that away? Was it the several videos criticizing the series? Was it the fact that he has openly talked about his problems with the franchise for years? Was it the giant Sword Art Online criticism video sitting right in front of them? It's not exactly a shocking revelation. But the bigger issue is the idea that you need to have good faith towards something in order to criticize it. You don't. Criticism does not require someone to secretly love a series or hope it succeeds. Sometimes people criticize something because they genuinely believe it has major flaws. Sometimes they think a franchise has wasted its potential. Sometimes they simply find it entertaining to analyze why something doesn't work. That's completely valid. By this logic, nobody could criticize a bad movie unless they were hoping it would become a masterpiece. Nobody could review a disappointing game unless they were secretly rooting for it to succeed. Nobody could point out problems with a franchise unless they were a fan first. That makes no sense. A critic's job isn't to be a cheerleader. Their job is to explain their perspective, analyze the work, and discuss why they think something succeeds or fails. And honestly, expecting Mother's Basement to suddenly approach Sword Art Online like a completely neutral fan after years of criticism is unrealistic. Everyone has their own opinions and biases. The important thing is whether the arguments being made are supported and whether people could discuss them. You can disagree with his conclusions. You can think he's too harsh. You can even think he's wrong. But saying he doesn't have good faith because he wants the series to fail isn't the devastating argument some people think it is. A critic doesn't have to want a franchise to succeed in order to point out why they think it fails. Sometimes the criticism is the entire point. The commenter also says they are glad that Sword Art Online is proving Mother's Basement wrong. Except, is it really? Because that's a pretty interesting interpretation of what is happening. Apparently, the fact that Sword Art Online continues to release new content is somehow supposed to prove the critics wrong. The franchise is still alive, therefore the criticism must be invalid. The series still has fans, therefore all the complaints must have been exaggerated. But that's not how this works. A franchise continuing to exist does not magically erase criticism. A series can survive, make money, and have a dedicated fan base while still having major problems that people criticize. Those things can all be true at the same time. In fact, if anything, these new releases are giving critics even more reasons to talk about Sword Art Online. That's the funniest part. The very thing fans point to as evidence that the critics are wrong is the same thing that keeps creating more criticism. Every new movie, every new game, and every new questionable decision gives people another opportunity to discuss what they think the franchise does poorly. So instead of proving Mother's Basement wrong, Sword Art Online keeps reminding people why the criticism never disappeared in the first place. If anything, Unanswered Butterfly didn't make people forget about Sword Art Online's reputation. It brought that reputation right back into the spotlight. The entire reason videos like Mother's Basements exist is because people continue to have strong reactions to this franchise. If Sword Art Online was truly beyond criticism, nobody would be making videos about it. Nobody would be debating it, and nobody would be rushing into the comments to defend it. But here we are. A new Sword Art Online release arrives, and the exact same conversations start. All over again. At some point, fans have to realize that the existence of a franchise doesn't automatically mean the critics lost. A series can continue for years and still have people who strongly dislike it. The funniest irony is that the fans celebrating Sword Art Online survival as a victory are often the same people keeping the debate alive. They think the franchise is proving the critics wrong. Instead, it's continuing to give the critics more material. And once again, we have to come back to the same question. If there's supposedly no visible Sword Art Online hate anymore, how did this commenter find Mother's Basement's video in the first place? This is the contradiction that keeps appearing over and over again. Some fans insist that the old Sword Art Online hate train is dead. They claim nobody is making criticism videos anymore. Nobody cares about the franchise's flaws, and the people who still dislike Sword Art Online are just a tiny group shouting into the void. But then a new criticism video gets uploaded, and suddenly those same fans are everywhere. They are watching the video. They are reading the comments. They are writing long responses defending the franchise. They are arguing against every single point. So which one is it? Is the hate invisible and irrelevant? Or is it important enough that you need to spend your time responding to it? Because those two things cannot both be true. If Mother's Basement's video was truly just some meaningless rant that nobody cared about, then the easiest thing to do would be to ignore it. Don't click on it. Don't watch it. Don't engage with it. But that's not what happened. This commenter found the video, watched enough of it to write a response, and felt strongly enough about Sword Art Online to spend their time defending it. Which means the criticism clearly reached an audience. The funniest part is that some fans accidentally keep proving the exact opposite of what they claim. Every time they say, nobody hates Sword Art Online anymore, they immediately prove that people are still talking about it. Every time they say, the critics have moved on, they show up to argue with the critics. The hate supposedly disappeared, yet somehow they keep finding it. It's almost like the criticism never actually went away. And honestly, that's the biggest flaw in the argument that Sword Art Online hate is dead. If it were truly dead, nobody would be here having this conversation. Nobody would be defending the franchise in the comments. Nobody would be getting angry at negative reviews. The fact that these discussions keep happening is proof that the conversation is still alive. The critics are still making videos. The fans are still responding. And Sword Art Online is still giving everyone something to argue about. Here we have another classic Sword Art Online fan argument. This commenter basically says that Sword Art Online will always have a massive global following, no matter how much people criticize it. According to them, the haters are just a tiny minority compared to the millions of people who love the series. They argue that the franchise's continued existence proves that the fans have won, because if Sword Art Online was really unpopular, it wouldn't keep getting new projects. They also claim that critics are the ones beating a dead horse, not the fans, and they throw in a defense of full-dive nonconformity syndrome, saying it isn't something made up because it appears in the progressive light novels. So according to this comment, Sword Art Online is too successful to criticize. The haters have already lost, and anyone who points out a flaw is just making another failed diss attempt. Where do we even start with this one? First of all, congratulations. This commenter has somehow managed to confuse popularity with quality. Yes, Sword Art Online has a fan base. Yes, it continues to receive new releases. Yes, there are people around the world who enjoy it. Nobody is denying that. But the existence of fans does not magically prove that every criticism is wrong. A franchise can be popular and still have problems. A series can make money and still be heavily criticized. These things are not mutually exclusive. If popularity automatically meant something was good, then every successful movie, game, and anime would be immune from criticism forever. Nobody could ever say anything negative about a popular franchise because, apparently, the sales numbers would instantly make every complaint invalid. That is not how media criticism works. And the argument that they have the money to make new projects, therefore the haters are wrong, is especially funny. Do they think companies only make things that are universally loved? Companies make projects because there is an audience willing to pay for them. That's it. A dedicated fan base can keep a franchise alive for decades, even if plenty of people outside that fan base dislike it. Look at how many franchises continue despite having massive amounts of criticism. Popularity and controversy often exist together. In fact, Sword Art Online's reputation is part of the reason people continue talking about it. The franchise has remained relevant not just because of its fans, but because it has created years of discussion, arguments, praise, and criticism. And then we get to the full-dive nonconformity syndrome argument. This is another funny example of a fan thinking they completely destroyed a criticism when they really didn't. The issue was never whether the term exists in the light novels. The issue is whether the concept is actually well-written, meaningful, or convincing within the story. A fictional explanation existing does not automatically make it a good explanation. A writer can create a name for something and include it in official material. That doesn't mean the idea is flawless or immune from criticism. If someone says a fictional disease, technology, or plot device is poorly handled, the response can't simply be, "Actually, it's in the book." Yes, we know it's in the book. That's where the criticism came from. The funniest part about this comment is that it claims the haters are the ones beating a dead horse. Yet here they are writing another defense essay explaining why critics are wrong. If nobody cared about Sword Art Online criticism anymore, this comment wouldn't exist. The hate is supposedly dead, but somehow the fans keep showing up to argue with it. A truly dead horse doesn't need this much defending. It's also hilarious how Sword Art Online fans constantly repeat the same argument. The haters are just a vocal minority. The people who love Sword Art Online completely outnumber them. They say it so confidently, as if repeating it enough times will make it true. According to this argument, the criticism is supposedly just a tiny group of people shouting online while the millions of fans are quietly enjoying the franchise. The haters are apparently irrelevant. Nobody takes them seriously anymore, and Sword Art Online has completely escaped its old reputation. But then you actually look at the numbers, and the picture becomes a lot more complicated. For a series that supposedly has a tiny amount of criticism, Sword Art Online continues to have some extremely low audience ratings compared to other popular anime. The original Sword Art Online seasons are among the lowest rated major anime on my anime list, especially when compared to other shows with similar levels of popularity and mainstream recognition. And it's not just rating websites either. Sword Art Online has consistently appeared in polls and discussions about the most disliked anime of all time. In fact, in a global poll conducted by anime YouTuber The Anime Man, Sword Art Online was voted as one of the most disliked anime, ranking near the very top of the list. So when fans say the haters are some tiny invisible minority that nobody cares about, the evidence doesn't exactly support that. Now, does this mean everyone hates Sword Art Online? Of course not. The franchise obviously has a dedicated fan base. It has sold well, received multiple adaptations, and has millions of fans around the world. But that's not the argument being made. The argument is that criticism is some tiny, irrelevant group that has no impact anymore. And that clearly isn't true. A franchise can have millions of fans and still be one of the most criticized anime ever made. Those two things can exist at the same time. The funniest part is that the fan base keeps trying to use popularity as proof that critics are wrong. But popularity doesn't erase criticism. If that were the case, every popular franchise would automatically be considered good, and nobody would ever be allowed to dislike anything successful. That's not how opinions work. The reason Sword Art Online is still being discussed years later isn't because critics are desperately trying to keep a dead meme alive. It's because the franchise continues to create strong reactions from both sides. Fans continue to love it. Critics continue to criticize it. And the constant arguments prove one thing. The conversation around Sword Art Online is far from over. And here's the biggest contradiction in this entire argument. If Sword Art Online haters are truly just a tiny vocal minority that nobody takes seriously anymore, then why did you feel the need to watch Mother's Basement video in the first place? Why click on it? Why spend your time watching someone criticize a series you supposedly know is already irrelevant? Why leave a comment defending it? Because according to this argument, the haters don't matter. Their opinions supposedly have no impact. Nobody listens to them. The criticism is supposedly just background noise. But your actions tell a completely different story. You didn't ignore the video. You didn't scroll past it. You didn't laugh and move on because the criticism was supposedly meaningless. You clicked on it, watched it, and felt strongly enough to write a response explaining why the critic was wrong. That sounds an awful lot like taking the criticism seriously. And that's the funniest part about this entire debate. Some fans want to have it both ways. They want to claim that critics are irrelevant while simultaneously treating every criticism as something that needs to be challenged. You can't say, nobody cares about the haters anymore, and then immediately prove that you care by showing up to argue with them. If someone truly doesn't matter, you ignore them. That's how the internet works. If a random person makes an opinion you don't care about, you move on. You don't spend your time writing paragraphs trying to convince everyone why that person is wrong. The fact that these comments keep appearing proves that the criticism is still getting attention. The fact that fans keep responding proves that the conversation is still happening. And honestly, that's the funniest irony of all. The people saying the haters are irrelevant are the ones giving the haters a platform. Every angry comment, every defensive response, and every attempt to dismiss criticism only keeps the discussion alive. So if Sword Art Online critics are truly just a meaningless minority, congratulations. You're doing a fantastic job making sure everyone keeps hearing them. And this is where the argument about full dive nonconformity syndrome completely falls apart. The commenter says that the term isn't made up because it appears in the Sword Art Online progressive light novels. Okay, and who cares? We're talking about the movie. The movie is its own piece of media, and it has to be able to tell its story to the audience watching it. The average viewer is not expected to go read the light novels beforehand, just to understand basic concepts being introduced on screen. That's the entire point of an adaptation. If a movie introduces an important concept, especially one that affects a story, it needs to explain what that concept is, why it matters, and how it connects to the characters and events happening in the movie. You can't just throw out a random term, assume everyone already knows what it means, and then blame the audience for not doing homework before watching. Most people who watch Sword Art Online movies are not going to be hardcore fans who have read every light novel. A lot of viewers are simply going to watch the movie because they like anime, they like the franchise, or they're curious about the newest release. Expecting every viewer to already know obscure details from the source material is not good storytelling. Imagine watching a Marvel movie and a character suddenly mentions a major concept that is never explained. Then someone says, well, actually, it was explained in a comic from 10 years ago. So your criticism is invalid. That would be ridiculous. The movie itself still failed to properly introduce the idea. The fact that something exists in the source material does not automatically excuse poor adaptation choices. The question is not, does this exist somewhere in the franchise? The question is, does the movie explain it well enough for the audience watching the movie? And if the answer is no, then that is a completely valid criticism. A good adaptation should stand on its own. It can reward longtime fans with extra details, but it should not require viewers to study the original material just to understand what's happening. If your defense of a movie is, you need to read the novels first, that is not actually defending the movie. That's admitting the movie failed to communicate something important. So congratulations, the term exists in the light novels. Nobody said it didn't. The problem is that the movie didn't do the work of explaining it. And that's exactly what people are criticizing. Sword Art Online fans seem to have a serious problem understanding the difference between popularity and quality. Their favorite defense for the franchise always seems to be the same tired argument. Millions of people around the world like Sword Art Online, so it must be a good anime. Except that's not how quality works. Having a large fan base does not automatically make something good. It only means that a lot of people enjoy it. Those are two completely different things. A franchise can be popular because of its premise, its marketing, its characters, or simply because it reached a large audience at the right time. None of that automatically means the writing is strong or that the series is actually well made. If popularity was the same thing as quality, then every successful piece of media would be a masterpiece. Every blockbuster movie, every best-selling game, and every massively popular anime would be immune from criticism because, apparently, sales numbers. And fan counts would decide what is objectively good. That argument falls apart immediately. There are countless examples of massively successful franchises that receive huge amounts of criticism. Being popular does not mean something is flawless. It does not mean the story is well written. It does not mean the characters are amazing. It does not mean every creative decision was a good one. It simply means people watched it. And Sword Art Online fans constantly confuse those two ideas. They point to the franchise's popularity, its sales, and its continued existence as if those things somehow defeat every criticism ever made against it. They act like because Sword Art Online has millions of fans, anyone who dislikes it must automatically be wrong. But that's not a defense. That's just avoiding the actual conversation. Nobody is arguing that Sword Art Online has no fans. Obviously it does. The franchise has been successful enough to continue for years, and there are plenty of people who genuinely enjoy it. The problem is that some fans act like popularity is a magic word that instantly invalidates criticism. It isn't. A bad movie can make money. A poorly written story can become popular. A flawed franchise can still have a dedicated fan base. These things happen all the time. Popularity does not erase problems. It does not rewrite bad writing. It does not magically make weak storytelling stronger. It does not turn criticism into an invalid opinion. The funniest part is that Sword Art Online fans often use popularity as their main argument because there isn't always a strong defense for the actual criticisms being made. Instead of explaining why certain writing choices work, they fall back on, but lots of people like it. And that argument says nothing. If someone criticizes the writing, telling them that the series is popular does not address the criticism. If someone points out problems with the story, saying that the franchise has fans does not magically fix those problems. It's basically admitting that the strongest defense is not the quality of the series itself, but the number of people who bought into it. Sword Art Online can be popular. Sword Art Online can have fans. Sword Art Online can continue getting new releases. And people can still criticize it. Those things are not mutually exclusive. The existence of a large fan base does not mean the criticism is wrong. It just means the franchise has successfully attracted an audience. Popularity is not proof of quality. It never was. And the argument that they have enough money to keep making more projects is not the victory some fans seem to think it is. If anything, that argument completely misses the point. A franchise continuing to receive new movies, games, and seasons does not automatically prove that the franchise is good. It only proves that there is still an audience willing to spend money on it. Those are two very different things. A company doesn't look at a project and say, "This is objectively high quality, so we must make more." They look at the numbers. They look at whether people are buying tickets, purchasing games, and supporting the brand. Money is the deciding factor, not artistic quality. So when fans proudly say, "Well, Sword Art Online is still getting new projects, so clearly the haters are wrong," they're basically celebrating the fact that the franchise has a loyal enough audience to keep funding it. That's not proof that the criticism is invalid. It just proves that companies know there are still people willing to pay for more content. And honestly, a franchise surviving isn't always something worth celebrating. There are plenty of examples of series that continue getting new releases despite people criticizing their quality. The fact that something keeps existing doesn't automatically mean it deserves to continue. Sometimes things continue because people genuinely love them. And sometimes things continue because companies know there is still money to be made. Those are not the same thing. The funniest part is that some fans treat financial success as if it is a moral victory. They act like every new project is another piece of evidence proving that Sword Art Online is secretly amazing and that critics have been wrong all along. But all it really proves is that the fan base is dedicated. That's it. A large enough group of people can keep almost anything alive. Popularity can sustain a franchise for decades, even when many people think the quality has declined. So saying they have the money to keep making more Sword Art Online projects is not the argument they think it is. If anything, it raises another question. Are these new projects continuing because the franchise is genuinely improving, or because there will always be enough fans willing to buy whatever gets released? Because those are two very different reasons for a franchise to survive. Money can keep a franchise alive. It cannot magically make bad writing good. And this is exactly why using money and popularity as an argument makes no sense. There are plenty of amazing projects that failed financially. A movie making less money than expected does not automatically mean it was bad, just like a movie making a lot of money does not automatically mean it was good. A perfect example is Transformers 1. It was widely praised by many viewers and critics for its story, animation, and emotional depth, yet still struggled financially at the box office. The same thing happened with Dungeons & Dragons, Honor Among Thieves. Many people considered it one of the most entertaining fantasy movies in years, but it still failed to become the massive financial success the studio hoped for. Does that suddenly make those movies bad? Of course not. A movie's financial performance is influenced by a lot of factors: marketing, release timing, competition, audience awareness, and whether people even know the project exists. Quality is only one piece of the puzzle. The same logic applies in reverse. A project making a lot of money does not automatically mean it is amazing. A franchise can be financially successful because it has a loyal fan base, strong branding, or years of built-in recognition. That success says something about the audience and the business side of the franchise, but it does not magically prove that the writing or storytelling is good. This is where the Sword Art Online defense falls apart. Fans keep pointing to the fact that the franchise continues to make money and receive new projects as if that completely defeats every criticism. But all that proves is that there's still enough people willing to support it financially. That's it. It does not prove that every movie is well written. It does not prove every story decision is good. It does not prove critics are wrong. If money was the ultimate measurement of quality, then every box office hit would be considered a masterpiece, and every flop would be considered garbage. But everyone understands that isn't true. Some incredible projects fail. Some awful projects succeed. That is simply how entertainment works. So when fans say, Sword Art Online is still getting new projects, therefore the haters lost, they're confusing financial success with artistic success. A franchise making money only proves one thing: people are willing to spend money on it. It doesn't prove the franchise deserves the praise. and it definitely doesn't prove the criticism is invalid. The commenter also claims that Mother's Basement's video was just another failed diss attempt. Except, that's objectively not what happened. If the goal was to criticize Unanswered Butterfly and get people talking about why it failed, then the video was clearly successful. The video has already gained hundreds of thousands of views and continues to attract more attention. Whether people agree with Mother's Basement or not, the fact remains that a huge number of viewers clicked on the video, watched the criticism, and joined the conversation. That's the exact opposite of a failed attempt. A failed criticism would be something nobody watched, nobody cared about, and nobody discussed. But that's not what happened here. The video reached a massive audience, sparked debates, and brought even more attention to the problems people have with the movie. And honestly, that's the funniest part of this argument. The commenter is trying to dismiss the criticism as irrelevant, but the numbers are showing the complete opposite. People are clearly interested in hearing criticism of sword art online. They are clicking on the videos, watching them, and discussing them. You can't call something a failure while it is actively reaching hundreds of thousands of people. The entire point of a criticism video is to share an opinion and start a conversation. Mother's Basement did exactly that. He brought attention to a movie that many viewers were disappointed with, and he gave people a place to discuss their own frustrations. So whether someone agrees with his opinion or not, calling it a failed diss attempt is just wishful thinking. The video succeeded at the one thing critics try to do, get people talking. And ironically, the fans trying to dismiss the video are only helping it spread even further. Every argument, every comment, and every attempt to defend the movie creates more engagement and keeps the conversation alive. So congratulations. The failed hate video managed to get hundreds of thousands of views, revive discussions about Sword Art Online's flaws, and bring even more attention to a movie fans apparently don't want people criticizing. That's a pretty impressive failure. And here we have another Sword Art Online fan trying to argue that War of Underworld somehow fixed Kirito as a character. The argument is basically that Kirito is not supposed to be a typical shonen protagonist anymore, but instead he's supposed to be more like Saitama, Mob, or Gojo. The commenter claims that the tension isn't about whether Kirito can win, but whether he can arrive in time, and that War of Underworld finally improves the character by showing more of his internal struggles. And honestly, this is one of the funniest defenses of Kirito I've seen, because comparing Kirito to Saitama, Mob, or Gojo is a massive stretch. The reason those characters work is because their stories actually explore the consequences of being overwhelmingly powerful. Saitama's entire character is built around the emptiness of being too strong. Mob's story is about emotional growth, self-control, and learning what it means to be a good person beyond his abilities. Gojo's power is directly tied to his isolation, his responsibilities, and the burden of being the strongest. Their strength is not just a cool feature. It's the foundation of their character arcs. Kirito, meanwhile, is often presented as the guy who is simply better than everyone else. The story constantly emphasizes how special he is, how skilled he is, and how he can overcome situations that nobody else can. The problem isn't that a character is powerful. The problem is that the story rarely creates meaningful consequences for that power. Saying the tension is whether Kirito will arrive in time doesn't really fix that issue. Because even when Kirito arrives late, the audience already knows what is going to happen. The moment he enters the battlefield, the story basically turns into wait for Kirito to save everyone. That's not the same kind of tension you get with characters like Saitama or Gojo. Those characters are interesting because their strength creates problems they cannot simply punch away. Kirito's strength is usually the solution. And as for finally getting inside Kirito's head and exploring his psyche, that is certainly something War of Underworld attempts to do. The problem is that for many viewers, it comes far too late. After multiple seasons of watching Kirito be portrayed as the unbeatable genius player, suddenly revealing his trauma and emotional struggles doesn't automatically fix all the previous criticism. It's like trying to repair a cracked wall by putting a nice painting over it. Sure, the painting might look good, but the cracks are still underneath. The The funniest part is that this defense basically admits the problem existed in the first place. War of Underworld finally treats Kirito the way he should be treated. So after years of Sword Art Online, the argument is that the franchise finally figured out how to properly handle its main character. That's not exactly the massive victory they think it is. If anything, it proves why people criticize Kirito. A character shouldn't need several seasons of story before the series finally starts exploring why he is the way he is. And comparing him to Saitama, Mob, and Gojo doesn't automatically make him one of those characters. A character isn't deep because fans give them a deep comparison. The writing has to actually earn it. It's honestly funny how Sword Art Online fans try so hard to defend the series, but somehow their own arguments end up making the show look even worse. Every time a new defense appears, it feels less like they're proving critics wrong and more like they're accidentally explaining why people criticize the franchise in the first place. Take this argument about Kirito, for example. The commenter is trying to present Kirito being overpowered as some kind of genius character decision. They compare him to characters like Saitama, Mob, and Gojo, acting like Sword Art Online has intentionally created a character where the audience isn't supposed to wonder if he can win, but instead wonder if he can arrive in time. But that comparison raises an important question. Why do characters like Saitama, Mob, and Gojo work while Kirito receives so much criticism? Because those characters actually have stories built around their abilities. Their overwhelming power creates interesting conflicts. Saitama is bored and searching for meaning because nothing challenges him. Mob struggles with controlling his emotions and learning what kind of person he wants to become. Gojo's strength creates isolation and forces him to deal with impossible expectations. Their power is a character flaw, a burden, or a major theme of the story. With Kirito, being the strongest player is usually just another reason for him to save the day. The problem isn't that Kirito is powerful. The problem is that the story constantly bends around him. Other characters often become less important because the solution eventually becomes, wait for Kirito to show up. And the fact that the defense is basically, the tension isn't whether Kirito wins, it's whether he arrives in time, is actually pretty revealing. Because that means the audience already knows the outcome. The question isn't whether the main character will overcome the challenge. Of course he will. The question is just how long the story can delay his inevitable victory. That's not the same kind of suspense that comes from watching a character struggle against impossible odds. And then there's the argument that War of Underworld finally explores Kirito's psyche. Okay, but isn't that kind of admitting the problem? After multiple seasons of Sword Art Online, fans are celebrating that the series finally started giving its protagonist more depth. That's not exactly the strongest defense. A character being explored later in the story doesn't erase years of criticism about how he was handled before. It's like someone saying, actually, this character becomes interesting after hundreds of episodes. That's great, but a lot of viewers aren't going to. Ignore everything that came before. The funniest thing is that Sword Art Online fans often accuse critics of not understanding the series, but then their own explanations sometimes reveal the exact issues critics have been talking about. They say Kirito is supposed to be an unstoppable hero. They say the tension comes from waiting for him to save everyone. They say he is so powerful that the question is never if he wins. And then they act surprised when people criticize him for being an overpowered protagonist with limited stakes. You can't spend years explaining why your main character is basically unbeatable and then be shocked when people say, yeah, that's exactly the problem. And I don't understand how this argument is supposed to make War of Underworld any better. If anything, it highlights one of the biggest problems people have with Kirito as a protagonist. The commenter says the tension is no longer, will Kirito win, but instead, will Kirito arrive in time? But here's the problem. Everyone with half a brain watching Sword Art Online already knows the answer. Of course, Kirito is going to arrive in time. Of course, Kirito is going to save the day. Of course, the main character is going to show up at the perfect moment and turn the entire situation around. That's not some shocking twist. That's the most predictable outcome imaginable. The audience is never seriously wondering whether Kirito will succeed. The only question is how long the story will delay the inevitable victory scene, where Kirito arrives, activates his overpowered abilities, and reminds everyone why he is the strongest player in the room. And that doesn't create meaningful tension. A character being late does not automatically make a story suspenseful. The audience has to believe there's a real possibility that something could go wrong. There has to be uncertainty. There has to be a genuine threat. But when the audience already knows the hero is going to arrive and fix everything, the suspense starts to disappear. It's the same reason people criticize Superman stories when they fail to create interesting conflicts. The problem isn't that the hero is powerful. The problem is that the story has to find a way to challenge that character beyond simply making the villain stronger or delaying the hero's arrival. War of Underworld tries to create tension by removing Kirito from the action for a large portion of the story, but that doesn't automatically solve the problem. It just changes the question from "Can Kirito win?" to "How long until Kirito shows up?" And once again, the answer is obvious. He's the protagonist. He's going to show up. He's going to save everyone. The story has already trained the audience to expect that outcome. The funny thing is that this defense almost accidentally proves the criticism. The argument is basically admitting that the main source of tension comes from waiting for the overpowered protagonist to return and take control of the situation. But if the entire conflict is just waiting for the strongest character to arrive, then the other characters and their struggles start to feel less important. Their victories become temporary. Their sacrifices become less meaningful. Their efforts become something the story uses to stall until Kirito comes back. And that's why comparing Kirito to characters like Saitama, Mob, or Gojo doesn't really work. Those characters are interesting because the story is about the challenges created by their power. Kirito's power is usually the solution to the problem. So saying the tension is whether Kirito arrives in time doesn't fix War of Underworld's biggest issue. It just changes the waiting game. Instead of waiting to see if Kirito can win, we're waiting to see when the inevitable Kirito victory will happen. And once again, we have to ask the same question. I thought there was no visible Sword Art Online hate anymore. So how exactly did this person find it? This is the contradiction that keeps coming up every single time Sword Art Online fans make this argument. They constantly claim that the old hate for the series has disappeared, that critics have moved on, and that nobody cares about criticizing Sword Art Online anymore. But somehow, every time a new criticism video appears, they are immediately there. They find a video. They watch the video. They read the comments. They write responses defending the franchise. They spend their own time arguing against the criticism. So which is it? Is Sword Art Online hate completely irrelevant and invisible? Or is it noticeable enough that fans keep finding it and responding to it? Because those two things don't really go together. If the criticism truly didn't matter anymore, the easiest thing to do would be to ignore it. If Mother's Basement video was just some random person yelling into the void, then why give it attention? Why boost the engagement? Why spend time explaining why the critic is wrong? The funniest part is that the fans who claim the hate is dead are often the same people keeping the conversation alive. Every comment saying, "Why are people still hating Sword Art Online?" is another reminder that people are still talking about Sword Art Online. Every response defending the series is another example of the criticism reaching an audience. Every argument about whether the series is good or bad proves that the discussion never actually disappeared. And that's the biggest flaw with the claim that the hate is gone. If it was really gone, nobody would be fighting against it. Nobody would be writing paragraphs defending the franchise. Nobody would be getting angry at negative reviews. The fact that these discussions continue happening shows that the reputation Sword Art Online has built over the years is still very much part of the conversation. So the next time someone says, there is no visible Sword Art Online hate anymore, the obvious question is, then why are you here? Why are you watching the videos? Why? Are you responding? Why are you proving that the criticism is still visible enough for you to find it? The hate supposedly vanished, yet somehow fans keep discovering it. This commenter basically argues that a 26-minute video criticizing a deluxe edition feature is pointless because the feature itself is nothing special. They compare it to buying DVDs or Blu-rays with bonus content and claim there is no real criticism being made. According to them, the entire video is just look what Sword Art Online did, it's bad, without any actual reasoning behind it. And honestly, this is such a predictable defense. The funniest part is that they're acting like the existence of bonus content automatically means it cannot be criticized. Apparently, because DVDs and Blu-rays have had special features for years, every single deluxe edition feature is immune from criticism. That's not how it works. The fact that something has existed before does not automatically make every version of it good. A company can still release a disappointing, overpriced, or poorly handled special feature even if similar ideas have existed for decades. If a movie released a terrible behind-the-scenes feature, would the response really be, well, DVDs have had bonus features forever, so criticism is invalid? Of course not. The issue isn't simply that Sword Art Online included a deluxe edition feature. The issue is whether the feature is worth the price, whether it adds meaningful value, and whether consumers are getting something that justifies the cost. Those are completely valid things to discuss. But this commenter reduces the entire argument down to you just hate Sword Art Online, because apparently the only possible reason someone could criticize something from this franchise is because they already dislike it. That's a pretty convenient way to avoid actually addressing the criticism. And the funniest part is the complaint that a 26-minute video is too much for a deluxe edition feature. Meanwhile, this is Sword Art Online we're talking about, a franchise that has built an entire industry around selling additional content to dedicated fans. If companies are willing to charge premium prices for extra content, then people are allowed to analyze whether that content is actually worth it. You don't get to say, it's just a bonus feature, who cares, while also defending the idea that fans should spend money on it. If it doesn't matter, then why sell it? If it is worth charging extra for, then it is worth discussing whether it delivers value. The comment basically proves the point of criticism videos. Instead of explaining why the feature is actually good, the defense is just, this isn't a big deal. But if it isn't a big deal, then why does the franchise need people to spend extra money on it? A product doesn't become automatically acceptable just because it is optional. And saying people have bought DVDs with bonus features before isn't an argument. It's just pointing out that bonus content exists. The real question is whether this specific bonus content is worth the money. That's the conversation. Not pretending that anything Sword Art Online releases is above criticism. And this is the part that makes this defense even more ridiculous. If Sword Art Online is going to charge people $110 just to legally watch a movie, then people have every right to criticize it. That is not some unreasonable expectation. That is how buying a product works. The moment a company puts a price tag on something, consumers are allowed to ask whether that product is actually worth the money. You don't get to charge a premium price and then complain when people start evaluating whether they received enough value in return. If this was a free bonus, then sure, the conversation will be different. Nobody is saying every little extra feature needs to justify a massive price tag when it's simply included as a small addition. But that's not the situation. This is something being sold to fans. And when something is being sold, the audience has every right to discuss the quality, the value, and whether the asking price is reasonable. The funniest part is that some fans act like criticism is somehow unfair because it's just a deluxe edition feature. But that's exactly why it can be criticized. A deluxe edition exists specifically because companies are asking consumers to pay more. The entire purpose of a premium edition is to convince people that the extra content is valuable enough to spend additional money on. So if someone looks at that extra content and says, this is not worth $110, that is not just blind hate. That's a consumer opinion. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, this content is valuable enough that fans should pay a premium price for it, while also saying, nobody is allowed to criticize it because it's only bonus content. If it's worth charging money for, it's worth discussing. And honestly, the price makes the criticism even more understandable. A $10 purchase and a $110 purchase are not the same thing. The higher the cost, the higher the expectations become. When a company asks fans to spend that much money, people are naturally going to ask questions. Is the experience worth it? Is the content meaningful? Does it justify the price? Those are completely normal questions. The idea that criticizing an expensive product is somehow just hating sword art online is a convenient way to avoid the actual discussion. Nobody is forcing anyone to hate the franchise. People are simply looking at what is being offered and deciding whether they think it is worth the money. And if a company doesn't want criticism about a $110 purchase, the solution is pretty simple. Don't charge $110 for it. And honestly, the idea that there needs to be some massive basis for a negative opinion is ridiculous. People are allowed to dislike things for any reason. Not every criticism needs to be a 100-page essay with a perfectly structured argument proving why something is bad. Sometimes people simply don't enjoy something. Sometimes they think the product is overpriced. Sometimes they think the execution is disappointing. Sometimes they just don't think it was worth their time or money. That's how opinions work. The commenter seems to act like the only acceptable reason to dislike something is if there is some objective, undeniable flaw that everyone has to agree with. But entertainment doesn't work that way. A movie, game, or a piece of content is judged by the experience it provides, and different people are going to have different reactions. If someone watches a movie and thinks it's boring, they're allowed to say it's boring. If someone buys a deluxe edition and thinks the extra content isn't worth the price, they're allowed to say that. If someone thinks a franchise has declined in quality, they're allowed to express that opinion. The fact that someone else disagrees does not suddenly make the criticism invalid. And this idea that criticism is only legitimate if someone can prove something is objectively bad is especially strange when we're talking about entertainment. There is no mathematical formula that determines whether a movie, game, or anime is enjoyable. People are allowed to have personal standards and preferences. The funniest part is that this commenter seems to be demanding evidence while ignoring the obvious point. The video exists because someone had a negative experience with the product. That alone is enough. If someone spends $110 on something and walks away thinking this wasn't worth it, that is a completely valid reaction. They don't need permission to be disappointed. They don't need a fan-base-wide agreement before they can criticize it. And saying there is no basis for the negative undertone is basically just another way of saying, I personally don't agree with this criticism. Those are not the same thing. You can disagree with someone's opinion, but you can't pretend the opinion doesn't exist just because you don't share it. At the end of the day, criticism is not a crime. People are allowed to praise things, and people are allowed to dislike things. A product being from a franchise someone likes does not make it immune from criticism. If Sword Art Online wants people to spend premium prices on its releases, then people have every right to decide whether they think those releases are actually worth supporting. It's honestly ironic how this comment is complaining about Mother's Basement complaining about the movie. The entire purpose of a criticism video is to criticize something. That's the whole point. Mother's Basement made a video because he had issues with the movie and wanted to explain why he thought those issues existed. That is not some unusual or unfair thing. People make videos discussing why they love movies, why they hate movies, why they think something worked, and why they think something failed. That's how media discussion works. Yet somehow, this commenter seems to be upset that a critic is doing exactly what critics are supposed to do. It's almost like they believe Sword Art Online should be allowed to exist in one category only, positive discussion. Fans can praise it, recommend it, and celebrate it. But the moment someone offers a negative opinion, suddenly there is a problem. But criticism is just as valid a part of the conversation as praise. The funniest part is that the commenter is essentially saying, why are you complaining about this movie? While simultaneously complaining about the fact that someone complained about the movie. The irony is impossible to miss. A person criticizing a movie is somehow treated as unreasonable, but a person criticizing the critic is completely acceptable. Apparently, it is fine to have strong opinions about someone's negative opinion, but not fine for someone to have a negative opinion about a piece of entertainment. That double standard is pretty convenient. If someone loves Sword Art Online, they're free to make videos explaining why they love it. They can talk about the characters they enjoy, the moments they think are great, and why they believe the franchise deserves support. But the same freedom applies in the opposite direction. Someone else is allowed to explain why they think a movie failed, why they disliked certain choices, and why they don't believe it was worth the money. That's the entire point of having discussions about media. Not everyone is going to like the same things. The funniest part is that by complaining about Mother's Basement's criticism, this commenter is actually proving that criticism videos create discussion. They are engaging with the exact conversation they claim is pointless. If the video was truly meaningless, the obvious response would be to ignore it. Instead, they watched it, thought about it, and wrote a response. So congratulations. The criticism was apparently so unimportant that it inspired a whole new criticism of the criticism. This commenter basically argues that it is ridiculous that people are still criticizing Sword Art Online in 2026. They also try to discredit Sword Art Online critics by pointing out that many of them praise Berserk, implying that their opinions are hypocritical because they can enjoy one series while criticizing another. And honestly, this is such a strange argument. Apparently, according to this comment, there is some kind of expiration date on criticism. Once a series reaches a certain age, everyone is supposed to stop talking about its flaws and pretend all criticism magically disappears. But that's not how media works. A series being old does not make it immune from criticism. People still discuss movies, games, books, and anime decades after release. If something has a lasting reputation, positive or negative, people are going to continue talking about it. And the funniest part is that this commenter is accidentally proving the opposite of what they're trying to say. If people are still talking about Sword Art Online in 2026, that means the franchise clearly left a lasting impression. The question is just whether that impression is positive or negative. As for bringing up Berserk, what exactly is the point? Are people not allowed to like one series and dislike another? Apparently, this commenter believes that if someone enjoys Berserk, they are no longer allowed to criticize Sword Art Online. By that logic, someone who likes one action movie isn't allowed to criticize another action movie. Someone who enjoys one anime isn't allowed to dislike another anime. That's obviously ridiculous. Different series have different writing, different goals, different characters, and different levels of execution. Enjoying one piece of media does not mean you have to give every other piece of media a free pass. In fact, comparing Sword Art Online to Berserk almost makes the criticism even clearer because they're trying to do very different things. One series being praised does not automatically invalidate criticism of another. The funniest part is that fans often complain that Sword Art Online critics need to move on, but then they're still here arguing about those critics years later. If the criticism was truly irrelevant, why are people still responding to it? Why are they still defending the series? Why are they still bringing up comparisons? It seems like Sword Art Online criticism is supposedly dead, but somehow people keep finding it, talking about it, and getting upset about it. Almost like the conversation never actually ended. And honestly, if Sword Art Online is still releasing new content in 2026, then people have every right to continue criticizing it. This idea that criticism has some kind of expiration date is completely ridiculous. Apparently, according to some fans, once a series gets old enough, everyone is supposed to stop talking about its problems and pretend the negative reputation no longer exists. But that's not how it works. If a franchise continues putting out new movies, games, and other projects, then those new releases are naturally going to be discussed. People are going to watch them, review them, praise them, and criticize them. That's the entire point of releasing new content. You can't keep a franchise alive for years, continue asking fans to spend money on new projects, and then complain when people have opinions about those projects. The funniest part is that some Sword Art Online fans seem to want the franchise to have the benefits of being relevant without accepting the consequences of being relevant. They want new movies, new games, and new releases, but they also want everyone who dislikes those releases to just stay quiet because the series is old. It doesn't work that way. A franchise doesn't become immune from criticism just because it has been around for a long time. If anything, continued releases give people more things to talk about. If a new Sword Art Online movie comes out and someone thinks it's great, they have every right to praise it. If someone watches it and thinks it's terrible, they have every right to criticize it. Both reactions are part of normal media discussion. The idea that people should stop criticizing Sword Art Online simply because it's 2026 is especially funny because fans themselves keep proving the franchise is still relevant. If the series was truly forgotten and nobody cared anymore, there wouldn't be new projects, new discussions, or new arguments. The fact that people are still debating Sword Art Online means the conversation is still alive. And let's be honest, if fans believe the franchise has improved and the criticism is outdated, the solution isn't to tell critics to be quiet. The solution is for the new content to actually convince them. A good release doesn't need people to be forced into silence. It speaks for itself. So if Sword Art Online continues releasing new content, then critics will continue watching, reviewing, and sharing their opinions. That's not beating a dead horse. That's simply responding to a franchise that is still actively putting out material. If Sword Art Online wants to stay in the spotlight, it has to accept everything that comes with that spotlight, including criticism. And the funniest part about this argument is the idea that people are somehow acting like Sword Art Online is a bad series. No, they aren't acting. They actually believe it is a bad series. Critics are not pretending to dislike Sword Art Online just to get attention. They're not participating in some giant conspiracy where everyone secretly loves the franchise but decided to spend years criticizing it for fun. They genuinely have problems with the writing, the characters, the storytelling decisions, and the direction the franchise has taken. That's the entire point of criticism. The commenter makes it sound like people are just forcing themselves to hate Sword Art Online because it is popular to do so. But that completely ignores why the criticism exists in the first place. People don't spend years discussing a series they have no opinions about. They criticize it because they watched it, formed an opinion, and felt strongly enough about those problems to talk about them. The idea that critics are just pretending is also a convenient way to avoid engaging with the actual arguments. Instead of asking, why do these people dislike Sword Art Online? The response becomes they shouldn't dislike it at all. But that doesn't address anything. If someone thinks a story has poor pacing, weak character development, or disappointing writing choices, telling them they are pretending does not magically make those criticisms disappear. The funniest thing is that some fans seem unable to accept that a popular franchise can genuinely have a large group of people who simply don't like it. They act like criticism must come from jealousy, attention-seeking, or some desire to hate something popular. Sometimes the explanation is much simpler. Some people watched Sword Art Online and thought it was bad. That's it. Not every negative opinion is a personal attack. Not every critic secretly wants to like the series. Not every person making a negative video is trying to keep an old joke alive. They're just expressing their opinion about a piece of media. And if Sword Art Online continues releasing new content, then those opinions are going to continue existing. New releases give people new things to praise, and they also give people new things to criticize. The idea that everyone should suddenly stop talking about the franchise because it has been around for years is just another way of saying, I don't want to hear negative opinions anymore. But unfortunately for the fans who want criticism to disappear, people are allowed to dislike things. And in the case of Sword Art Online, many people clearly do. It's absolutely hilarious how some Sword Art Online fans act like the series is a flawless masterpiece and anyone who disagrees is just pretending to hate it. Apparently, according to this mindset, nobody could possibly watch Sword Art Online, form their own opinion, and genuinely come away thinking it has problems. No, critics must all be secretly acting. They must be forcing themselves to dislike it for attention, because apparently the idea that someone could simply not enjoy the series is impossible. And that's honestly one of the strangest arguments fans make. Instead of actually addressing why people criticize Sword Art Online, they try to dismiss the criticism entirely by claiming the critics don't really mean it. It's much easier to say they're just pretending to hate it than to acknowledge that a lot of viewers have legitimate complaints about the writing, characters, pacing, and storytelling decisions. The funny thing is that this argument basically requires believing that thousands of people have spent years maintaining some kind of fake dislike for an anime series. For what reason? What would they even gain from that? People do not spend years making criticism videos, writing reviews, and discussing a franchise they secretly love just because they enjoy pretending. They do it because they have genuine opinions about something they watched. The reality is much simpler. Some people love Sword Art Online. Some people dislike Sword Art Online. Both groups exist, but some fans seem unable to accept that someone can watch a popular series and genuinely think it is bad. They treat criticism as if it is some kind of personal attack instead of a normal part of discussing entertainment. The funniest part is that acting like Sword Art Online is beyond criticism actually makes the fanbase look more defensive. The more someone insists that the series is perfect and that all criticism is fake, the more it gives the impression that they cannot handle anyone disagreeing with them. A good series does not need to be protected from criticism. Great franchises have critics. Great franchises have debates. Great franchises have people who love them and people who dislike them. The existence of criticism does not hurt a franchise. What is funny is watching fans insist that the hate does not exist while constantly proving that it does. They say nobody cares about criticizing Sword Art Online anymore, yet they're always there responding to every negative video, every review, and every complaint. Maybe the reason critics keep talking about Sword Art Online is because the franchise keeps giving people things to talk about. And maybe the reason fans keep finding those criticisms is because they are not as invisible as they claim. And Berserk is better than Sword Art Online in practically every way that actually matters when it comes to storytelling. The funniest part is that this commenter seems to think bringing up Berserk is some kind of checkmate moment. Like they believe saying, oh, Sword Art Online critics also like Berserk somehow destroys their entire argument. But it doesn't. If anything, it makes the comparison even more obvious. The reason people praise Berserk while criticizing Sword Art Online is because they are looking at the actual quality of the writing, not just blindly defending a franchise because they like it. Berserk has a reputation for its deep themes, complex characters, emotional storytelling, and carefully developed world. It explores trauma, ambition, morality, human nature, and the consequences of people's choices. Its characters feel like they grow, change, and struggle in meaningful ways. Sword Art Online, meanwhile, receives criticism because many people feel it does not handle those same elements nearly as effectively. The writing can be inconsistent, character development can feel uneven, and many of its conflicts rely heavily on convenient solutions or Kirito stepping in to save the day. That is why someone can appreciate Berserk and dislike Sword Art Online. This is not hypocrisy. It's called having standards. The commenter seems to think liking one series means you have to approve of every other series in the same medium. But that's not how opinions work. Enjoying anime does not mean someone has to love every anime ever made. A person can appreciate great storytelling while still criticizing weaker storytelling. The funniest part is that using Berserk as a comparison almost accidentally proves the critic's point. Because Berserk is often praised precisely because it takes its characters, themes, and consequences seriously. Actions have weight. Characters are shaped by their experiences. The story takes time to explore the emotional impact of what happens. That's very different from a series where many viewers feel the main character is repeatedly rewarded for being naturally gifted, and where conflicts are often resolved through his overwhelming abilities. So no, mentioning Berserk is not some genius gotcha moment. It's not a contradiction for someone to love one series and dislike another. It just means they can recognize the difference between strong writing and weak writing. The real checkmate here is that the commenter seems to believe popularity and fandom loyalty are the only things that matter, while critics are actually judging the content itself. A person can love Berserk because they think it is brilliantly written. A person can dislike Sword Art Online because they think it is poorly written. Those two opinions can exist at the exact same time. And this is where the comparison between Guts and Kirito becomes even more obvious. The commenter seems to think bringing up Berserk is some kind of gotcha moment, but if anything, it highlights why so many people view Guts as a far stronger protagonist than Kirito. Guts is the actual Black Swordsman. He is a character who has been through unimaginable suffering, lost nearly everything, and continues moving forward despite the world constantly trying to break him. His strength doesn't come from being naturally gifted or being the person who is always the best player in the room. His strength comes from years of struggle, pain, failure, and refusing to give up. Every victory Guts earns feels earned. When Guts defeats an enemy, the audience understands what it cost him. He gets injured. He struggles. He makes mistakes. He suffers consequences. His journey is not about being the strongest person alive. It's about surviving in a brutal world that constantly tests his limits. That is what makes him compelling. Meanwhile, a lot of the criticism toward Kirito comes from the fact that he often feels like the opposite type of character. He is introduced as an incredibly talented player who is naturally better than everyone around him. Instead of watching him slowly overcome weaknesses and grow through hardship, viewers often feel like they're watching the story repeatedly confirm how special he is. That's the difference. Guts has to fight to become stronger. Kirito often starts the story already being stronger than everyone else. And that changes how the audience experiences their stories. When Guts succeeds, it feels like a hard-fought accomplishment because we have seen everything he has endured to get there. When Kirito succeeds, many critics feel like it becomes expected because the story has already established him as the person who will eventually solve the problem. The funniest part is that Sword Art Online fans often compare Kirito to other powerful characters like Guts, Saitama, or Gojo, but power alone is not what makes those characters interesting. Being strong is not a personality. The reason characters like Guts stand out is because their strength exists alongside their flaws, trauma, and emotional struggles. Their abilities do not remove their problems. With Guts, the sword is not the solution to everything. Sometimes it creates more problems. Sometimes his anger, his trauma, and his desire for revenge make his life harder. That complexity is what makes him memorable. So comparing Kirito and Guts is not the checkmate moment some fans think it is. If anything, it shows the exact difference between a character who has to fight against the world and a character who often feels like the world bends around him. One is the Black Swordsman because he fought, suffered, and survived his way there. The other is a character many critics believe was handed too many victories too easily. This comment is basically asking why there is so much criticism directed towards Sword Art Online, as if the existence of a negative opinion is somehow the surprising part of the conversation. And honestly, this is probably the most predictable response whenever someone criticizes Sword Art Online. The funny thing is that the commenter doesn't actually address anything from the video. They don't explain why the criticism is wrong. They don't defend the movie, the writing, or any of the points being made. The entire argument is just, why are you hating? That's it. But that's not a response. People criticize things because they have reasons to criticize them. A 20-minute video, a review, or a discussion about why someone dislikes a piece of media doesn't happen out of nowhere. The person watched the content, formed an opinion, and decided it was worth talking about. That's how media criticism works. The funniest part is that some fans act like criticizing Sword Art Online is somehow unusual, even though the franchise has been one of the most discussed and debated anime series for years. People have been talking about its strengths and weaknesses since the first season aired. If someone likes Sword Art Online, that's completely fine. They're allowed to enjoy it, recommend it, and talk about why they think it works. But the same applies in the other direction. People are allowed to dislike it. The idea that every negative opinion is just hate is a convenient way to avoid discussing the actual criticism. It turns a conversation about writing, storytelling, and creative choices into a simple argument of you don't like the thing I like. And honestly, that's the funniest part. The comment is complaining about someone making a negative video while actively engaging with the negative video. If the criticism was truly meaningless, the easiest thing to do would be to ignore it. Instead, the comment proves that the discussion is still happening. So the answer to why are you hating on Sword Art Online so much is pretty simple, because someone watched it, had problems with it, and wanted to talk about those problems. That's how opinions work. And that's what makes this comment even funnier. If the commenter actually watched the video, they would already know exactly why Mother's Basement criticizes Sword Art Online so much. The entire point of the video is to explain his problems with the franchise. He spends time discussing his criticisms, breaking down what he thinks doesn't work, and explaining why he has such a negative opinion of the series. But instead of engaging with any of those points, the commenter skips all of that and just asks, why are you hating on Sword Art Online so much? It's like walking into a restaurant, seeing someone write a detailed review about why they dislike their meal, and responding with, wait, why didn't you like the food? The answer is literally right there. The video is the explanation. The funniest part is that this happens constantly with criticism videos. Some people see a title or thumbnail they disagree with, immediately become defensive, and rush to the comments before even understanding what the video is saying. They are not responding to the arguments. They are responding to the fact that the criticism exists. And that creates a strange situation where someone is angry about a negative opinion, but doesn't even know what that opinion actually is. If the commenter wanted to defend Sword Art Online, the best approach would be to address specific points from the video. Explain why they think Mother's Basement is wrong. Provide counterarguments. Discuss the parts they disagree with. But simply asking, why do you hate it? After a video explaining exactly why he dislikes is not a counterargument. It's just admitting they didn't pay attention. The irony is that Sword Art Online fans often criticize haters for supposedly not understanding the series, but then some fans turn around and prove they don't even understand the criticism. They hear Sword Art Online is bad and immediately jump into defense mode without actually listening to the reasons behind that opinion. And that's the biggest problem with this kind of response. Disagreeing with criticism is completely fine, but at least know what you're disagreeing with. Because when the answer to why does he hate Sword Art Online is literally the entire video you clicked on, it makes the comment look less like a defense of the franchise and more like a confession that the video was never actually watched. It's always funny how Sword Art Online fans ask why the series is so hated, but then immediately refuse to listen to the reasons people give them. They act like they genuinely want an explanation. They ask, why do people dislike Sword Art Online so much? But the moment someone actually explains the criticisms, suddenly the conversation changes. Instead of responding to the points being made, they dismiss the criticism as blind hate, unfair negativity, or people just wanting to attack something popular. So what exactly was the point of asking? If you ask someone why they dislike something, the obvious next step is to actually hear their answer. You don't have to agree with it, but at least understand the argument before dismissing it. The funniest part is that the reasons Sword Art Online receives criticism are not some mysterious secret. People have been explaining them for years. They talk about the writing, the pacing, the handling of characters, the way conflicts are resolved, and the way Kirito is portrayed throughout the series. These criticisms are not hidden. They're not some impossible puzzle that fans can't figure out. They're literally everywhere. But instead of engaging with those points, some fans seem to expect the answer to be something simple like, people hate it because it's popular. That way, they don't have to actually address anything. It's much easier to believe that. Critics are just part of a hate bandwagon than to consider that many people genuinely watched the series and came away disappointed. And that's the biggest irony. Sword Art Online fans often accuse critics of not understanding the series, but then some fans refuse to understand the criticism itself. They don't want to know why people dislike the franchise. They just want confirmation that the criticism is invalid. You can't ask, why do people hate this? And then cover your ears when someone answers. Disagreement is fine. Someone can explain why they think a criticism is wrong. They can defend the writing, the characters, or the choices the series made. But pretending the criticism doesn't exist is not a defense. The reason people criticize Sword Art Online is because they watched it, paid attention to it, and formed an opinion. The funniest part is that the fans who keep asking why the hate exists are often the same people keeping the conversation alive. Every time they argue with a criticism, they're proving that the criticism is still reaching people. So maybe the real question isn't, why is sword art online hated? Maybe it's, why do fans keep asking that question when they never want to hear the answer? And as for why Mother's Basement keeps making sword art online hate videos, the answer is honestly pretty obvious, because people keep watching them. The biggest reason creators continue making content about a certain topic is because there is still an audience interested in that topic. If nobody clicked on the videos, nobody watched them, and nobody cared, then there would be no reason to keep making them. But that clearly isn't happening. People are still watching sword art online criticism videos. They're still clicking on the thumbnails. They're still discussing the points being made. They're still arguing in the comments. The conversation is still alive. And that's what makes the complaints from some fans so funny. They act like critics are somehow forcing sword art online hate into existence, as if creators are just randomly deciding to attack a franchise nobody cares about. But that's not how YouTube works. Creators make videos about topics that generate interest. If a video criticizing sword art online gets hundreds of thousands of views, that is a sign that people are still interested in hearing that discussion. The funniest part is that the fans complaining about these videos are actually helping prove why they continue to exist. Every comment arguing against a criticism creates more engagement. Every person clicking on a video to defend a franchise increases the video's reach. Every fan who says, "Why are you still talking about sword art online?" is ironically contributing to the reason people are still talking about sword art online. It's the ultimate contradiction. They want the criticism to disappear, but they keep showing there is still an audience for it. And let's be clear, Mother's Basement isn't making these videos because he is being forced to. He makes them because there is still something worth discussing. Whether people agree with his opinions or not, the fact remains that viewers are interested enough to watch. If the audience disappears, the videos disappear. That's how content works. So when someone asks, why does Mother's Basement keep hating sword art online? The answer is simple. Because people keep watching. As long as there is an audience willing to click, discuss, and engage with the criticism, the conversation is going to continue. The fans who complain about the hate are not ending the discussion. They're keeping alive. It's honestly ironic how some sword art online fans claim there is no hate for the series anymore, while at the same time constantly asking why people still hate it. Those two arguments completely contradict each other. On one hand, they say the criticism is dead. They say nobody cares about disliking sword art online anymore, that the haters are irrelevant, and that the franchise has moved past all of that. But then on the other hand, they're constantly asking questions like, why do people hate sword art online so much? Or why are people still making hate videos? Well, which one is it? If there's truly no visible sword art online hate anymore, then why are they constantly running into it? Why are they finding criticism videos? Why are they reading the comments? Why are they spending time arguing against people who supposedly don't matter? The funniest part is that the fans who claim the hate is gone are often the ones keeping the discussion alive. Every time they show up to defend the series, they're proving that the criticism still exists and that it is still reaching people. You cannot say something is completely irrelevant while actively responding to it. If nobody cared about criticizing sword art online anymore, there would be no reason to get upset. There would be no reason to write comments defending it. There would be no reason to argue with critics. The natural response to something irrelevant is to ignore it. But that is not what happens. Instead, every new criticism video brings out fans who want to explain why the critic is wrong, why the franchise is actually good, and why people should stop talking negatively about it. Which, ironically, means people are still talking about it. The biggest contradiction is that some fans seem to want two things at the same time. They want sword art online to be popular and relevant, but they also want all criticism of it to disappear. That is not how having a large fan base works. The bigger a franchise becomes, the more people are going to discuss it. Some people will love it, and some people will dislike it. Positive attention and negative attention are both signs that people are still engaging with the series. So when fans say, there is no sword art online hate anymore, while simultaneously complaining about why people hate sword art online, they are basically proving the opposite. The hate is apparently gone, yet somehow they keep finding it. This commenter is basically arguing that Sword Art Online should not be criticized too seriously because it is aimed at younger viewers. Their point is that the target audience is teenagers, so expecting it to be a timeless masterpiece is unfair. And honestly, this is a pretty weak defense. The funny thing is that this argument accidentally admits the criticism, saying, "It's just for teenagers. Why are you expecting greatness?" is basically saying the series should not be judged by the same standards as other forms of entertainment. But why not? A story being aimed at a younger audience does not automatically excuse bad writing. There are countless anime, movies, books, and games made for teenagers that are still praised because they have strong characters, meaningful themes, and well-written stories. Being a young adult series does not mean the creators are allowed to lower the bar. Look at series like Berserk, Full Metal Alchemist, or many other works that appeal to younger audiences while still being appreciated by older viewers. A story can be accessible to teenagers and still have depth, complexity, and lasting quality. The funniest part is that fans often defend Sword Art Online by saying it is more mature and meaningful than critics get credit for. But when criticism appears, suddenly the defense becomes, well, it's just a show for kids. You can't have it both ways. If Sword Art Online is simply a fun teenage power fantasy, and nobody should expect more from it, that's fine. But then fans cannot turn around and act like every criticism is invalid because the series is secretly a masterpiece that critics just don't understand. The standards do not change based on who the target audience is. A children's movie can be great. A teen anime can be great. A young adult story can be great. The question is whether the writing actually works. Criticizing a series does not mean someone expected it to be the greatest story ever written. And had opinions about what they saw. The idea that you shouldn't criticize it because it's for teenagers is basically just saying the series should get a free pass. And no piece of media gets a free pass just because it has a younger target audience. People are allowed to criticize anything. The idea that something is immune from criticism just because it is aimed at a younger audience makes absolutely no sense. A target demographic does not act as a shield that protects a piece of media from being judged. If a movie is made for kids, people can still criticize it. If an anime is made for teenagers, people can still criticize it. If a game is designed for a casual audience, people can still criticize it. The audience something is created for does not determine whether it is above criticism. It only determines who the creators are primarily trying to appeal to. The funniest part is that this argument is often used as a way to dismiss criticism instead of addressing it. Instead of responding to the actual problems people bring up, the defense becomes, well, you shouldn't expect much because it's for younger viewers. But why? Why does being targeted toward teenagers automatically mean the writing cannot be analyzed? Teenagers are not incapable of appreciating good storytelling. Younger audiences have enjoyed and connected with countless stories that are praised for their characters, themes, and emotional depth. A story can be accessible to younger viewers while still being well-written enough for older audiences to appreciate. In fact, many of the most beloved franchises in entertainment were originally aimed at younger audiences, but are still discussed and analyzed by people of all ages. The problem is that some fans want to have it both ways. When praising Sword Art Online, they often talk about its deeper themes, emotional moments, and character development. They argue that critics do not understand what the series is trying to do. But when someone criticizes those same elements, suddenly the response becomes, why are you taking a teenager anime so seriously? You cannot claim something has meaningful storytelling while also arguing that nobody should judge the storytelling. If Sword Art Online is just a fun teenage power fantasy, then that's perfectly fine. There is nothing wrong with enjoying that kind of story. But if a franchise wants to be discussed seriously, receive premium releases, and continue attracting audiences years later, then it is going to be judged seriously too. Criticism is not reserved only for adult dramas or important works of art. Everything can be criticized. The fact that someone dislikes a series does not mean they misunderstood the target audience. It simply means they watched it and decided the execution did not work for them. And no demographic label can change that. Being made for younger viewers does not make a series automatically good. It does not make it automatically bad either. It just means it should be judged like everything else, by what it actually delivers. And honestly, this commenter accidentally makes a much stronger argument against Sword Art Online than they probably intended, by saying it's just aimed at 13 to 15-year-old kids. Why are you expecting a masterpiece? They're basically admitting that the series is not trying to appeal to viewers who want more complex storytelling. The defense is essentially, don't judge it too harshly because the target audience is young. But that raises an interesting question. If the only reason Sword Art Online works is because younger viewers are not supposed to question its flaws, then what does that say about the writing? A good story does not need its audience to be inexperienced in order to enjoy it. There are plenty of series aimed at younger audiences that still hold up because they have strong characters, thoughtful themes, and storytelling that respects the intelligence of the viewer. Younger audiences are not incapable of understanding good writing. In fact, many people discover their favorite stories when they are young because those stories are well made enough to resonate beyond their original target demographic. The funny part is that this argument almost sounds like an admission that Sword Art Online relies heavily on appealing to viewers who are less critical. Instead of saying, the writing is actually great and here is why, the defense becomes, you shouldn't expect much because it wasn't made for people who analyze stories. But that is not really a defense. A piece of media does not get a free pass simply because younger viewers might enjoy it. If anything, younger audiences deserve good storytelling too. The idea that teenagers cannot appreciate quality writing is also pretty insulting. Young viewers are perfectly capable of recognizing when characters are interesting, when a story is engaging, and when something feels poorly written. And the irony is that many fans do not actually treat Sword Art Online as just a simple kid show. They often argue that it has deep themes, complex ideas, and meaningful character moments. They want the series to be taken seriously when defending it. But when criticism appears, suddenly the argument changes to, well, it was only made for teenagers. You cannot argue that a series is deep and meaningful while also arguing that people should not analyze it too closely. If Sword Art Online is simply a fun teenage power fantasy, then that's completely fine. There is nothing wrong with enjoying that kind of entertainment. But then fans cannot be surprised when people evaluate it and find the writing lacking. Being made for a younger audience explained through the series is targeting. It does not explain away every criticism. And it certainly does not make the series immune from people pointing out its flaws. Once again, Sword Art Online fans are somehow making the criticism look even stronger every time they try to defend it. The funniest part about this argument is that instead of actually proving why the series is good, the defense often turns into excuses for why people should not judge it too harshly. Don't expect too much, it's for younger viewers. That's not exactly the strongest defense. Because if the argument is that Sword Art Online is only enjoyable if the viewer is young enough and inexperienced enough not to notice its flaws, then that says a lot more about the series than it does about the critics. A good story does not need its audience to lower their standards before watching it. The best stories aimed at younger audiences are still able to appeal to people of all ages because they are well written. They don't rely on the excuse of, you are not supposed to think about it too much. They respect the audience enough to create something that works on multiple levels. But with Sword Art Online, some fans seem to constantly move the goalpost. When someone praises the series, they talk about its deep themes, emotional moments, and important messages. But when someone criticizes those same elements, suddenly the defense becomes, well, it's just a teenage anime. Why are you expecting so much? You cannot argue that a series deserves to be taken seriously while also arguing that nobody should take it seriously enough to criticize it. The irony is that these defenses often end up reinforcing the exact criticism they're trying to fight against. Instead of saying, the writing is actually strong because of these reasons, the argument becomes, the writing does not matter because the target audience is young. That is not defending the quality of the series. That is lowering the standard. And honestly, if fans truly believe Sword Art Online is a great series, they should be confident enough to discuss its strengths without needing to hide behind the target demographic. Great stories survive criticism. Great stories do not need people to say, "You're judging it too much." The more fans try to explain why sword art online should not be analyzed, the more it starts to sound like they are admitting that the series cannot hold up under analysis. At some point, the best defense would simply be to say, "I enjoy it," because enjoying something is completely valid. But try to convince everyone that criticism is unfair while accidentally making the same criticism yourself? That's where things start getting ironic. And this is why the "it's made for younger viewers" excuse is such a weak argument. There are countless examples of incredible stories that were created with younger audiences in mind, but are still respected and enjoyed by people of all ages. Just look at Pixar movies. Movies like Toy Story, The Incredibles, and Wall-E were made to appeal to kids, but adults can still appreciate them because they have strong writing, memorable characters, meaningful themes, and emotional depth. Nobody watches a Pixar movie and says, "Well, it's just for children, so you can't criticize it or expect good storytelling," because that would be ridiculous. A movie aimed at kids can still have great characters. A story aimed at teenagers can still explore complex ideas. A piece of entertainment made for a younger audience can still be genuinely well written. The target audience does not determine the quality of the writing. That's why using sword art online is for younger viewers as a defense is such a strange argument. Instead of explaining why the writing works, it basically asks people to lower their expectations before judging it. But why should they? If a series wants people's time, attention, and money, then people are allowed to decide whether they think it is good. Nobody is forcing creators to only make content that critics are not allowed to analyze. The funniest part is that fans often want sword art online to be treated as a serious story when defending it. They talk about its themes, emotional moments, and character arcs. They argue that critics misunderstand what the series is trying to do. But the moment someone points out flaws, suddenly the response becomes, "Well, it was never meant to be taken seriously." You cannot have it both ways. Either sword art online is just a simple teenage power fantasy that people enjoy for what it is, or it is a meaningful story that should be judged by the quality of its writing. But saying it's for kids whenever criticism appears is not a defense. It's an excuse. Younger viewers deserve good stories too. Teenagers are not incapable of understanding quality writing, and they are not too young to appreciate complex characters or meaningful themes. The reason franchises like Pixar are so beloved is because they never use their target audience as an excuse. They create stories that work for children while still respecting everyone watching. That is the standard every piece of media should be judged by. Not who it was made for, but what it actually delivers. This commenter basically tells the critic to move on, implying that anyone still criticizing sword art online is wasting their time and should just stop talking about it. And honestly, this is one of the most predictable responses whenever someone criticizes a popular franchise. Instead of actually responding to the points being made, the argument is just, "Why are you still talking about this?" But that is not a counterargument. If someone makes a video about a movie, a game, or an anime, they're talking about it because they have something to say. The existence of criticism does not suddenly become invalid because a fan thinks the topic is old. The funniest part is that this commenter is also engaging with the exact thing they're telling someone else to move on from. If sword art online criticism is supposedly so irrelevant, why are they watching the video? Why are they commenting? Why are they spending time responding? By their own logic, they should have just ignored it and moved on. The irony is that telling someone to move on while actively participating in the discussion is keeping the conversation alive. The comment itself is proof that people are still interested in talking about sword art online, whether that discussion is positive or negative. And let's be clear, a franchise does not get a free pass from criticism just because it has been around for a long time. If new sword art online content continues to release, then people are going to continue reviewing it, discussing it, praising it, and criticizing it. That's how media works. The funniest part is that some fans seem to believe the only acceptable way to interact with sword art online is to praise it or stay silent. But criticism is just as much a part of discussing entertainment as praise is. If someone enjoys sword art online, great. If someone dislikes sword art online, that's also fine. The solution is not telling people to stop having opinions, especially when the people complaining about the discussion are the ones keeping it going. It's always funny how Sword Art Online fans are constantly telling other people to move on while they are the ones who seem completely unable to do it themselves. They tell critics that the conversation is old, that nobody cares anymore, and that people should stop making videos about the series. But then the moment someone actually criticizes Sword Art Online, they're watching the video, leaving comments, and arguing with every point being made. At some point, they need to practice what they preach. If Sword Art Online criticism is truly irrelevant, then why are they spending so much time responding to it? If the haters are supposedly a tiny group that nobody takes seriously anymore, then why are they still getting upset every time someone makes a negative video? The irony is that the people demanding everyone else move on are often the ones keeping the discussion alive. Every comment complaining about criticism is another example of someone engaging with that exact criticism. You cannot say, nobody should talk about Sword Art Online anymore, while actively talking about Sword Art Online. That is the complete opposite of moving on. And the funniest part is that critics are not the ones pretending the conversation does not exist. They are openly saying they dislike the series and explaining why. Meanwhile, some fans claim the hate is gone, claim nobody cares, and then immediately appear whenever someone brings it up. Which one is it? Is Sword Art Online forgotten and irrelevant? Or is it important enough that every criticism needs to be answered? The reality is that Sword Art Online is still releasing new content, still attracting viewers, and still creating discussions. As long as the franchise remains active, people are going to have opinions about it. Some people will praise it. Some people will criticize it. That's normal. The solution is not to demand that one side disappear. The funniest thing is that if fans truly wanted Sword Art Online criticism to fade away, the best strategy would probably be to stop giving it attention. But instead, every angry comment, every argument, and every attempt to defend the series only gives those discussions more visibility. So maybe before telling critics to move on, Sword Art Online fans should take their own advice. Because from the outside, it looks like the people who supposedly don't care anymore are the ones who care enough to keep coming back. Sword Art Online fans can't seem to move on because, for some of them, the series has become more than just a show they enjoy. It has become a huge part of their identity. That's why criticism of the franchise gets taken so personally. Instead of seeing someone criticize an anime, they see it as a personal attack against themselves. Someone saying Sword Art Online has bad writing is interpreted as, you are wrong for liking this. And that is where the defensive reactions come from. The funniest part is that nobody is forcing fans to stop enjoying the series. If Sword Art Online is important to someone, they're completely free to love it, rewatch it, buy the games, and support every new release. But the moment someone else says, I don't like this series, suddenly some fans act like they have to defend it at all costs. That's not normal media discussion. That's treating criticism of a fictional franchise like a personal insult. And it explains why the same people who constantly say, just move on, are often the ones who cannot move on themselves. They claim the hate is irrelevant. Yet they keep searching for criticism, watching criticism videos, and arguing in the comments because they feel the need to protect the series. If Sword Art Online was just another anime they casually enjoyed, most criticism would probably be easy to ignore. But when someone's entire online presence, friendships, communities, or personal nostalgia are tied to a franchise, criticism can feel much bigger than it actually is. The irony is that this obsession is exactly what keeps the discussion alive. Critics make videos because people watch them, and fans respond because they feel the need to defend the series. Everyone keeps the cycle going. So when fans ask, why are people still talking about Sword Art Online? The answer is simple, because the fans are still talking about it too. You cannot demand that critics disappear while continuing to show up every time someone says something negative about the franchise. At some point, if someone truly believes Sword Art Online is great, the best response is not to fight every person who dislikes it. It's simply to enjoy it. Because the moment a fictional series becomes something you feel personally obligated to defend from every criticism, That's when it starts looking less like a hobby and more like an identity. This commenter is basically arguing that Sword Art Online critics have been milking the franchise for years, and that if they dislike the series, they should simply stop watching it. And honestly, this is another argument that sounds like it makes sense until you think about it for more than 5 seconds. The funny thing is that critics are not secretly forcing themselves to watch Sword Art Online just to complain about it. People talk about franchises because they're still relevant, still releasing new content, and still attracting attention. If Sword Art Online stopped making movies, games, and new projects years ago, then sure, there would eventually be less to discuss. But that is not what happened. The franchise continues to release new material, and people are naturally going to have opinions about that material. That's how criticism works. The idea that if you don't like it, don't watch it is also a pretty weak argument, because you have to experience something before you can criticize it. Nobody is going to review a movie, game, or anime they never watched. If someone watches a new Sword Art Online movie and thinks it is bad, they are allowed to explain why they think it failed. The funniest part is that fans often complain that critics are milking the franchise, but they ignore the fact that Sword Art Online itself keeps giving people new things to discuss. If the franchise keeps producing content, then discussion around it will continue. Also, calling criticism milking is ironic because fans are doing the exact same thing in the opposite direction. They continue watching new releases, buying games, defending the series, and discussing it years later because they still care about it. The difference is that one side is praising the franchise, while the other side is criticizing it. Both sides are engaging with the same thing. And honestly, if someone truly believes critics are irrelevant, the easiest solution is to ignore them. But every time fans click on a hate video, comment on it, and argue about it, they are helping keep the discussion alive. The funniest part is that this comment is complaining about people talking about Sword Art Online while talking about Sword Art Online. Maybe the real question isn't why critics are still discussing Sword Art Online after 14 years. Maybe it's why fans keep showing up to argue with them after 14 years. And the funniest part is that the goalposts are constantly moving whenever Sword Art Online fans respond to criticism. The argument changes depending on what is most convenient at the moment. If someone actually watches Sword Art Online and criticizes it, the response is, then why did you keep watching? If you hate it so much, just stop watching. But if someone decides not to continue watching because they already disliked what they saw, suddenly the argument changes to, how can you say it's bad if you haven't seen everything? So which one is it? Are people supposed to watch more of the series so they can have an informed opinion, or are they supposed to stop watching because they are not enjoying it? Because fans seem to use whichever argument helps them dismiss criticism. The reality is that both things can be true. Someone can watch a series, give it a fair chance, decide they dislike it, and then stop watching. That's a completely normal way to interact with entertainment. Nobody is obligated to finish every single episode, movie, or game in a franchise they are not enjoying just to earn the right to have an opinion. At the same time, someone who has watched more of a series can criticize it based on the full experience. There is no magical point where criticism becomes invalid. The funniest part is that fans often demand that critics have watched enough Sword Art Online to understand it. But then when critics do exactly that, they complain that they are milking the franchise or spending too much time talking about it. It creates an impossible standard where critics can never win. Watch it. You're wasting your time. Don't watch it. You don't know enough to criticize it. Explain your problems. You're just a hater. Ignore it. Then apparently you never gave a fair chance. The goal is not actually to understand the criticism. The goal is to dismiss it no matter what. And that's why this argument falls apart. People are allowed to watch something, dislike it, and talk about why they disliked it. That's how every form of media discussion works. You don't have to love something to understand it. You don't have to praise something just because it is popular. And you definitely don't have to force yourself through years of content you don't enjoy just because fans want a more convenient target to argue against. At some point, fans have to accept that people can watch Sword Art Online and come away with a negative opinion. No amount of moving the goalpost changes that. And honestly, the exact same argument can be turned right back around on the fans. If Sword Art Online fans genuinely dislike hate videos so much, then why are they searching for them? Why are they clicking on them? Why are they watching the entire video? Why are they taking the time to write a comment defending the series? The same logic they use against critics applies to them. If you do not enjoy something, nobody is forcing you to engage with it. If a hate video appears in your recommendations, and you know you're going to be upset by it, the easiest solution is to simply ignore it and move on. But that is not what happens. Instead, some fans actively seek out criticism of sword art online just so they can argue against it. They willingly enter a space where they know people are criticizing something they like, watch the content, and then complain that the content exists. The irony is impossible to miss. They tell critics, if you don't like sword art online, stop watching it. But they cannot follow their own advice. If you don't like sword art online hate videos, stop watching them. If you don't like negative opinions about the franchise, stop searching for them. If you believe the criticism is irrelevant, ignore it. But clearly, the criticism is not as irrelevant as some fans claim because they keep showing up every time someone says something negative about the series. And that's the funniest contradiction. Some fans say, nobody cares about sword art online hate anymore. Yet somehow they always find the newest hate video. They say, haters need to move on. Yet they're the ones clicking, watching, commenting, and keeping the discussion alive. You cannot complain about a conversation while actively participating in it. At the end of the day, both sides are engaging with the same franchise. Critics watch sword art online content and discuss why they dislike it. Fans watch criticism videos and explain why they disagree. The difference is that one side is not pretending the discussion doesn't exist. The people claiming they want the hate to disappear are often the ones giving it the most attention. And honestly, people watching something they dislike just to criticize it is nothing new. This has been happening on YouTube for years. There are countless creators who watch terrible movies, shows, games, and other forms of media specifically because they want to analyze them, point out the problems, and make entertaining videos explaining why they think they failed. That is literally the foundation of a huge part of online criticism. People do not only watch things they think are amazing. Sometimes the most interesting discussions come from things that are considered bad, disappointing, or controversial. A creator can look at something, break down its flaws, explain why certain choices did not work, and create an entertaining piece of content from that analysis. The idea that someone is somehow wrong for watching something they dislike makes no sense. If that logic were true, then a massive amount of YouTube content would not exist. Movie reviewers would not be able to review bad movies. Game critics would not be able to analyze disappointing releases. Anime reviewers would not be able to discuss series they think failed. But that is not how criticism works. The whole point is that people experience something, form an opinion, and explain that opinion to others. The funniest part is that some sword art online fans act like critics are doing something unusual by continuing to talk about the franchise. But criticizing something that is still active and still producing new content is completely normal. If a new movie comes out, people are going to talk about it. If a new game releases, people are going to review it. If a franchise continues making decisions that people disagree with, people are going to criticize those decisions. That's not milking something. That's called discussing media. And the irony is that fans often participate in the exact same cycle. They watch videos praising sword art online, they discuss theories, they analyze characters, and they talk about why they enjoy it. Critics are simply doing the same thing from the opposite perspective. The only difference is that one side says, this is why I think this works, while the other says, this is why I think this doesn't work. Both are forms of engagement. So the idea that critics should stop talking about something they dislike is a strange standard that is rarely applied anywhere else. People have always watched bad movies to laugh at them. People have always watched disappointing shows to explain what went wrong. People have always discussed media they dislike. That is not a new phenomenon created for sword art online. It is just another part of how people talk about entertainment. And comments like this honestly prove the exact opposite of what the commenter is trying to argue. If Sword Art Online was truly as great as fans claim it is, then it would not need these kinds of defenses. The series would be able to stand on its own merits. People would be able to point to the writing, the characters, the storytelling, and the overall quality and explain why they think it works. But instead, a lot of the responses to criticism are not actually defending the series itself. They're defending the idea that people should not criticize it. There's a big difference. A strong defense will be something like, here is why this character arc works, or here is why this story decision makes sense. A weak defense is simply saying, why are you still talking about it? Or, it was made for teenagers, or just stop watching it. Those arguments do not prove Sword Art Online is good. They just try to avoid the conversation entirely. The funny thing is that if a series is genuinely great, criticism does not make it collapse. Fans can easily explain why they love it. They can point out memorable moments, meaningful themes, and well-written aspects of the story. Great stories do not need excuses. They do not need people to lower their expectations. They do not need fans to tell critics they are not allowed to analyze them. But when the main defense becomes, you should not criticize this because of the target audience, or you should stop watching if you dislike it, it starts to sound less like confidence in the series and more like an attempt to protect it from criticism. And that is the ironic part. The fans trying the hardest to defend Sword Art Online often end up making it look like a series that cannot survive criticism. If the franchise is really as good as they believe, then the answer should be simple. Explain why. Show why the writing works. Show why the characters are compelling. Show why the story succeeds. But saying stop criticizing it does not prove anything. A great series can handle people disagreeing with it. If Sword Art Online truly stands on its own merits, then it should not need anyone to stand in front of it and block every negative opinion. And honestly, there is another possibility that this commenter completely ignores. Maybe some people are still watching Sword Art Online because they genuinely hope it will improve. Not everyone who continues watching a franchise is doing it because they secretly love everything about it. Sometimes people stick around because they see potential. They enjoyed certain ideas, characters, or concepts and want to see the series finally live up to what it could be. That happens all the time with entertainment. People continue watching shows they have problems with because they are hoping the next season will fix the mistakes. They play games they criticize because they want to see the developers improve. They follow franchises because they remember what made them interesting in the first place. Being critical does not always mean someone wants something to fail. Sometimes criticism comes from disappointment. The funniest part is that this commenter is basically telling those people to give up. Instead of acknowledging that some viewers might still have hope that Sword Art Online can get better, the response is essentially, if you don't like it, stop watching. But that attitude ignores why many people criticize things in the first place. People usually do not spend time discussing a franchise they have absolutely no interest in. They talk about it because there was something there that caught their attention. They saw potential. They wanted the series to be better than what they felt it was delivering. If someone truly did not care, they would simply ignore it. The irony is that telling critics to stop watching is basically saying there is no possibility for improvement. It is admitting that the series is not something people should expect to grow, evolve, or fix its problems. But why should fans be the only ones allowed to hope for the franchise to improve? Critics can want a series to become better while still pointing out where they think it fails. Those two things are not contradictory. The funniest part is that some fans act like criticism means someone wants Sword Art Online destroyed, when sometimes the opposite is true. People criticize because they wanted more from the series. They wanted better writing. They wanted stronger characters. They wanted the interesting ideas behind a franchise to be explored more effectively. So when someone says, if you don't like it, stop watching, they're missing the entire reason criticism exists. Sometimes people keep watching because they're hoping the next release will finally give them a reason to change their opinion. And telling them there is no hope for the series to improve is probably one of the worst defenses a fan can make. And this is exactly why the Sword Art Online fanbase can feel so unwelcoming to outside criticism. The problem is not that fans enjoy the series. People are allowed to love whatever they want. The problem is that there often seems to be no room for any kind of middle ground or actual discussion. The only acceptable opinion seems to be complete praise. If someone says, I love Sword Art Online, they are welcomed. But if someone says, I like some parts of Sword Art Online, but I think these areas could have been better. Suddenly the conversation changes. Instead of discussing those criticisms, the response becomes defensive, as if any negative comment automatically means someone is attacking the entire franchise. And that's a problem because meaningful discussion requires nuance. A person can enjoy a series while still acknowledging its flaws. A fan can admit that certain story arcs are weaker, that some characters could have been developed better, or that certain writing decisions did not work. That does not mean they hate the franchise. It means they are capable of looking at it critically. The irony is that the most passionate fans should be the ones most willing to discuss both the strengths and weaknesses of something they love. If you truly care about a series, you should be able to talk about it honestly. But when every criticism is dismissed as hate, it creates an environment where the only accepted opinion is blind positivity. And that actually hurts the franchise more than criticism does. A series does not improve because everyone pretends it is perfect. Creators benefit from audiences who can explain what worked and what did not. Every successful franchise has discussions, debates, and disagreements among its fans. The funniest part is that some fans complain that critics are unfairly negative, but then they create an environment where even mild criticism is treated like an attack. Someone saying, "I don't think this part of Sword Art Online was very good," should not be treated like they committed a crime. It's just an opinion. The reason discussions around other franchises can be more interesting is because fans can often disagree without acting like the entire identity of the series is being threatened. They can say, "Yeah, that part wasn't great, but I still love the overall story." That kind of nuance is what makes fandoms interesting. But when the only acceptable response is Sword Art Online is perfect and all criticism is wrong, it stops being a discussion and becomes an echo chamber. And ironically, the more some fans refuse to allow criticism, the more they prove why critics continue talking about the franchise in the first place. And the funniest part about this comment is that it completely contradicts the argument Sword Art Online fans keep making. This commenter claims that Sword Art Online haters have been milking the franchise for 14 years. But how exactly would they know that? I thought there was no visible Sword Art Online hate anymore. I thought the haters were supposedly a tiny minority that nobody paid attention to. I thought nobody cared about criticism of the series anymore. Yet somehow this commenter is very aware that critics have been talking about Sword Art Online for 14 years. Interesting. If the criticism is truly invisible, irrelevant, and completely ignored, then how do they find enough of it to know that it has supposedly been going on for over a decade? The fact that they are aware of the criticism proves that the discussion is still happening and that people are still engaging with it. And that's the contradiction that keeps coming up. Fans will say, "Nobody hates Sword Art Online anymore. The haters are gone." Then in the next sentence, they say, "Why are people still making Sword Art Online hate videos after all these years?" You cannot argue that something does not exist while also complaining about how long it has existed. The reality is much simpler. Sword Art Online is still a popular and active franchise, so people are still going to discuss it. Some people will praise it, and some people will criticize it. That is completely normal. A franchise being around for 14 years does not mean all discussion about it has to stop. If anything, long-running franchises are usually discussed more because they have more content, more history, and more things for people to debate. The funniest part is that calling criticism milking is also a strange accusation coming from fans of a franchise that continues releasing new movies, games, and merchandise. If people are allowed to keep making positive content about Sword Art Online for over a decade, then people are also allowed to make negative content about it. Both sides are engaging with the same franchise. The only difference is that one side is saying, "I love this," while the other side is saying, "Here are the problems I see." So maybe the real issue is not that Sword Art Online criticism has lasted 14 years. Maybe the issue is that some fans cannot accept that after 14 years, people still have opinions they disagree with. This commenter basically dismisses the criticism by saying everyone who dislikes Sword Art Online just has bad taste and should develop better opinions. And honestly, this is one of the funniest types of responses because it does absolutely nothing to defend the series. Instead of explaining why the criticism is wrong, providing a counterargument, or talking about what makes sword art online good, the entire response is just, "You have bad taste." That's not an argument. That's just saying, "I disagree with you," while pretending it is some kind of intellectual victory. The irony is that taste is subjective. Someone liking sword art online does not automatically mean they have better taste than someone who dislikes it. It just means they enjoy different things. But apparently, according to this commenter, millions of people who criticize the series all have the wrong opinion, while the people who love it somehow have the objectively correct one. That is not confidence in a series. That's just refusing to accept that other people can have different opinions. The funniest part is that if someone criticized a series this fan loved, they would probably complain about toxic negativity or people being unfair. But when it comes to defending sword art online, suddenly dismissing everyone else's opinion is completely acceptable. If sword art online is truly great, then explain why. Talk about the characters. Talk about the themes. Talk about the writing. Talk about what makes the series work. But simply saying, "Get taste sheep," is not a defense. It is just an insult from someone who does not have an actual argument. And honestly, calling other people sheep while repeating the same generic defense that thousands of other fans use is pretty ironic. Maybe before telling everyone else to develop better taste, they should develop a better argument. It's honestly hilarious that Sword Art Online fans are the ones calling other people sheep. The irony is almost impossible to ignore. According to this commenter, anyone who criticizes Sword Art Online is just blindly following the crowd and doesn't have their own opinion. But apparently, dedicating years to defending a franchise, repeating the same talking points, and refusing to acknowledge any criticism somehow makes someone more independent and intelligent. That logic does not really add up. Liking Sword Art Online does not make someone a sheep. People are allowed to enjoy whatever they want. The problem is when someone acts like their personal enjoyment makes them somehow superior to everyone who disagrees. The funniest part is that calling critics sheep is usually meant to imply that they are just copying popular opinions. But criticism of Sword Art Online has existed for years because many people independently came to similar conclusions about the series. Different viewers watched it, formed their own opinions, and found issues they wanted to discuss. Meanwhile, the response from some fans is not to explain why those criticisms are wrong. It's just to insult people and claim they have bad taste. That's not exactly the sign of a strong argument. If Sword Art Online fans believe the series is genuinely great, then they should be able to explain why without resorting to calling everyone else sheep. A good story does not need its fans to pretend that anyone who dislikes it is just following a trend. And the idea that enjoying Sword Art Online for over a decade automatically makes someone more cultured or smarter is even funnier. Time does not magically turn something into a masterpiece. A person can love a series for 14 years because it means something to them, and that's completely fine. But longevity alone does not make something objectively good. Plenty of people have loved flawed movies, games, and shows for decades. Enjoyment is personal. Quality is something people can debate. The real sheep behavior is not simply liking a popular series. It's refusing to consider any criticism and attacking anyone who sees things differently. So maybe before calling everyone else sheep, some fans should ask themselves why a different opinion about a fictional anime bothers them so much. And Sword Art Online fans criticizing other people's taste is honestly one of the funniest parts of these discussions. The idea that someone who likes Sword Art Online can look at another person's opinion and say, "You have bad taste," as if they are the ultimate authority on quality, is already ridiculous. Taste is subjective. Different people enjoy different types of stories, characters, and genres. But what makes it even more ironic is that this is coming from fans of Sword Art Online, a series that has been heavily criticized for years. Again, people are allowed to love Sword Art Online. There is nothing wrong with enjoying a series that brings you entertainment or nostalgia. Everyone has shows, movies, or games that they love despite flaws. But acting like liking Sword Art Online somehow puts you above everyone else is where things become laughable. The same people who accuse critics of having bad taste often cannot explain why someone else's opinion is wrong. Instead of discussing the actual criticism, they just dismiss the person making it. You don't like Sword Art Online? You have no taste. That is not an argument. That is just an insult. If someone dislikes a series, the response should be explaining why you think the series succeeds. Talk about the characters you enjoy, the themes you connect with, or the moments that made the story meaningful to you. But saying someone has bad taste because they disagree with you is basically admitting that you do not have a real counterargument. The irony is that fans often demand respect for their own opinions while refusing to give the same respect to anyone else's. They want people to understand why they love Sword Art Online, but they refuse to understand why someone else might dislike it. You cannot demand that everyone respect your taste while insulting theirs. At the end of the day, liking Sword Art Online does not make someone smarter, and disliking Sword Art Online does not make someone stupid. People can enjoy different things for different reasons. The funniest part is that the person calling everyone else sheep is often the one acting like there is only one acceptable opinion. Maybe the real sign of good taste is being able to enjoy what you like without needing to convince everyone else that they are wrong for not liking it. And this is where the argument becomes even more ridiculous. Instead of actually responding to the criticism, some Sword Art Online fans immediately jump to personal attacks. Rather than explaining why a certain story decision works, why a character is well written, or why a criticism is inaccurate, the response becomes, "You have bad taste, you're a sheep," or "You just don't understand the series." But insults are not counterarguments. Calling someone stupid does not suddenly prove Sword Art Online is a great series. Attacking the person making the criticism does not address the criticism itself. If someone makes a detailed argument about why they think the writing, characters, or storytelling do not work, the response should be to discuss those points. Explain why the criticism is wrong. Provide examples. Actually defend the series. But when the only response is a personal attack, it usually shows that there is no real argument being made. The funniest part is that some fans act like critics are the ones who are incapable of understanding Sword Art Online, yet they're often the ones refusing to engage with any criticism at all. Instead of proving their point, they just dismiss anyone who disagrees as someone with bad taste. That is not confidence in the quality of the series. If a person truly believes Sword Art Online is a masterpiece, they should be able to explain why without needing to insult anyone who disagrees. Great stories can survive criticism. Great stories can be debated. Great stories do not require their fans to attack the people criticizing them. The irony is that these personal attacks often make the fan base look worse than the criticism itself. When someone cannot defend their favorite series without insulting the person criticizing it, it gives the impression that they are more interested in winning an argument than actually discussing the media. At the end of the day, saying "you have bad taste" is the easiest response because it requires no effort. Actually explaining why a story works requires thought. And maybe that's the reason some people choose insults instead. This commenter basically dismisses the entire discussion by saying, "Imagine having time to care about this," implying that anyone who spends time criticizing Sword Art Online is wasting their life. And honestly, the irony is pretty obvious. Because apparently this topic is not worth caring about. Yet this person cared enough to watch the video, read the comments, and take the time to leave a comment complaining about it. If someone truly does not care, the easiest thing to do is ignore it. Nobody is forcing them to watch a video about Sword Art Online. Nobody is forcing them to read criticism of the series. Nobody is forcing them to participate in the discussion. But they still chose to. Which means, by their own logic, they also had enough time to care. The funniest part is that this argument is always used whenever someone discusses something a person personally does not value. But people spend time talking about entertainment all the time. That's literally what reviews, discussions, essays, and videos are built around. People talk about movies, games, anime, sports, and countless other forms of entertainment because they enjoy analyzing them, praising them, or criticizing them. The idea that criticism is somehow a waste of time while defending a franchise in the comments is completely backwards. If someone enjoys Sword Art Online, that's fine. If someone dislikes sword art online, that's also fine. But telling people they are wasting their time while actively participating in the same conversation is the ultimate irony. Maybe before telling other people they care too much, they should ask themselves why they cared enough to respond in the first place. And the funniest part is that this commenter seems to forget one very important detail. Making videos about topics like this is literally Mother's Basement's job. Of course, he has time to talk about sword art online. He is a content creator. His entire career is built around analyzing anime, discussing media, and making videos about things that people are interested in watching. Saying, "Imagine having time to care about this," is like criticizing a movie reviewer for spending time watching movies. That's literally what they do. The irony is that this comment treats making a video about sword art online like someone randomly dropped everything in their life just to complain about an anime. But that's not what happened. A creator identified a topic people are interested in, formed an opinion, created a video, and shared it with an audience. That's how YouTube works. And clearly, people do care because the video is getting hundreds of thousands of views. Whether those viewers agree with Mother's Basement or disagree with him, they're still watching, discussing, and engaging with the content. The funniest part is that this commenter is also proving the exact opposite of their own point. If nobody cared about sword art online criticism, then there would be no reason to comment on it. The video would be ignored, the discussion would disappear, and everyone would move on. But that is not what happens. People continue watching because the topic is still interesting enough to generate conversation. So yes, Mother's Basement has time to care about this because creating videos about anime is literally his profession. He is not wasting time talking about sword art online. He is doing the exact thing that built his audience. The real question is why someone who supposedly does not care about the topic has enough time to watch the video and leave a comment about how nobody should care. It's always laughable how sword art online fans claim they do not care about the hate anymore, yet they keep proving the exact opposite every time a new criticism video appears. They constantly say that the haters are irrelevant, that nobody cares about sword art online criticism, and that the discussion is completely dead. But somehow, every time someone makes a negative video about the franchise, they are immediately there. They click on the video, they watch it, they read the comments, they leave a response, and then they insist they do not care. The contradiction is impossible to ignore. If someone truly did not care about sword art online criticism, they would simply ignore it. They would scroll past the video, watch something else, and move on with their day. Nobody is forcing them to interact with content they dislike. But instead, they choose to engage with it because clearly it bothers them enough to respond. And that is perfectly fine. If someone enjoys sword art online and wants to defend it, they are allowed to do that. But pretending that they are above the discussion while actively participating in it is what makes these comments so funny. You cannot say, "Nobody cares about sword art online hate anymore," while being one of the people keeping that conversation alive. The funniest part is that these comments often end up giving criticism more attention. A hate video gets more engagement, more comments, and more discussion because fans who supposedly do not care show up to argue with it. If the goal was truly to make sword art online criticism disappear, the easiest solution would be to ignore it. But they cannot, because despite claiming they have moved on, they are still watching, still responding, and still defending the franchise. At some point, fans have to admit that the hate is not as invisible or irrelevant as they claim. Because if it truly did not matter, they would not be here talking about it. This commenter does not actually respond to any of the criticism. Instead, they just insult the creator personally, saying they dislike him and telling him to get a life. And honestly, this is another example of a comment that proves the point rather than disproves it. If someone has a problem with Mother's Basement's arguments, the obvious response would be to explain why they think he is wrong. Talk about the points he made. Explain why the review was inaccurate. Provide a counter-argument. But instead, the response is just a personal attack. "You're annoying. I don't like you. Get a life." Okay, but how does that address anything? Whether someone likes Mother's Basement as a person has nothing to do with whether his criticism of sword art online is valid. Disliking the person making an argument does not automatically make the argument wrong. The funniest part is that this commenter is accusing someone else of needing to get a life, while spending their own time watching the video, opening the comments, and writing an angry response. If someone truly did not care, they could have simply ignored the video and moved on. But instead, they took the time to announce how much they supposedly do not care. That is always the funniest contradiction. The comment does not explain why sword art online is good. It does not challenge any specific criticism. It does not defend the movie, the franchise, or any of the points being discussed. It is just anger. And when the strongest response someone can come up with is a personal insult instead of an actual argument, it usually says more about their frustration than it does about the person they're criticizing. And once again, this comment proves the exact problem with these kinds of responses. Instead of actually defending sword art online, the commenter immediately jumps to a personal attack. There is no explanation of why the criticism is wrong, no counterpoint, no discussion about the movie or the franchise itself. It is just an insult directed at the person making the argument. And that is usually what happens when someone cannot come up with a convincing response. If you believe Mother's Basement is wrong, then explain why. Point out the mistakes. Explain why the writing works. Explain why the criticisms are unfair. But simply saying, "I don't like you," or attacking someone's character does nothing to prove your side. The funny thing is that fans often accuse critics of being unreasonable or biased, but then some of the responses they give are nothing but emotion. Instead of engaging with the actual points being made, they act like disliking sword art online is somehow a personal flaw. But a fictional series does not become better because someone insults the person criticizing it. A weak argument does not become a strong argument just because it is delivered angrily. The irony is that if Sword Art Online really had such a strong defense, fans would not need to rely on personal attacks. They would be able to easily explain why the series works and why critics are wrong. Great media can survive criticism. Great fandoms can handle disagreement. But when the main response is just "you're stupid" or "get a life," it gives the impression that there is nothing meaningful to say in response. At the end of the day, attacking the person instead of addressing the argument is not a victory. It is usually a sign that the actual argument was never answered in the first place. And honestly, it is pretty hilarious that Sword Art Online fans are the ones telling other people to get a life. The irony is hard to miss. This is coming from people who are actively watching a video about Sword Art Online, reading the comments, and taking the time to write a response defending the franchise. They're spending their own time engaging with the exact discussion they claim is a waste of time. If someone truly believes a topic is meaningless, the easiest thing to do is ignore it. Nobody is forcing them to click on a Mother's Basement video. Nobody is forcing them to watch a 20-minute critique of Sword Art Online. Nobody is forcing them to argue in the comments. Yet they still choose to do all of those things. And then they turn around and tell someone else to get a life. The contradiction is obvious. Having an opinion about a piece of media does not mean someone has no life. People spend time discussing movies, games, anime, books, and countless other forms of entertainment every day. That is literally how fandoms and media criticism work. The funny part is that making a video criticizing Sword Art Online is actually productive for a content creator. It is their job to analyze media, create discussions, and make videos that people want to watch. Meanwhile, leaving an angry comment telling someone they care too much about a fictional anime is not exactly the high ground this commenter thinks it is. If anything, the person who claims not to care, but still goes out of their way to argue about it, is the one showing how much attention they're willing to give the topic. And this goes back to the same pattern we keep seeing. Sword Art Online fans say the hate is irrelevant. They say nobody cares anymore. They say critics should move on. But every time a criticism video appears, they are right there defending the series. They're watching. They're commenting. They're keeping the conversation alive. So maybe before telling other people to get a life, they should ask themselves why a video about an anime they supposedly don't care about was important enough for them to spend their own time responding to. And this is another thing that makes this criticism from the fans so funny. They act like Mother's Basement is some random person wasting his entire day obsessing over Sword Art Online, when the reality is much simpler. Making videos about anime is literally his job. He's a content creator. His career is built around watching anime, analyzing it, discussing it, and turning those discussions into videos for an audience. Criticizing sword art online is not some strange hobby he does instead of having a life. It is literally part of the work he does to earn a living. That is like telling a movie reviewer to get a life because they spend time reviewing movies they dislike. That is the entire point of their job. The funniest part is that some fans seem to misunderstand how criticism content works. They act like a creator must secretly be obsessed with a franchise if they keep making videos about it, when the actual reason is much more obvious. People watch those videos. If nobody cared about sword art online discussions, those videos would not get views. They would not get comments. They would not continue being made. But clearly there's an audience for them. Whether people agree with Mother's Basement or disagree with him, they're still interested enough to click on the video, watch it, and talk about it. And that is exactly how content creation works. A creator does not need to love something to make a video about it. Sometimes the most interesting content comes from analyzing things that are controversial, flawed, or heavily debated. The irony is that the people telling him to get a life are often the ones proving why he keeps making these videos. Every angry comment, every argument, and every debate shows that there is still interest in the topic. So yes, Mother's Basement has time to talk about sword art online because that is literally what he does for a living. The real question is why people who supposedly do not care about the topic keep spending their own free time watching and commenting on videos about it. And this is another thing that some fans seem to misunderstand about being a critic. Watching things you do not like is literally part of the job. A critic's job is not to only watch things they already know they will enjoy. If that were the case, every review would just be endless praise and there would be no meaningful discussion about why certain movies, shows, games, or anime succeed or fail. Critics have to experience a wide variety of media, including things they personally dislike, because the entire point is to analyze them. A food critic does not only eat their favorite meals. A movie critic does not only watch movies they already expect to love. A game reviewer does not only play games they think will be amazing. They consume the product, evaluate it, and explain their thoughts. That is the entire purpose of criticism. The funny part is that some sword art online fans act like watching something you dislike is somehow unusual or irrational. But that is literally how criticism works. You cannot properly discuss a piece of media without actually experiencing it. If a critic watched only things they loved, people would complain that they are biased or incapable of giving honest opinions. But when they watch something they have problems with, suddenly they are accused of wasting their time. The standard keeps changing. If someone watches sword art online and enjoys it, that is fine. If someone watches sword art online and dislikes it, that is also fine. But pretending that a critic should only consume media they already like completely misunderstands the purpose of criticism. Sometimes the most interesting conversations come from things that fail. A flawed movie, a disappointing game, or a controversial anime can create just as much discussion as a masterpiece because people want to understand what went wrong and why. And again, this is literally Mother's Basement's career. He creates analysis videos about anime. His job is to watch anime, form opinions, and explain those opinions to his audience. Expecting him to only watch shows he loves would be like telling a mechanic they should only work on cars they personally like. That is not how a profession works. So when fans say, "Why are you still watching something you hate?" the answer is simple: because analyzing. Media is the job. And sometimes the things you dislike are the things that create the most interesting discussions. And honestly, the people who keep saying, "get a life," and "move on," are usually the ones who seem least capable of doing either. Because if anyone is still stuck in this endless cycle of arguing about sword art online, is the people who keep showing up to every criticism video just to complain about it. Mother's Basement makes a video criticizing sword art online. They watch it. They click on the comments. They argue with strangers. They defend the franchise. And then they tell everyone else to move on. The irony is incredible. If someone genuinely does not care about sword art online criticism anymore, the solution is extremely simple. Ignore it. Move on. Watch something else. Enjoy the things you actually like. Nobody is forcing them to participate. But they cannot do that because the criticism clearly bothers them enough to respond. And that is the funniest part. The people telling critics to stop talking about sword art online are often the ones keeping the conversation alive. Every angry comment, every argument, and every attempt to defend the franchise gives the discussion even more attention. Meanwhile, critics are simply doing what critics do: watching content, forming opinions, and discussing those opinions. The fans who claim everyone else needs to move on seem to forget that they are also choosing to stay involved. They're the ones searching for these videos. They're the ones clicking on them. They're the ones spending their time fighting against opinions they supposedly do not care about. At some point, they have to admit that maybe the problem is not that people are still criticizing sword art online. Maybe the problem is that they cannot stand the fact that people are still allowed to criticize it. A franchise being old does not mean everyone has to stop talking about it. As long as new content continues being released, people are going to discuss it, whether that discussion is positive or negative. So if anyone truly wants the sword art online conversation to disappear, there's a very easy solution. Stop giving it attention. Stop clicking on the videos. Stop leaving angry comments. Stop proving that the criticism still gets under your skin. But we all know that is not going to happen. Because despite telling everyone else to move on, some fans are clearly the ones who cannot let go. And this person is also making the hilarious mistake of assuming that because they personally dislike Mother's Basement, that must mean nobody else likes him either. That is not how reality works. Just because one person does not enjoy a creator does not mean that creator has no audience. Millions of people dislike popular YouTubers, actors, musicians, and critics, but that does not magically erase the fact that they have fans and a successful career. The funniest part is that the comment is being left under a video that exists because people are watching it. Mother's Basement has built an audience around anime, criticism, and analysis. His videos regularly get hundreds of thousands of views, and clearly there are enough people interested in his content for him to continue making videos. So saying nobody likes you while commenting on a video that people are actively watching is a pretty strange argument. If nobody liked him, there would be no audience. There would be no reason for the videos to gain traction. There would be no discussions happening in the comments. The fact that this person is even there responding proves that Mother's Basement has enough influence to get people talking. And that is probably the part that bothers them the most. They're not just upset that someone criticized sword art online. They are upset that someone they dislike has an audience willing to listen to those criticisms. But popularity does not work based on whether one individual approves of someone. You do not get to declare that someone is irrelevant just because you personally do not like them. If that were true, every creator could be dismissed by anyone who dislikes them. The reality is much simpler. Some people enjoy Mother's Basement content. Some people do not. That is normal. But claiming nobody likes him while actively engaging with his content is just another example of a fan trying to turn a personal dislike into a universal fact. And I highly doubt when this person says no one likes you, they are including Odysseus from the Odyssey. Because apparently we have reached the point where a random YouTube commenter is making claims so broad that we have to clarify the obvious. No one does not actually mean no one. There are millions of people who enjoy Mother's Basement content. He has an established audience, videos with hundreds of thousands of views, and a career built around discussing anime. Clearly, plenty of people enjoy what he does. So when someone says, no one likes you, what they really mean is, I personally do not like you, and I'm going to pretend my opinion represents everyone. That is a pretty common internet argument tactic. Instead of saying, I disagree with this creator, they exaggerate and act like their personal dislike is some universal truth. The funny part is that if literally nobody liked Mother's Basement, there would be no reason for this person to be watching his videos in the first place. There would be no large comment section to argue in. There would be no ongoing discussions about his opinions. The existence of the criticism itself proves that people are paying attention. And yes, even Odysseus probably has a stronger approval rating than a random commenter claiming that nobody likes someone. At least Odysseus had to trick a Cyclops and survive a decade-long journey before people started criticizing him. This person just had to click a YouTube video and type an insult. So maybe no one likes you is a little less convincing when a person saying it is clearly watching, engaging, and helping the creator's video get more attention. And the funniest part about this comment is the assumption that Mother's Basement would somehow care about this person's personal approval. Do they seriously think Mother's Basement is going to see one random comment saying, "I don't like you," and suddenly rethink his entire career? Is he supposed to stop making videos about sword art online because one person on the internet does not approve? That is not how this works. Mother's Basement is not making videos because he is desperately trying to win over every single person who watches them. He is making videos because he has an audience, he has opinions, and creating anime analysis content is literally his job. A random commenter disliking him changes nothing. If anything, the fact that someone took the time to watch the video and respond proves that the content is doing exactly what it is supposed to do, creating discussion. The irony is that this person seems to think insulting Mother's Basement somehow gives them power over him. But a creator with an established audience is not going to be affected by one angry comment. There will always be people who dislike a creator. That is normal for anyone who puts their opinions online. The goal is not to make every single person agree with you. If Mother's Basement stopped every time someone said something negative about him, he would have stopped making videos a long time ago. And honestly, if someone believes their personal dislike is enough to make a creator stop criticizing sword art online, that is a pretty inflated view of their own importance. The funny thing is that the comment is probably doing the exact opposite of what they want. By commenting, they're giving the video more engagement and keeping the conversation going. So congratulations. The person who supposedly wants Mother's Basement to disappear just helped bring more attention to his content. Maybe the better strategy would have been to ignore it. But then again, that would require actually moving on, which is something the Sword Art Online fans clearly can't do. This commenter basically responds to the criticism by saying that Sword Art Online is not anywhere near as bad as Mother's Basement claims. In other words, the entire argument is just, I don't think it's that bad. And that's fine. People are allowed to have different opinions. But the funny part is that this comment does not actually address any of the criticisms being made. It does not explain why the arguments are wrong, why the writing works, or why the problems being pointed out are not actually problems. It is just a disagreement with no explanation behind it. Saying it's not that bad is not really a counterargument. Every piece of media has fans who think critics are too harsh. That does not automatically prove the critic is wrong. A person could say any movie, game, or anime is not that bad, but that does not magically erase all criticism. The whole point of criticism is that different people evaluate things differently. The irony is that fans often complain that critics are too negative, but then respond with the most basic defense possible. Actually, I like it. Okay, but why? What makes the story work? What makes the characters compelling? Why are the criticisms inaccurate? Those are the conversations that would actually be interesting. But simply saying, no, it's not as bad as you say, is basically just saying, I disagree, and leaving it there. Which is completely fine as a personal opinion, but it does not really challenge the argument. At the end of the day, someone liking Sword Art Online does not mean everyone else has to see it the same way. Just because one person thinks the franchise is better than critics claim does not mean all criticism suddenly disappears. If anything, this comment perfectly shows the difference between defending something and simply liking something. Liking a series is easy. Explaining why it deserves to be defended is the harder part. And you know what? I actually agree with this comment. The movie is not as bad. As Mother's Basement says, it's much worse. It is funny how this commenter accidentally gives us the perfect setup. They're trying to defend the movie by saying Mother's Basement was too harsh, but all they really did was remind everyone that the movie has even more problems worth criticizing. The issue with comments like this is that they stop at it's not that bad, but that does not really defend anything. Saying something is not the worst thing ever is an incredibly low bar. A movie does not get a free pass just because something else exists that is worse. There are plenty of mediocre movies, games, and anime that are technically not that bad, but that does not mean they're good. The question is not whether the movie is the absolute worst piece of media ever created. The question is whether it is actually worth the price, the hype, and the expectations placed on it. And that is where criticism comes in. A reviewer is not required to say, well, at least it wasn't the worst movie I've ever seen. They're allowed to explain why they think something fails, especially when it comes from a major franchise with years of history behind it. The funniest part is that fans often respond to criticism by lowering the standard. Instead of explaining why the movie succeeds, the defense becomes, come on, it's not that bad. But that is not exactly a glowing endorsement. Imagine defending a restaurant by saying, the food isn't as bad as people say. That is not making anyone excited to try it. If the best defense someone can come up with is that something is merely less terrible than expected, then maybe the criticism has a point. So yes, this commenter is right about one thing. The movie is not as bad as Mother's Basement says. It is much worse. And if this is genuinely the best defense someone can come up with for Sword Art Online, then that kind of says a lot by itself. Because it's not as bad as people say is not exactly a strong argument. That is basically admitting that the best thing you can say about the series is that it could have been worse. But the standard for a popular franchise should not be, at least it isn't the worst thing ever made. The question should be, is it actually good? Are the characters interesting? Does the story execute its ideas well? Does it justify the hype and the continued support it receives? Simply saying people are exaggerating how bad it is does not answer any of those questions. The funny thing is that fans often act like critics are making some outrageous claim that Sword Art Online is the worst piece of media ever created. But most criticism is not about whether something is literally unwatchable. It is about whether the writing, storytelling, and execution live up to the expectations surrounding it. A series can be popular and still have major flaws. A series can have fans and still deserve criticism. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. But instead of explaining why Sword Art Online succeeds, some fans fall back on the weakest possible defense. Come on, it isn't that bad. And honestly, that kind of defense almost makes the criticism stronger. Imagine someone defending a movie, game, or anime by saying, yeah, it has problems, but it is not as terrible as everyone says. That is not exactly convincing anyone that it is a great work. If the series is truly as good as fans claim, then there should be plenty of stronger arguments available. They could talk about the themes, the characters, the world building, or the emotional moments that make it special. But when the main defense is simply you are being too harsh, it starts to sound less like a defense of quality and more like a defense of personal attachment. And that is the difference. Liking something is completely fine. But if the strongest argument you can make for something is that it is not as bad as people think, maybe that says more about the series than it does about the critics. The funny thing about this comment is that the commenter is basically admitting the exact thing they're trying to argue against. They're not saying Sword Art Online is actually a great movie or explaining why Mother's Basement's criticisms are wrong. They're simply saying that the movie isn't as bad as he says. But that is not really a strong defense. Because think about what this argument actually means. The commenter is not defending the quality of the movie. They're only arguing about the level of badness. They're not saying the writing is amazing, the characters are compelling, or the story is well executed. They're just saying, okay, maybe it has problems, but it's not that bad. And honestly, that is a pretty weak position to defend. There is a big difference between saying something is genuinely good and saying something is just not as terrible as someone else claims. If someone criticized a movie and the strongest response you could come up with was, well, it could have been worse, that is not exactly a glowing endorsement. Nobody goes into a movie hoping it will simply avoid being the worst thing they have ever watched. People expect something that is actually worth their time and money. The ironic part is that this kind of defense almost reinforces the criticism. Instead of explaining why the movie succeeds, the commenter is basically saying that the criticism is too harsh. That means they're not really challenging the argument itself. They're just asking people to lower their expectations. If Sword Art Online fans truly believe this movie is good, There should be much stronger arguments available. They could talk about the story, the characters, the themes, the emotional moments, or why the movie works despite its flaws. But when a main defense is simply it is not as bad as people say, it starts to sound less like a defense of quality and more like a defense of personal attachment. And that is the problem with a lot of these arguments. Liking something is completely fine. People are allowed to enjoy flawed media. But enjoying something does not automatically mean criticism is invalid. A movie can have fans and still have major issues. A franchise can be popular and still be criticized. Those things are not mutually exclusive. So when the best defense someone can give is basically, it is bad, but not that bad, that is not really proving the critics wrong. If anything, it shows that even the defenders are struggling to argue that the movie is actually great. This commenter basically argues that any criticism of the Alicization arc is unacceptable because, in their opinion, it is the only genuinely good part of Sword Art Online and the absolute peak of the entire franchise. And honestly, this is another funny example of fans treating their personal favorite part of a series like it is an objective fact. The phrase, slander will not be tolerated, is already hilarious because it makes it sound like someone criticizing an anime arc is committing some kind of crime instead of simply having a different opinion. Apparently, discussing flaws in a fictional story is now forbidden because a fan personally enjoys it. The funny thing is that Alicization being someone's favorite arc does not make it immune to criticism. People can acknowledge that something is better than previous material while still pointing out problems. An improvement over earlier seasons does not automatically make something a masterpiece. And it is the only good part argument is also pretty telling. If Alicization is truly the best part of Sword Art Online, then explain why. Talk about the writing, the characters, the themes, the world building, or the execution. Simply declaring that criticism is not allowed is not actually an argument. The irony is that this kind of response often proves the exact point critics make. Instead of engaging with criticism, some fans treat any negative opinion as an attack that needs to be shut down. If Alicization is really as incredible as this commenter claims, then it should be able to survive people pointing out flaws. Good stories do not need their fans to act like criticism is forbidden. At the end of the day, saying Alicization is the best part of Sword Art Online is a perfectly valid opinion. Saying Alicization criticism will not be tolerated is where it becomes funny. Because the moment a fan has to declare that criticism itself is unacceptable, it starts to look less like confidence in the story and more like they cannot handle anyone disagreeing with them. And the funniest part about this comment is that it is basically admitting that everything else in Sword Art Online was not very good. Because if Alicization is supposedly the only good part of the entire franchise, then what does that say about everything that came before it? The first season, the second season, the other arcs, and all the previous stories are apparently just filler until the one arc that this fan actually considers worth watching. That is not exactly the strong defense they think it is. Imagine trying to defend a franchise by saying, don't criticize it because eventually it got good after years of awful content. That is not really an argument in favor of the series. If anything, it raises more questions about why fans are so determined to defend everything before that point. The irony is that this comment is accidentally agreeing with a common criticism of Sword Art Online, that the franchise has had very inconsistent writing and that different arcs vary heavily in quality. Even a fan who loves Alicization is admitting that they do not think the rest of the series reaches the same level. And that is completely fine. Fans are allowed to have a favorite arc. Plenty of franchises have certain seasons, books, or storylines that are much stronger than others. But the funny part is when someone acts like criticizing Alicization is unacceptable while also implying that the majority of Sword Art Online was not worth defending. If Alicization really is the best part of Sword Art Online, then explain why it works. Talk about the themes, the characters, the storytelling, and what makes it stand out. But saying this is the only good part, so you cannot criticize it, is not a defense. It is basically admitting that even the fans know there's a lot of Sword Art Online that is difficult to defend. And comments like this are not going to stop anyone from criticizing sword art online. If anything, they usually have the opposite effect, telling people that their opinions are not allowed, acting like criticism is some kind of personal attack, or declaring that a certain part of the franchise is above criticism does not make people suddenly change their minds. It just creates more discussion and gives critics more reasons to talk about the series. The funny thing is that some fans seem to think they can end criticism by simply telling people to stop. But that is not how opinions work. People are allowed to analyze, criticize, and discuss media whether or not fans approve of those discussions. If someone believes Alicization is the best part of sword art online, that is completely fine. They can enjoy it as much as they want. But saying criticism will not be tolerated does not make the criticism disappear. It just makes the fan base look like it cannot handle disagreement. A strong story does not need protection from criticism. If Alicization is truly as great as fans claim, then it should be able to stand on its own. People should be able to point out flaws without the entire discussion turning into anger and insults. The irony is that these kinds of comments often keep the conversation alive. Every time someone jumps into a criticism video to complain about the criticism, they create more engagement, more discussion, and more attention for the exact content they supposedly want people to ignore. So if the goal is to make people stop talking about sword art online negatively, comments like this are probably the worst strategy possible. Critics are not going to stop because a fan says they should. People are going to continue discussing the franchise, pointing out its flaws, and sharing their opinions because that is how media criticism works. The best way to respond to criticism is with an actual argument, not by pretending criticism is something that can simply be banned. And I completely disagree with the idea that Alicization is somehow the best part of sword art online. In fact, I think it is just another example of fans desperately trying to convince themselves that the franchise was better than it actually was. A lot of Sword Art Online fans point to Alicization as the moment where the series finally became good, as if it magically fixed all of the problems that plagued the franchise before it. But changing the setting, making the story longer, and adding a darker tone does not suddenly transform a flawed series into a masterpiece. At the end of the day, it is still Sword Art Online. It still has the same problems that have followed the franchise from the beginning. The writing is still inconsistent, the characters are still underdeveloped, and the story still relies on many of the same questionable decisions that critics have been pointing out for years. Alicization did not reinvent the franchise. It just put a fresh coat of paint on the same issues. The funniest part is watching fans treat Alicization like it is some untouchable masterpiece that nobody is allowed to criticize. They act like saying anything negative about it is some kind of personal attack, when in reality, it is just another piece of media that can be judged like anything else. And honestly, the fact that so many fans have to constantly point to Alicization as the good one almost says more about the rest of Sword Art Online than it does about Alicization itself. If your defense of a franchise is basically ignore the majority of it and focus on this one arc, that is not exactly a glowing endorsement. Imagine defending a franchise by admitting that most of it is not worth talking about, and that one storyline is supposed to carry the entire series. That is not the sign of a consistently great franchise. That is the sign of a franchise that has spent years trying to convince people that it is better than it actually is. But even giving Alicization that benefit of the doubt, I still do not think it deserves the praise fans give it. It is not some hidden masterpiece that critics somehow failed to understand. It is still filled with the same issues that made people criticize Sword Art Online in the first place. Alicization is not the moment where Sword Art Online finally became amazing. It is just another arc in a franchise that has always been far better at creating arguments than creating great storytelling. People have every right to criticize Alicization. Disliking an arc of an anime does not automatically mean someone is slandering it. This is another example of fans treating criticism as if it is some kind of personal attack. Just because someone does not share the same opinion does not mean they're trying to unfairly tear something down. Sometimes people simply watch something, analyze it, and come away with a negative opinion. That is how media discussion works. Alicization is not above criticism, just because some fans consider it the best part of Sword Art Online. No movie, show, book, or game is immune from people pointing out flaws. Even highly praised works have critics, and that does not mean those critics are acting in bad faith. The funny thing is that calling every negative opinion slander is an incredibly easy way to avoid actually discussing the criticism. Instead of explaining why someone's arguments are wrong, it becomes, "You are not allowed to criticize this because I like it." But that is not how opinions work. If someone believes Alicization is a great story, they should be able to explain why. They should be able to talk about the writing, characters, themes, and moments that made it work for them. They should not need to pretend that any criticism is invalid. The irony is that a story being good should make it easier to defend, not harder. If Alicization truly stands above the rest of Sword Art Online, then it should be able to survive people analyzing it and pointing out problems. Calling criticism slander does not prove the critic is wrong. It just proves that some fans cannot separate criticism of a fictional story from criticism of their own personal taste. People are allowed to love Alicization. People are allowed to hate Alicization. And people are absolutely allowed to explain why they think it fails. That is not slander. That is called having an opinion. It's funny how some Sword Art Online fans seem completely unable to separate criticism from an attack. The moment someone says something negative about the franchise, it immediately gets labeled as slander instead of being treated as a normal part of discussing media. Apparently, according to some fans, the only valid opinion is praise. If someone talks about what they enjoy, that is considered fair discussion. But if someone points out flaws, problems with the writing, or reasons they did not enjoy an arc, suddenly it is not criticism anymore. It is hate, bias, or slander. That is a pretty convenient way to avoid actually addressing the argument. The word slander is especially funny in this context because it implies someone is spreading false information with the intention of damaging someone's reputation. But criticizing a fictional anime series is not slander. Saying that a story has weak writing, disappointing characters, or poor execution is simply an opinion about a piece of entertainment. A person can watch Alicization and think it is amazing. Another person can watch Alicization and think it is poorly written. Neither opinion becomes invalid just because a fan disagrees with it. The irony is that some fans demand that everyone respect their positive opinions about Sword Art Online, but they refuse to give the same respect to anyone who has a negative opinion. They want their own enjoyment to be accepted as valid while treating criticism as something that should not exist. But that is not how media discussion works. Every popular series has criticism. Every fan base has disagreements. A story does not become immune from analysis just because people enjoy it. In fact, the more popular something becomes, the more discussion it will create, both positive and negative. The funniest part is that calling every criticism slander does not make the criticism disappear. It just makes it look like the fans do not have an actual response. If someone believes Sword Art Online is great, then defend it. Explain why the characters work. Explain why the story succeeds. Explain why the criticisms are wrong. But simply dismissing every negative opinion as slander is not a defense. It is just a way of saying, I do not want to hear anything negative about the thing I like. And if this person supposedly cannot tolerate criticism of Sword Art Online, then the obvious question is, why did they click on a hate video in the first place? Nobody forced them to watch it. Nobody forced them to read the comments. Nobody forced them to engage with an opinion they already knew they would disagree with. They chose to be there. The irony is that Sword Art Online fans are often the same people who tell critics to ignore it and move on whenever they complain about the franchise being criticized. But when the criticism is actually in front of them, suddenly they cannot follow their own advice. Apparently, ignoring things only applies when other people are doing it. If a person genuinely dislikes seeing criticism of Sword Art Online, the solution is incredibly simple. Do not watch criticism videos. The internet is full of content that people disagree with, and nobody is obligated to interact with every single opinion they see. But instead, some fans actively seek out videos they know will annoy them, watch them all the way through, and then complain that the video exists. That is the funniest contradiction. They claim the criticism is irrelevant. They claim nobody cares about the hate anymore. They claim everyone should move on. Yet they are still here, giving the criticism attention and keeping the discussion alive. If the goal is truly to make people stop talking about sword art online negatively, then arguing in the comments of every criticism video is probably the worst possible strategy. Every angry response only creates more engagement and more conversation. The best way to make something disappear is to ignore it. But clearly, some fans cannot do that. They're not upset because the criticism does not matter. They are upset because the criticism still exists and they cannot control whether other people are allowed to have a negative opinion. So maybe before telling critics to ignore and move on, these fans should take their own advice. This commenter basically says they do not understand the criticism of Kirito because, in their opinion, he is awesome and there is nothing wrong with him. And honestly, this is another example of a response that is based entirely on personal preference rather than an actual argument. Saying Kirito is awesome is perfectly fine as a personal opinion. If someone enjoys the character, that is their choice. But it does not really address any of the criticisms people have made about him over the years. The question is not whether one fan personally likes Kirito. The question is why people criticize his character. A character can be entertaining to one person and poorly written to another. Those two things can exist at the same time. But simply saying, I like him, does not magically prove that every criticism is wrong. The funny part is that some Sword Art Online fans seem genuinely confused when people dislike Kirito, as if enjoying a character is the only possible reaction someone can have. They cannot understand why someone might look at the same character and see problems instead of greatness. But that is how opinions work. Some people see Kirito as a cool, powerful protagonist. Other people see him as an overpowered character who often lacks meaningful flaws and receives constant praise from the story. Both opinions exist. The irony is that this comment is basically proving the point. Instead of explaining why Kirito is well written, how his character develops, or why the criticisms are unfair, the entire defense is just, he's awesome. Okay, but why? What makes him interesting? What makes his struggles compelling? What makes his character stand out? Those are the questions that would actually create a discussion. Simply declaring a character cool is not a defense. It is just a statement of personal preference. And the funniest part is that this is exactly why critics and fans keep disagreeing about Sword Art Online. Fans often defend the series by saying they enjoy it, while critics are usually talking about the writing and execution. Liking something is easy. Explaining why it works is the harder part. So yes, Kirito can be awesome to fans. But the fact that someone says he's awesome does not mean everyone else has to agree. And if this person actually watched the video, they would already know exactly why Mother's Basement does not like Kirito. That is the funny part about comments like this. They act confused and ask, what's not to like about Kirito? As if the video never explained the criticism in the first place. The answer was literally right there. The criticism is not simply that Kirito is not cool, or that people are not allowed to enjoy him. The issue is with how the character is written, how the story treats him, and how often the narrative bends around him instead of forcing him to grow or overcome meaningful challenges. But instead of engaging with those points, this commenter skips over the actual argument and just says, he's awesome. Okay, but that does not address the criticism. A person can think Kirito is cool while someone else thinks he is a poorly written protagonist. Those two opinions can exist. The problem is when fans act like their personal enjoyment of a character automatically disproves every criticism made about him. It is not. If someone wants to defend Kirito, then explain why his character works. Explain why his flaws are interesting. Explain why his development is compelling. Explain why the criticisms are wrong. But simply saying Kirito is awesome is not a counterargument. It is just saying, I like this character, and that is completely fine, but it is not the same thing as defending the writing. The funniest part is that this person is doing exactly what happens with a lot of Sword Art Online discussions. They see criticism of something they like, ignore the actual reasons behind it, and then act confused about why anyone could possibly dislike it. But the reasons are not a mystery. The video explained them. The criticism has been explained countless times. The only question is whether someone is actually willing to listen to the argument or if they would rather just dismiss it because they personally enjoy Kirito. Because saying, "I like Kirito," is an opinion. Explaining why Kirito is a well-written character is an argument. And those are two very different things. But I guess actually watching the video and listening to the arguments is too much to expect from a Kirito fan, because that would require doing the one thing that seems to be the hardest challenge for some fans: engaging with the criticism before complaining about it. The funny thing is that this person asks, "What's not to like about Kirito?" as if the video never explained it. The reasons are not some hidden mystery. The entire point of a criticism video is to explain why the creator has a problem with something. But instead of watching the video and responding to the actual points being made, the comment jumps straight to, "Kirito is awesome." Okay, but that is not a rebuttal. That is just saying, "I personally like this character." Nobody is arguing that fans are not allowed to enjoy Kirito. If someone thinks he is cool, powerful, or entertaining, that is completely fine. The issue is that personal enjoyment does not automatically erase criticism about the character's writing. A character can be popular and still have flaws. A character can be fun to watch and still be poorly written. Those ideas are not mutually exclusive. The ironic part is that if this person had actually watched the video, they would already know the answer to their own question. They would understand that the criticism is not simply Kirito is too strong or Kirito is not cool. The argument is about how the story handles his character, how much the narrative revolves around him, and whether his struggles and development are actually compelling. But apparently, watching a video before commenting on it is too much work. It is much easier to ignore the argument entirely and just respond with, "He's awesome." And that pretty much sums up a lot of Sword Art Online discussions. Some fans do not want to engage with criticism. They just want to know why someone dislikes the thing they like, then immediately dismiss the answer. The irony is that the criticism has been explained over and over again. The only thing missing is someone actually willing to listen. And there is honestly no shortage of reasons why people dislike Kirito. This is not some brand new criticism that appeared out of nowhere. People have been discussing the problems with his character for over a decade, ever since Sword Art Online first started airing. The funny part is that this person acts genuinely confused, as if the criticism of Kirito is some completely unexpected opinion that nobody has ever explained before. But the conversation around Kirito has existed for years. Countless viewers, reviewers, and critics have already talked about why they think he is a weak protagonist, why his character development does not work, and why the story often treats him differently from other characters. So if someone is still asking, "What's not to like about Kirito?" after all this time, then I honestly do not know what to tell them. The information is not difficult to find. There have been years of discussions, reviews, video essays, and debates about Kirito's writing. The criticism has been repeated so many times that acting like nobody has ever explained it is almost impressive. And again, nobody is saying fans are not allowed to enjoy him. If someone likes Kirito because they think he is cool, powerful, or entertaining, that is completely fine. A lot of people enjoy characters for different reasons. But pretending that there are no legitimate criticisms of him is a completely different thing. The issue is not that people cannot understand why someone likes Kirito. The issue is that some fans cannot understand why anyone would dislike him, even though the reasons have been explained countless times. At some point, if someone has spent 14 years hearing people criticize a character and their response is still, "I don't get it, he's awesome," then maybe the problem is not that the criticism does not exist. Maybe they just have not been interested in listening to it. Because liking a character is one thing. But acting like there has never been a single argument against that character is just ignoring years of discussion because the criticism is inconvenient. You could literally find out why people dislike Kirito with just a few seconds of Google searching. That is what makes comments like this so funny. The criticism of Kirito is not some obscure opinion held by a tiny group of people. It has been discussed for years across forums, reviews, videos, and anime communities. There are countless explanations from people who have watched Sword Art Online and have problems with how his character is written. A quick search would immediately bring up the common criticisms. People have talked about his lack of meaningful flaws, how the story often revolves around making him look impressive, how other characters are frequently pushed aside to highlight him, and how his victories can sometimes feel more like the plot rewarding him rather than a result of genuine growth. Whether someone agrees with those criticisms or not is a different conversation. Fans are completely allowed to enjoy Kirito and think he is a great protagonist. But acting like there is no possible reason someone could dislike him is just ignoring a decade of discussion. The information is not hidden. It is not some mystery that only a few critics understand. The reasons people criticize Kirito have been explained over and over again. So when someone says, "I don't understand what's not to like about Kirito," the answer is pretty simple. Maybe they should spend a few seconds looking into the criticism before acting like it does not exist. The funny thing is that it takes more effort to write a comment defending Kirito than it would take to simply search, "Why do people dislike Kirito?" The answers are right there. The only real question is whether someone actually wants to understand the criticism or if they just want to dismiss it because they like the character. At this point, it honestly feels like some fans are just playing dumb and pretending they have no idea why people criticize Kirito. The criticism has existed for years. This is not some brand new discussion that suddenly appeared yesterday. Ever since Sword Art Online started airing, people have been talking about Kirito's character, his writing, and the way the story handles him. There have been countless videos, reviews, forum discussions, and debates explaining exactly why some viewers do not like him. So when someone shows up and says, "What's not to like about Kirito? He's awesome," it starts to feel less like genuine confusion and more like they are intentionally ignoring the conversation that has been happening for over a decade. Nobody is saying fans are not allowed to enjoy Kirito. If someone thinks he is cool, entertaining, or their favorite character, that is completely fine. But pretending that there are no criticisms of him is ridiculous. It is like walking into a room where people have been discussing a topic for years and then saying, "Wait, people have opinions about this." The information is everywhere. It takes seconds to find out why people criticize Kirito. The funniest part is that some fans act like critics dislike Kirito for no reason, when the reasons have been explained repeatedly. They just do not want to engage with those reasons because they disagree with them. And that is the real issue. There is a difference between saying, "I understand the criticism, but I disagree because I enjoy the character," and saying, "I have no idea why anyone could dislike him." The first is a normal discussion. The second is just refusing to acknowledge an argument that has been around for years. At some point, after 14 years of the same criticisms being brought up, pretending that the criticism does not exist becomes harder to believe. The answers are not difficult to find. They are literally a few seconds of searching away. So either this person has somehow avoided every single discussion about Sword Art Online for over a decade, or they're pretending not to know because admitting the criticism exists would force them to actually respond to it. And based on how these conversations usually go, the second option seemed a lot more likely. If someone still genuinely does not know why people criticize Kirito after all these years, then at this point it almost feels like they're actively avoiding the information. Because the criticism is not hard to find. It's not like trying to find a lost city of Atlantis or the Holy Grail. You do not need to dig through some obscure corner of the internet or search for some extremely niche discussion. A simple Google search will immediately show years of conversations about why people dislike Kirito as a character. There are countless reviews, videos, forum posts, and discussions explaining the exact reasons people have issues with him. So when someone acts completely confused and says, "What's not to like about Kirito?" it raises the question of whether they actually want an answer. Because the answer is everywhere. People have been talking about Kirito's character for over a decade. They have discussed his lack of meaningful weaknesses, how the story often revolves around making him look impressive, how other characters can feel like they exist mainly to support him, and how his conflicts are often resolved in ways that make him feel less like a developed character and more like a character the story wants everyone to admire. Someone does not have to agree with those criticisms. Fans are allowed to enjoy Kirito. They are allowed to think. He is cool, entertaining, or a great protagonist. But pretending that those criticisms do not exist is ridiculous. It would be one thing to say, I understand why people criticize Kirito, but I disagree because I think those qualities make him enjoyable. That is an actual opinion. But saying, I have no idea why anyone dislikes him, after 14 years of discussion, makes it seem like the person has either ignored every criticism they have ever seen or simply does not want to acknowledge it. The funny thing is that it takes less effort to find out why people dislike Kirito than it does to write a comment complaining that you do not understand the criticism. The information is right there. The arguments have been explained repeatedly. So if someone is still asking why Kirito receives criticism after all this time, maybe the problem is not that nobody has explained it. Maybe they just never wanted to hear the explanation in the first place. This commenter is basically demanding that Mother's Basement stop making videos about Sword Art Online simply because they personally are already satisfied with the franchise. But that is not how criticism works. Just because one person enjoys Sword Art Online does not mean everyone else has to stop discussing it. The existence of fans who like something does not magically make criticism invalid or force everyone else to move on. A critic does not need permission from fans before talking about a series. If there are still people interested in discussing Sword Art Online, whether positively or negatively, then there is still a reason for those conversations to exist. The funny part is that this argument is completely based on personal preference. This person is essentially saying, I like Sword Art Online, therefore nobody should criticize it anymore. But the world does not work that way. A person being satisfied with a movie, show, or franchise does not mean everyone else has reached the same conclusion. Different people can watch the same thing and come away with completely different opinions. If someone thinks Sword Art Online is great, they are free to enjoy it. If someone thinks Sword Art Online has serious flaws, they are free to criticize it. One person's enjoyment does not cancel out another person's criticism. The irony is that some fans seem to believe that once they personally decide something is good, the discussion should end. But that is not how media works. People continue analyzing and debating movies, shows, games, and books years after release because different audiences have different perspectives. And if Mother's Basement still has an audience watching those videos, then clearly there are people interested in hearing those discussions. The solution for someone who does not enjoy criticism is very simple. Do not watch it. Nobody is forcing them to click on a video they know they will dislike. But telling a creator to stop because you personally do. Now I want to hear it is not a real argument. It is just someone wanting their own opinion to be the only one allowed. Other people are allowed to have their own opinions, even when those opinions are negative. What is even the point of comments like this? Does this person seriously think Mother's Basement is going to read one random comment and suddenly decide, you know what, you're right. I will stop making Sword Art Online hate videos forever. That is not how it works. A creator who has built an audience around anime criticism is not going to stop making content just because one person in the comments does not like the topic. If anything, comments like this usually have the opposite effect because they show that people are still interested enough to click on the videos, watch them, and engage with the discussion. The funny thing is that this person seems to believe their personal dislike of the criticism somehow gives them the authority to end the conversation. But one viewer does not get to decide what another creator is allowed to talk about. Mother's Basement is not making these videos because he needs approval from every Sword Art Online fan. He is making them because there is an audience interested in hearing his opinions, whether people agree with him or not. And the irony is that this commenter is actively helping the thing they supposedly want to stop. By clicking on a video, watching it, and leaving a comment, they're increasing engagement and keeping the discussion alive. If someone truly wanted people to stop talking about Sword Art Online, the easiest solution would be to ignore the content completely. But instead, some fans keep showing up, arguing in the comments, and giving the criticism even more attention. So what is the actual goal here? Because telling a creator to stop talking about a popular franchise is not going to accomplish anything. The videos are going to continue as long as people are interested in watching them. Mother's Basement is not going to stop because one person is unhappy. And honestly, The fact that people are still getting upset about sword art online criticism after all these years only proves that the conversation is still alive. Just because you like sword art online does not mean everyone else owes you anything. People are not required to stop criticizing the series just because you personally enjoy it. That is not how opinions work. A fan enjoying a franchise does not give them control over what other people are allowed to say about it. If someone likes sword art online, that is completely fine. They can watch it, support it by the merchandise, and talk about why they enjoy it. But that same freedom applies to people who dislike it and want to discuss the reasons why. The funny thing is that some fans seem to think their personal attachment to a series should somehow override everyone else's opinions. They act like once they have decided sword art online is good, everyone else should just accept that conclusion and move on. But that is not how media discussion works. People criticize movies, shows, games, and books all the time. Popular franchises are constantly analyzed and debated years after release. The fact that someone still enjoys something does not mean criticism has an expiration date. If anything, the continued existence of sword art online content gives people more reasons to discuss it. New movies, new seasons, and new projects give critics more things to analyze. Fans cannot demand that everyone stop talking about a franchise while the franchise itself continues releasing new material. The irony is that some fans want everyone to respect their enjoyment of sword art online, but they refuse to respect anyone else's negative opinion of it. They want their praise to be accepted as valid while treating criticism as something that should not exist. That is a double standard. Nobody is forcing anyone to agree with criticism. Nobody is forcing fans to dislike something they love. But fans also do not get to decide that other people are no longer allowed to criticize a series. You're allowed to love sword art online. Other people are allowed to hate sword art online. Both opinions can exist at the same time. The world does not revolve around one person's enjoyment of a franchise, and liking something does not give anyone the authority to silence everyone who disagrees. If you do not like what the haters have to say, then why are you watching a hate video in the first place? That is the part that makes these comments so confusing. Nobody forced anyone to click on a video criticizing sword art online. The title and topic are usually obvious from the beginning. If someone already knows they're going to disagree with the entire premise of the video, then why spend the time watching it just to get angry afterward? The internet is full of content that people do not like. The easiest solution is simply to ignore it and move on. Nobody is forcing fans to watch criticism of a franchise they enjoy, just like nobody is forcing critics to stop talking about a franchise they dislike. The funny thing is that some fans will tell critics to move on from sword art online while they're actively searching for, clicking on, and watching videos criticizing it. They complain that the hate exists, but they continue giving those videos attention and engagement. If someone truly does not care about criticism, the answer is simple: do not watch it. But choosing to watch a video, sit through the entire argument, and then complain that the creator had negative opinions is a little strange. It is like walking into a restaurant you know you dislike, ordering the food anyway, and then getting angry that you did not enjoy the meal. Nobody owes fans a positive opinion. Nobody owes fans silence. And nobody is required to stop criticizing sword art online just because someone enjoys it. If the criticism bothers you that much, the easiest solution is the same. Advice fans constantly give to critics: ignore it and move on. But these comments prove the exact opposite of what some fans claim. They prove that the fans cannot actually ignore the criticism, and they clearly have not moved on. If Sword Art Online fans truly did not care about the hate anymore, the simple solution would be to ignore it. They would scroll past the videos, avoid the discussions, and spend their time enjoying the franchise they like. But that is not what happens. Instead, they click on criticism videos, watch them, leave comments defending the series, and argue with people who have already made their opinions clear. They claim the hate is irrelevant, yet they continue showing up every time someone criticizes Sword Art Online. That contradiction is what makes these comments so funny. They tell critics to move on, but they are the ones who cannot move on from criticism. They act like nobody should still be talking about Sword Art Online negatively, while actively keeping those conversations alive by engaging with every negative video they find. If someone genuinely does not care about criticism, they do not spend their time fighting with every person who dislikes something they enjoy. The fact that these comments keep appearing years later proves that the criticism still bothers them. They're not ignoring the hate. They're actively searching for it, watching it, and responding to it. And the ironic part is that by doing this, they're only giving the criticism more attention. Every angry comment, every argument, and every attempt to defend the franchise helps keep the discussion going. So maybe before telling critics to ignore and move on, these fans should take their own advice. Because the people who claim they do not care about Sword Art Online hate are often the same people proving that they care the most. If the fans could actually ignore the hate and move on, then these comments would not exist in the first place. That is the funniest contradiction. About these reactions, some fans constantly tell critics to stop talking about Sword Art Online and claim that nobody cares about the hate anymore, yet they continue showing up every time someone criticizes the series. If they truly did not care, they would simply ignore it. They would scroll past the video. They would watch something else. They would spend their time enjoying the franchise they like instead of searching for people who dislike it. But that is not what happens. Instead, they seek out criticism, watch the videos, read the comments, and then take the time to write a response explaining why the criticism is wrong. They're actively participating in the very discussions they claim should no longer exist. And that is why comments like these are so ironic. They're supposed to prove that the criticism does not matter, but instead they prove the exact opposite. The criticism clearly still gets attention because fans are still reacting to it years later. Nobody is forcing them to defend Sword Art Online every time someone says something negative. They're choosing to engage. The same people who tell critics to move on are often the ones who cannot move on themselves. They want everyone else to stop talking about Sword Art Online negatively, but they refuse to stop talking about the people who criticize it. If the hate truly did not matter, these comments would not exist. The videos would be ignored. The discussions would disappear. The comment sections would be empty. But they are not. The fact that fans keep showing up to argue proves that the criticism still gets under their skin. They are not ignoring the hate. They are keeping the conversation alive themselves and perpetuating the hate. And those are just some of the comments I found defending Sword Art Online under Mother's Basement's video. I am sure there are plenty more, but there are over 3,000 comments on the video, and I simply do not have the time to go through every single one of them. It would take hours to read through every reply, argument, and defense of the series. The comments shown are just a sample of the kind of reactions people had to the video. There are likely many more fans defending Sword Art Online, disagreeing with Mother's Basement, or criticizing the criticism itself. But realistically, nobody is going to spend an entire day scrolling through thousands of comments just to find every single example. And the sheer number of comments proves that this discussion is still very much alive. Despite some fans claiming that nobody cares about Sword Art Online criticism anymore, the comment section shows that people are still actively engaging with the topic. The funny part is that many of these reactions are exactly why the conversation continues. Fans say they want people to stop talking about Sword Art Online negatively, but then they show up in massive numbers to argue about it, defend it, and keep the discussion going. So no, this is not every single Sword Art Online fan's response to the video. It is just a selection of the comments that stood out. There are probably hundreds, if not thousands, of other reactions buried in that comment section. But the point is not to catalog every single one. The point is to show the type of arguments people are making and how fans are responding to criticism of the franchise. And after looking through just a small portion of those comments, one thing is clear. Sword Art Online criticism is still getting plenty of attention, and the fans are still showing up to argue against it. The hate is clearly not gone, and neither is the defense. That is the biggest takeaway from looking through these comments. Some fans have claimed for years that nobody hates Sword Art Online anymore, or that the criticism is outdated, but the reaction to this video proves otherwise. If the hate was truly gone, there would not be thousands of comments from people arguing against it. The same thing applies to the defense of the series. If fans had genuinely moved on and stopped caring about criticism, They would not be spending their time writing long explanations about why sword art online is actually good or why critics are wrong. The reality is that both sides are still active. There are still people who criticize sword art online. There are still people who defend sword art online. The conversation never disappeared. And honestly, that is not surprising. Sword Art Online is a popular and controversial franchise. Whenever something has a large fan base and a long history, there will always be people discussing its strengths and weaknesses. Some people will praise it, and others will criticize it. The funny part is that some fans seem to want only one half of that conversation to exist. They want everyone to accept the positive opinions about Sword Art Online while acting like negative opinions should have an expiration date. But that is not how media discussion works. As long as Sword Art Online continues to exist, release new content, and attract viewers, people are going to talk about it. Some will love it, and some will dislike it. The comments themselves are proof that the discussion is still alive. The criticism is still there, and the people defending the franchise are still there responding to it. So when fans claim that nobody cares anymore, these comment sections tell a very different story. Clearly, people still care. They just do not all agree. These comments just prove the hypocrisy behind the way some Sword Art Online fans talk about criticism. They constantly claim that the hate is irrelevant, that nobody cares anymore, and that everyone should just move on. But then they immediately prove the opposite by showing up, watching the criticism, and arguing in the comments. If they had actually moved on, these comments would not exist. If the criticism truly did not bother them, they would simply ignore it. If they genuinely believed nobody cared about Sword Art Online hate anymore, they would not be spending their time defending the franchise against every negative opinion they find. That is the contradiction. They tell critics to stop talking about Sword Art Online, but they cannot stop talking about the people who criticize it. They say the hate is old news, but they keep bringing attention back to it every time they respond. The funny thing is that nobody is forcing them to engage. They're making the choice to click on these videos, read the comments, and defend a series they claim they are perfectly comfortable with. If they were truly satisfied with Sword Art Online and truly unaffected by criticism, they would simply enjoy the franchise and move on with their lives. Instead, they keep proving that the criticism still gets a reaction. And that is why these comments are so ironic. They are supposed to show that critics are the ones who cannot let go, but they actually reveal the opposite. The people complaining about the existence of hate are the ones keeping the discussion alive. There is nothing wrong with liking Sword Art Online. Fans are allowed to enjoy whatever they want. But pretending that the criticism does not exist or acting like people are not allowed to dislike the franchise does not make the criticism disappear. The hate is still there. The defense is still there. The arguments are still happening. And these comments are proof that some fans have not moved on at all. They're still watching, still responding, and still fighting against opinions they claim they do not care about. They say the hate is irrelevant and that nobody cares anymore, but here they are. That is the funniest contradiction about these comments. They claim Sword Art Online criticism does not matter, that the discussion is dead, and that everyone should move on. Yet they're actively participating in the exact conversation they claim is irrelevant. If nobody cared, there would be no reason to click on the video. If the criticism was truly meaningless, there would be no reason to leave a comment defending the series. If the hate was really gone, there would not be thousands of people arguing about it. The fact that these fans are still showing up proves that the discussion is clearly not as irrelevant as they claim. They're giving the criticism attention, engaging with it, and keeping the conversation alive. The irony is that by calling the criticism irrelevant, they are accidentally admitting that their own responses are irrelevant too. After all, if nobody cares and the discussion does not matter, then why are they spending their time arguing about it? They cannot have it both ways. They cannot say, nobody cares about Sword Art Online hate anymore, while simultaneously proving that they care enough to watch, comment, and defend the franchise. And the funniest part is that the people telling others to move on are often the ones who seem the least capable of doing so. Critics make a video, share their opinion, and move on to other topics. But some fans continue returning to those same videos years later to argue with every negative opinion they find. So if they truly believe the criticism is irrelevant, they are free to ignore it. But continuing to show up and fight against it only proves the opposite. Clearly, someone still cares. And based on these comments, it is the people claiming they do not. Sword Art Online fans really need to get off their high horse and look at the situation for what it actually is. The fact that some fans believe criticism should simply disappear because they personally enjoy the series shows a strange sense of entitlement. Liking something does not mean everyone else has to share that opinion, and it definitely does. Not mean critics are required to stop talking about it. A lot of these reactions come from the assumption that Sword Art Online is somehow above criticism. If someone dislikes the franchise, they must be haters. If someone makes a video criticizing it, they must be trying to ruin people's enjoyment. But that is not how media discussion works. People criticize things they dislike all the time. People make videos about movies they think are bad. People review games they did not enjoy. People analyze shows they think have flaws. That does not mean they're trying to take something away from fans who enjoy them. The funny thing is that some fans seem to think their personal attachment to Sword Art Online gives them some kind of authority over everyone else's opinions. They want people to respect their love for the series, but they struggle to respect anyone who feels differently. They want their opinion treated as valid while treating criticism as something that should not exist. That is the double standard. If Sword Art Online is truly as great as fans claim, then it should be able to survive criticism. A strong series does not need its fans to attack every person who dislikes it. The writing, characters, and story should be able to speak for themselves. Instead, some fans spend more time arguing about criticism than actually discussing what makes the series good. And that is the irony. The people claiming everyone else needs to move on are often the ones who cannot handle the conversation continuing. They cannot ignore the criticism they claim is irrelevant, and they cannot accept that other people simply do not see Sword Art Online the same way they do. At the end of the day, nobody owes fans a positive opinion. Nobody owes fans silence. And nobody is required to pretend a series has no flaws just because someone enjoys it. People are allowed to love Sword Art Online. People are allowed to criticize Sword Art Online. The world does not revolve around protecting one fandom from opinions they dislike. And people are not just going to stop criticizing Sword Art Online because someone demanded it in a YouTube comment. That is not how opinions work. A random comment does not have the power to decide what thousands of people are allowed to think or talk about. If someone has problems with Sword Art Online, they're not suddenly going to change their mind because a fan told them to stop. People form their own opinions based on what they watch, and they are allowed to express those opinions. The funny thing is that some fans seem to believe criticism exists only because people are choosing to be negative. They act like if they could just convince everyone to stop talking about the flaws, the criticism would magically disappear. But that is not reality. People criticize franchises all the time. Some criticisms last for years because people continue to have discussions about the writing, characters, and overall quality. A series being popular does not make it immune from criticism, and a fan base liking something does not mean everyone else has to agree. If someone enjoys Sword Art Online, that is completely fine. They can continue enjoying it. But they do not get to demand that everyone else share the same opinion or stop discussing their problems with it. The irony is that comments like this often keep the conversation alive. Someone tells critics to stop talking about Sword Art Online, but by commenting on criticism videos, they bring even more attention to the exact discussions they claim they want gone. If the criticism is truly irrelevant, then the easiest thing to do is ignore it. But telling people they're not allowed to dislike something does not make them stop disliking it. It only shows that some fans are more bothered by criticism existing than they are willing to admit. People are going to keep criticizing Sword Art Online because they have their own opinions. And no YouTube comment is going to change that. If anything, the fans are just giving the haters more attention. That is the biggest irony of these comments. They claim they want people to stop criticizing Sword Art Online, but their own reactions are the reason the criticism continues getting attention. Every time someone makes a negative video and fans rush into the comments to argue, defend the series, and complain about the criticism, they're helping that video reach more people. If these fans had simply ignored the video and moved on, there probably would not even be a reason to make another video about the reaction. That is the Streisand effect. The more someone tries to suppress or draw attention away from something, the more attention it ends up receiving. By telling people to stop talking about sword art online, fans are ironically creating even more discussion around it. The funny part is that they seem to think leaving angry comments will somehow make the criticism disappear. But all it does is prove that people are still watching, still discussing, and still interested in the conversation. A criticism video with no engagement eventually gets forgotten. But a criticism video where thousands of fans show up to argue creates an entirely new discussion. The fans are not hurting the criticism by responding to it. They're amplifying it. And that is why comments telling people to move on are so ironic. The people making those comments are often the ones keeping the conversation alive. They claim they want sword art online hate to disappear, but they continue bringing more attention to it every time they engage. If they truly wanted fewer people talking negatively about sword art online, the best strategy would have been to ignore it. But instead, they clicked, they watched, they commented, they argued. And now the criticism has even more visibility than it would have had otherwise. The Streisand effect is real, and these reactions are a perfect example of it. By constantly engaging with the criticism, the fans are actually helping keep the hate alive and continuing the very discussion they claim they want to end. That is the irony of these reactions. Some fans believe that arguing with every negative opinion will somehow make people stop criticizing sword art online. But the opposite happens. Every comment, every argument, and every angry response gives the criticism more visibility and keeps the conversation active. If nobody engaged with the criticism, a lot of those discussions would naturally fade away. A video gets uploaded, people watch it, and eventually everyone moves on to something else. But when fans repeatedly show up to defend the series, they create more discussion around the same criticism. They bring more attention to the videos, increase engagement, and encourage more conversations about why people dislike the franchise. In other words, they are unintentionally doing exactly what they claim to oppose. They say they want the hate to disappear, but they keep feeding it. They say nobody cares anymore, but they keep proving people care enough to argue. They say everyone should move on, but they keep returning to the same discussions. The funniest part is that criticism does not survive because critics are constantly forcing it into existence. It survives because people continue responding to it. The backlash becomes part of the conversation, and the arguments keep getting recycled because there are always people willing to jump in and defend the series. This is why the Streisand effect applies so well here. Attempts to silence or dismiss criticism often end up making that criticism more noticeable. By constantly drawing attention to negative opinions, fans are ensuring those opinions continue reaching new audiences. If they truly wanted people to stop talking about sword art online negatively, the best strategy would be simple. Ignore it. But by clicking, commenting, and arguing, they're not making the criticism disappear. They're keeping alive their own. Advice to ignore the hate and move on is exactly what they should be doing themselves, but we all know they cannot. That is the biggest irony of these reactions. Fans constantly tell critics to stop talking about sword art online, to move on, and to let people enjoy the series. But when criticism actually appears, they're the ones who cannot resist engaging with it. If they truly believed the criticism was irrelevant, the solution would be incredibly simple. Ignore it. They could skip the video. They could avoid the comment section. They could spend their time enjoying the franchise they love instead of searching for people who dislike it. But instead, they choose to watch the criticism, argue with the points being made, and defend a series they claim they are completely comfortable with. That contradiction speaks for itself. The same people telling others to move on are often the ones who are still stuck in the conversation. They want critics to stop discussing sword art online, but they refuse to stop discussing the critics. They want the negative opinions to disappear, but they keep bringing more attention to them every time they respond. And the funniest part is that nobody is forcing them to participate. Nobody is making them defend sword art online. Nobody is demanding that they respond to every negative opinion they see. They're choosing to do that themselves. It's a strange use of free will. If someone genuinely does not care about hate, they do not spend their time fighting against it. They simply ignore it and continue enjoying what they like. But these comments prove that some fans cannot actually do that. They cannot just let people have a different opinion. They feel the need to respond, argue, and try to convince critics that they are wrong. So maybe before telling everyone else to ignore the hate and move on, they should take their own advice. Because the people who claim they are tired of the discussion are often the ones keeping it alive. What is actually surprising to me is that, while looking through the comments, I did find a few sword art online fans who were willing to admit that they did not like the movie either. And honestly, that is a much more interesting response than the people who blindly defend everything connected to the franchise. Because it shows that even within the fan base, there is not complete agreement that every piece of sword art online content is automatically great. There are fans who enjoy the series, but can still recognize when something does not work. They can separate liking a franchise from thinking every single installment is good. That is what a more reasonable discussion looks like. You can be a fan of sword art online and still criticize certain choices. You can enjoy the characters, the world, or the overall concept while admitting that a specific movie, season, or story arc has problems. The funny thing is that these comments often get overlooked because the loudest reactions are usually from people defending the franchise at all costs. But there are clearly fans who are capable of looking at the material more critically and saying, I like sword art online, but this particular thing was not good. And that is a perfectly valid position. The problem is not fans enjoying the series. Nobody is arguing that people cannot like sword art online. The issue is when some fans act like criticism itself is unacceptable or that every negative opinion must be dismissed as hate. Even some fans of the franchise can acknowledge that there are flaws. So if people who actually like sword art online can admit that the movie has problems, then it becomes harder to argue that every criticism is just coming from people who already hate the series. Sometimes people criticize something because they genuinely think it could have been better. Sometimes even fans agree. And those are usually the most interesting discussions because they are based on the actual content rather than just defending a brand no matter what. The movie must have been pretty bad if even some sword art online fans are having a hard time defending it. That is honestly the most interesting part of looking through the comments. The strongest critics of a franchise are usually not the only people who notice when something does not work. Sometimes even the biggest fans can recognize when a particular installment falls short. And that says a lot. These are not people who already dislike sword art online. These are people who enjoy the franchise, like the characters, and are invested in the world. So when even some fans are admitting that the movie has problems, it shows that the criticism is not just coming from people who are looking for reasons to hate it. The funny thing is that some fans will immediately dismiss criticism by saying, you just hate sword art online. But when actual fans of a series are also criticizing the movie, that argument becomes a lot harder to make. Sometimes something is just not good, even if it is part of a franchise you love. Being a fan does not mean you have to blindly defend everything with the sword art online name attached to it. In fact, fans who can admit when something is weak are usually the ones who care enough about the series to want better from it. The fact that some fans are saying, I like sword art online, but this movie was not good, is arguably more meaningful than someone who refuses to acknowledge any flaws at all. Because if even people who are already invested in the franchise cannot overlook the movie's problems, then it says a lot about how poorly it was received by some viewers. A series can survive criticism from outsiders. But when even the fans start agreeing that something did not work, that is when the problems become much harder to ignore. These people should have been the easiest audience to please. They were already sword art online fans, which means they were coming into the movie with a built-in attachment to the franchise. A new release should have been something that excited them, something they were looking forward to, and something they wanted to enjoy. That is what makes their criticism stand out. These are not people who are going into the movie hoping it would fail. They were not random viewers who already disliked Sword Art Online. They were fans who had every reason to be excited. They already liked the world, the characters, and the franchise as a whole. Normally, a new release from a series you love is something you want to support. You want it to succeed. You want to see more content from that universe. You want to walk away feeling like the franchise is continuing to deliver. So when even those fans come away disappointed, that says something. The bar was already lower because they were already invested. They were not demanding that the movie completely change the franchise or become something completely different. They were fans who wanted another enjoyable Sword Art Online experience. The fact that some of them still felt let down shows that their issues were not simply because they disliked the series from the beginning. There were people who wanted to like it, and that is why dismissing their criticism as hate does not really make sense. If someone who has spent years enjoying Sword Art Online says a new release was disappointing, maybe it is worth considering that there might actually be problems with the movie. The funniest part is that fans are often quick to accuse critics of wanting Sword Art Online to fail, but the fans who criticize a bad release are usually the exact opposite. There are people who wanted the franchise to succeed and were disappointed because it did not meet their expectations. A fan who says, "This could have been better," is not necessarily a hater. Sometimes they are just someone who cared enough to have expectations in the first place. And when even the people who should have been the easiest audience to satisfy are saying the movie did not work, that is a much bigger warning sign than criticism coming from someone who never liked the franchise to begin with. It is actually good to know that it is not just endless blind defense for Sword Art Online. Seeing some fans admit that they did not enjoy the movie shows that there are still people in the fandom who are capable of looking at the series objectively. And that is honestly a much healthier way to be a fan. Being a fan of something does not mean you have to automatically love every single thing it releases. You can enjoy a franchise while still recognizing when a particular story, movie, or season does not work. In fact, that kind of criticism often comes from people who care more about the series because they want it to improve. The problem is not fans liking Sword Art Online. There is nothing wrong with enjoying a series that other people criticize. The problem is when some fans act like defending the franchise means they have to reject every negative opinion and pretend every release is perfect. That kind of blind loyalty does not help any franchise. If every fan response was just, "Sword Art Online is amazing and anyone who disagrees is wrong," there would be no meaningful discussion. No franchise improves when nobody is willing to admit its weaknesses. So it is refreshing to see fans who can actually say, "I like Sword Art Online, but this particular movie was not good." That shows they're judging the actual content instead of just defending the name attached to it. The irony is that these are the kinds of fans who usually make the strongest arguments. Someone who can acknowledge flaws while still enjoying something is far more convincing than someone who refuses to admit any problems exist. A person does not stop being a fan just because they criticize something. If anything, being able to criticize something you like shows that you are thinking about it. So after going through these comments, it is good to see that not every Sword Art Online fan is interested in blindly defending everything. There are still people who can separate their love for a franchise from their opinion of a specific piece of content. And honestly, that makes for a much better conversation than just pretending everything with the Sword Art Online name attached to it is automatically great. I wonder what the excuse will be from the more extreme Sword Art Online fans who refuse to accept any criticism. Because when even some actual fans of the franchise admit that they did not like the movie, it becomes a lot harder to dismiss all criticism as coming from haters. These are people who already enjoy Sword Art Online. They are part of the audience that should be the most forgiving and the most willing to give a new release the benefit of the doubt. So what happens when those fans are still disappointed? The usual response from the most defensive fans will probably be to move the goalposts. They might say those people were never real fans to begin with, or that their loyalty was not strong enough. Because apparently, according to some people, being a true fan means you are required to love everything with the franchise's name attached to it. But that is not what being a fan means. A real fan is not someone who blindly praises everything. A real fan can enjoy a series while still recognizing when something does not work. They can admit when a movie has problems, when a story could have been better, or when a creative decision was disappointing. In fact, that kind of honesty shows a deeper level of investment. Someone who does not care about a franchise has no reason to think critically about it. They simply move on. The funny thing is that some fans demand that critics provide reasons for disliking Sword Art Online, but when those same criticisms come from within the fanbase, suddenly those people are questioned as fans. It creates an impossible standard. If you dislike Sword Art Online, you are a hater. If you like Sword Art Online, but criticize something, you are apparently not a true fan. So who is actually allowed to have an opinion? The answer seems to be only people who agree that everything is great. And that is not a real discussion. That is just wanting an echo chamber. The reality is that fans can disagree with each other. Some people can love the franchise, while others can think certain parts are disappointing. Both opinions can exist. If someone thinks a fan is not devoted enough simply because they were honest about not liking a movie, then the problem is not the fan's dedication. The problem is the expectation that loyalty requires blind approval. The Sword Art Online fanbase can sometimes feel less like a normal fandom and more like a cult-like community when it comes to criticism. The biggest reason is the way some fans react to anyone who disagrees with them. Instead of simply saying, "I enjoy Sword Art Online, but I understand why some people dislike it," the response often becomes much more defensive. Any criticism gets treated like a personal attack, and anyone who dislikes the series is immediately dismissed as a hater rather than someone with a different opinion. A normal fandom can handle disagreement. Fans can debate characters, discuss flaws, criticize story choices, and still enjoy the franchise. But some of the more extreme reactions surrounding Sword Art Online make it seem like criticism itself is unacceptable. If someone points out problems with the writing, they are not engaging with the argument. They are attacking the person making it. That is what makes the discussion so frustrating. The expectation seems to be that being a real fan means defending everything connected to Sword Art Online no matter what. If you criticize a movie, you're not a true fan. If you dislike a story arc, you never understood the series. If you agree with a critic, your loyalty is questioned. That is not healthy fandom behavior. Being a fan should not require blind loyalty. You should be able to admit when something you like has flaws. In fact, the people who can criticize a franchise they love are often the ones who care about it the most because they actually want it to improve. The irony is that some fans accuse critics of being obsessed with hating Sword Art Online, but they're the ones constantly returning to criticism videos, arguing in comment sections, and defending the series years after release. They claim they do not care about the hate, but their actions show the opposite. A fandom should be a place where people can share different opinions. Disliking Sword Art Online does not make someone wrong. And when fans start treating any criticism as betrayal instead of discussion, that is when the community starts to look less like a group of people sharing an interest and more like a group protecting an identity. It is honestly hilarious watching the civil war among Sword Art Online fans. The funny thing is that even the fans cannot seem to agree with each other. You have one group defending the franchise and insisting that any criticism is completely wrong, while another group of fans is willing to admit that certain parts of Sword Art Online, including the movie, have problems. So even within the fandom, there is disagreement over what is actually worth defending. That makes the reactions even more interesting because some fans act like the entire community is united against criticism, but that clearly is not the case. There are plenty of Sword Art Online fans who can look at the franchise honestly and admit when something did not work. Meanwhile, the more defensive fans often seem to treat any criticism as an attack on the entire series. Instead of accepting that different fans can have different opinions, they sometimes act like anyone who disagrees is not a real fan. But then you have other fans basically saying, "No, I like Sword Art Online, but this specific thing was not good." And that is a perfectly normal opinion to have. The irony is that some of the strongest arguments against criticism actually come from people who refuse to acknowledge that even the fanbase itself is divided. They want to portray the situation as if it is just fans versus haters, but the reality is much more complicated. There are critics who dislike the franchise. There are fans who love everything about it. And there are fans who enjoy Sword Art Online while still admitting it has flaws. The last group is probably the most reasonable because they are able to separate their enjoyment of a series from blind loyalty to it. The funniest part is watching fans argue with each other over who is the real Sword Art Online fan. One side thinks defending everything proves loyalty, while another side thinks being honest about flaws is what makes someone a better fan. So after all the arguments about critics, the biggest conflict might actually be happening within the fandom itself. Apparently, before Sword Art Online fans can convince everyone else that the series is perfect, they first have to convince each other. Honestly, I still do not understand what people see in Sword Art Online when there are so many better movies, shows, and anime out there. That is the part that has always been confusing to me. With the amount of incredible storytelling available across anime and other forms of media, it is surprising that Sword Art Online continues to receive such intense loyalty from some fans. There are countless series with stronger writing, better character development, more compelling conflicts, and worlds that feel far more thoughtfully constructed. Yet somehow, Sword Art Online has built a fan base that treats criticism of it like a personal insult. And that is what makes it so strange. Nobody is saying people are not allowed to enjoy it. If someone genuinely likes Sword Art Online, that is their choice. People enjoy different things for different reasons. But when fans act like the series is some untouchable masterpiece that cannot be criticized, that is where the discussion becomes ridiculous. Because compared to the massive amount of incredible anime out there, Sword Art Online is hardly the only option. There are shows with deeper characters, more interesting themes, and stories that actually challenge their protagonists instead of constantly rewarding them. The funniest part is that some fans defend Sword Art Online as if liking it automatically makes it superior to other series. But enjoying something does not necessarily mean it is objectively great. People enjoy plenty of flawed movies, games, and shows. Sometimes people like things because they are entertaining, nostalgic, or personally meaningful. And that is fine. But there's a big difference between saying, I enjoy Sword Art Online, and saying Sword Art Online is beyond criticism. The first is a personal preference. The second is just pretending flaws do not exist. With so many amazing stories available, it is fair for people to question why Sword Art Online receives the level of praise and defense that it does, especially when many of the criticisms have been around for years and are not exactly difficult to find. At the end of the day, people can like whatever they want. But with thousands of incredible anime, movies, and shows out there, it is hard not to wonder why some fans spend so much energy defending Sword Art Online instead of acknowledging that there are plenty of other series that simply do what it is trying to do much better. Sword Art Online honestly pales in comparison to many of the genuinely great movies, shows, and anime that are out there. That is what makes the level of praise and defense surrounding the franchise so surprising. When you compare Sword Art Online to series that are known for incredible storytelling, complex characters, meaningful themes, and strong world building, the difference becomes much more noticeable. There are countless anime and shows that take their ideas further, develop their characters better, and create more memorable stories. They challenge the audience, explore deeper themes, and actually make their worlds feel alive. Compared to those kinds of series, Sword Art Online often feels much weaker. The problem is not that Sword Art Online is a simple or entertaining show. There is nothing wrong with enjoying something because it is fun. Plenty of popular franchises have flaws, but still have fans because they provide a certain experience. The issue comes when some fans try to place Sword Art Online on the same level as the best stories in the medium and act like criticism is completely unreasonable. When you put it next to truly exceptional works, the weaknesses become much harder to ignore. The character writing, storytelling choices, and handling of its ideas are often nowhere near the level of the series that are considered classics. And that is why some of the extreme defenses are so confusing. There are so many incredible stories available, yet some fans spend more time fighting against criticism of Sword Art Online than explaining what actually makes it stand out beyond nostalgia or personal attachment. Liking something does not automatically make it great. A franchise can be enjoyable while still having obvious flaws. The problem is when fans refuse to acknowledge those flaws and act like anyone who points them out is just being unfair. Sword Art Online has its audience, and people are free to enjoy it. But when compared against the many amazing movies, shows, and anime that have pushed storytelling forward, it is difficult to argue that it stands among the very best. There are plenty of series that simply do what Sword Art Online was trying to do, but with stronger writing, better characters, and more memorable stories. I have never been a Sword Art Online fan, and after everything I have seen from the franchise, I never will be. It is not a matter of waiting for the right arc or hoping the next release will finally change my mind. Sword Art Online has never been a series that impressed me, and nothing I have seen from it has convinced me that it deserves the level of praise and defense it received from some fans. There are countless anime, movies, and shows out there with better writing, stronger characters, more interesting worlds, and stories that actually leave a lasting impact. Compared to those, Sword Art Online has always felt incredibly underwhelming. It has ideas that could have been interesting, but the execution has consistently failed to reach the level of the great stories it is often compared to. What makes it even harder to understand is the extreme loyalty some fans have toward it. People are free to enjoy whatever they want, but the way some fans defend Sword Art Online makes it seem like they believe the series is above criticism. They treat any negative opinion as unfair hate, instead of accepting that many people simply do not think the franchise is very good. And that is the reality. Not everyone is going to see Sword Art Online as some masterpiece. Some people watch it and see a flawed but enjoyable show. Others watch it and see a series that fails in areas where better anime have succeeded. I fall into the second category. I have never connected with the characters, never found the storytelling particularly impressive, and never understood why the franchise receives the level of devotion that it does. Compared to the amount of genuinely great media available, Sword Art Online simply does not stand out in a positive way. The fact that it has a dedicated fan base does not change that. Popularity does not automatically equal quality, and a passionate fandom does not mean everyone else has to agree. Fans can continue enjoying Sword Art Online if they want. That is their choice. But no amount of defending, arguing, or insisting that people should like it is going to change the fact that some viewers, myself included, simply do not see the appeal. Sword Art Online has never been a franchise I liked, and based on what I have seen, it is not a franchise I ever expect to become a fan of. Sword Art Online is not entertainment to me. It is a waste of time. That is ultimately the biggest issue I have with the franchise. Entertainment is supposed to be something that makes you excited to keep watching, something that makes you care about the characters, or something that leaves you thinking about the story afterward. Sword Art Online has never done that for me. Instead of feeling like a memorable experience, watching it feels like time that could have been spent on countless other series that are far more interesting, better written, and more rewarding. There are so many anime, movies, and shows out there that have stronger storytelling, deeper characters, and more meaningful themes, so spending hours on a series that fails to hold my interest feels pointless. The frustrating part is that Sword Art Online has concepts that could have been genuinely interesting. The idea of being trapped in a virtual world, the consequences of a game becoming reality, and the relationship between technology and human connection all have potential. But potential alone does not make a great story. Execution matters. And for me, the execution simply does not deliver. Instead of creating a compelling experience, the franchise often feels like it wastes its own ideas. Characters that could have been developed further are left shallow. Conflicts that could have been meaningful are handled poorly, and moments that should have had emotional impact often fail to land. That is why I cannot understand the level of devotion some fans have toward it. People are free to enjoy whatever they want, but when compared to the incredible amount of quality entertainment available, Sword Art Online feels incredibly underwhelming. There are series that make you think. There are series that make you feel something. There are series that stay with you years after you finish watching them. Sword Art Online has never been one of those series for me, and that is not something a fan argument is going to change. No amount of insisting that the series is great is going to make someone suddenly enjoy something they find boring, poorly written, or simply not worth their time. At the end of the day, entertainment is subjective. Fans can continue enjoying Sword Art Online if it means something to them. But for me, it is not an enjoyable experience. It is not a masterpiece waiting to be appreciated. It is not a misunderstood classic. It is simply a franchise that takes up time I could be spending watching something far better. When it comes to Sword Art Online, all I can see are its flaws. That is just how the series comes across to me. Instead of getting caught up in the hype, the nostalgia, or the things fans love about it, I find myself constantly noticing the problems. Every time the series tries to do something interesting, I end up focusing more on the wasted potential and the choices that hold it back. The biggest issue is that Sword Art Online has ideas that sound much better than the actual execution. The concept of players being trapped in a virtual world has a lot of potential, but the way the story handles those ideas often leaves me disappointed. Rather than exploring the deeper consequences of its premise, the series frequently takes shortcuts and focuses on things that feel much less interesting. The same goes for the characters. Instead of seeing complex, believable characters with meaningful development, I often see missed opportunities. Characters who could have had more depth are not explored enough, and conflicts that could have been genuinely compelling often feel underdeveloped. Even the moments that are supposed to be emotional or impactful do not land for me, because the foundation is not strong enough. It is difficult to become invested when the storytelling keeps reminding me of its weaknesses. And that is the biggest difference between fans and critics. Some fans are able to overlook those flaws because they enjoy the characters, the setting, or the overall concept. But for me, those flaws are impossible to ignore. They stand out so much that they prevent me from enjoying the series. It is not that I am refusing to like Sword Art Online. I simply do not see the qualities that make other people love it. When I compare it to other anime with stronger writing, better character development, and more creative storytelling, the weaknesses become even more obvious. A series can have good ideas and still fail to deliver. A series can have a dedicated fan base and still have major problems. And for me, Sword Art Online is a perfect example of that. The parts that fans praise are not enough to outweigh the issues I see. Instead of being entertained, I find myself analyzing everything that does not work. That is why Sword Art Online has never clicked with me. When I watch it, I do not see a masterpiece waiting to be appreciated. I see a series filled with wasted potential and flaws that are impossible for me to overlook. You could literally have AI write a better version of Sword Art Online. And that is honestly a pretty embarrassing criticism of the franchise considering how much potential the original concept had. The funny thing is that Sword Art Online starts with an idea that sounds like it should write itself. Players trapped inside a deadly virtual reality game is an incredibly interesting premise. There are so many directions the story could have explored. The psychological effects of being trapped, the morality of a creator holding people's lives hostage, the relationships between players trying to survive, and the consequences of treating a game world as a real one. But instead of fully exploring those ideas, the series often takes the easiest and most predictable route. That is where the frustration comes from. The problem is not that the concept is bad. The concept is actually one of the strongest parts of the entire franchise. The problem is that the execution never reaches the potential of the premise. And the fact that AI can take that basic idea and generate a version with more interesting conflicts, better character motivations, and stronger storytelling ideas says a lot about how much wasted potential there was. I would know because I already made a video exploring exactly that topic. The point was never that AI is somehow a better storyteller than every human writer. The point was that when you look at the foundation of Sword Art Online, there are so many obvious ways it could have been improved. A simple rewrite can expose the weaknesses because the problems are not hidden. They are right there in the structure, the characters, and the way the story chooses to handle its own ideas. A great premise deserves great execution. Unfortunately, Sword Art Online often feels like a series that had a fantastic elevator pitch, but never fully delivered on what made that pitch interesting. And that is why it is difficult for me to understand. the level of praise it receives from some fans. The potential was there. The setup was there. The ingredients were there. But the final product feels like a missed opportunity. When a simple rewrite can make you think, this version actually explores the ideas better, that is not exactly a great sign for the original. In fact, I would argue that AI can write a better story than Sword Art Online, and I have actually tested that myself. I have used AI to help create multiple original stories, and one example is a story I created called Daughter of the Sun. It is inspired by Egyptian mythology and takes place in ancient Egypt, using that rich historical and mythological setting to build a completely new fantasy story. The reason I bring this up is because it shows how much potential Sword Art Online's original concept had. With the right ideas, a strong premise can become something genuinely interesting. A story does not need an incredibly complicated setup to be engaging. It needs compelling characters, meaningful conflicts, and a world that feels like it has depth. Daughter of the Sun takes inspiration from mythology that has survived for thousands of years because those stories already contain powerful themes. Gods and mortals, destiny, betrayal, power, sacrifice, and humanity's relationship with forces beyond their understanding. Those are the kinds of ideas that naturally create interesting stories. And that is what makes Sword Art Online so frustrating to me. The franchise also had a premise with incredible potential, but it often feels like that potential was never fully explored. The idea of being trapped inside a virtual world could have been used to tell a deeper story about survival, identity, technology, and what it means to live in a world where reality and fiction become impossible to separate. Instead, the story often feels like it settles for much simpler conflicts and easier solutions. The funny part is that when you give AI a basic prompt and tell it to create a story with strong themes, interesting characters, and meaningful stakes, it can sometimes produce ideas that feel more ambitious than what Sword Art Online actually delivered. That does not mean AI is automatically a better writer than humans. The point is that Sword Art Online's biggest problem was never the lack of ideas. The ideas were there. The problem was the execution. A good concept can only carry a story so far. Eventually, the characters, world building, and writing have to deliver. And when a fan-made or AI-assisted concept can make you think, this actually explores the premise better, it highlights just how much wasted potential there was. Daughter of the Sun is just one example of how a strong foundation can be expanded into something more ambitious. By taking inspiration from mythology and focusing on character-driven storytelling, it creates the kind of depth that I wish Sword Art Online had explored more often. The frustrating thing about Sword Art Online is that it did not fail because the idea was bad. It failed because the idea deserved better. Here's the first chapter from Daughter of the Sun. Chapter 1. The Thief Beneath the Stars. The night stretched on, a canvas of black ink dotted with silver and gold. The stars scattered across the heavens in a seemingly endless dance. Each one glimmered with ancient secrets, a silent testament to the passing of millennia. They watched over the world below, cold and distant, while the land below them simmered with the heat of human life, its pulses steady as the rhythm of the night. The pyramids rose from the earth like great, silent giants, their jagged peaks cutting into the sky, their stone faces glowing faintly in the moonlight. They had stood for centuries, bearing witness to the ebb and flow of Egypt's rulers, the rise of gods and kings, the coming of empires, and the fall of civilizations. The stones, smooth and timeless, seemed to carry the weight of all the world's histories. In the shadows, a figure moved swiftly across the rooftops. Her name was Shamsa Nefret, a shadow among the shadows, as much a part of the night as the stars themselves. She wasn't one to be noticed, at least not by those who mattered. But tonight she would change that. She crouched behind a stone wall, her breath steady as she surveyed the temple before her. The scent of incense lingered in the air, mingling with the dust of ages. She knew the layout of the temple, every hallway, every corner, every guard's patrol route. She'd been watching for days, waiting for the perfect moment. And now it was here. The golden amulet lay in the inner chamber, a treasure so rare that even the gods themselves would covet it. But it didn't belong to them anymore. It belonged to her. She had no use for its divine power. To her, it was just another piece of gold, another trinket she could sell for enough to last her through the season. In a city like this, survival meant taking what you could, no matter who or what it belonged to. Shamsa slipped from the shadows, her feet moving with the grace of someone who had spent years in the streets, always. On the run. She was quick, silent. A thief, yes, but a thief who had learned how to survive by using her wits and her speed. Her fingers brushed lightly against the cool stone as she made her way to the temple's heart, her mind focused on the prize ahead. The guards were just ahead. Shamsa knew she had mere moments before they'd turn the corner. She crouched low, blending into the darkness. In a few steps, she was on the other side of the column, already slipping inside the chamber. The amulet gleamed before her, set on a pedestal, bathed in the soft light of the moon filtering through the cracks in the stone. For a heartbeat, she let herself appreciate the beauty of it, the delicate gold, the intricate design of the sun at its center. It was more than just a trinket. It was a symbol. But symbols meant little to Shamsa. Gold was gold. Her fingers closed around it, and just as she turned to leave, the air around her seemed to shift, to hum. The world grew warmer, as if the very stones were alive. Then, a shout from the corridor. "Thief!" Instinctively, she darted towards the exit. Her legs burned with the effort, but the chase was familiar. She knew the streets better than anyone, and she knew how to vanish when the guards came calling. They wouldn't catch her. Not tonight. As she leaped onto the rooftop, the cold night air kissed her skin, the city sprawling beneath her like a maze of stone and sand. The stars above seemed to burn a little brighter now, as if they were watching her, aware of the power stirring inside her. But she paid them no mind. There were always more treasures to steal, more gods to evade, more lives to live. Tonight, the stars had no say in the matter. The rooftops were still and silent, the echoes of the chase fading into the distance as Shamsa crouched behind a low wall in a forgotten corner of the city. She'd barely escaped with her life, and her heart still raced with the thrill of the theft. Her fingers tightened around the sun-shaped amulet, the artifact that had led to this madness. It gleamed faintly, casting a soft glow against the darkness of the night, as though it were alive. Shamsa studied the amulet for a moment, its intricate gold carvings catching the moonlight. The design was beautiful, delicate, almost too perfect to belong in this world. She'd seen treasures before, but this one felt different. There was something about it that unsettled her. The warmth of the gold seeped into her palm, and for a moment, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was calling to her. It was almost like the amulet was alive, whispering secrets to her, urging her to do something with it. What am I thinking? She scolded herself, shaking the sensation off. It was just an artifact, another piece of treasure to sell. Just another shiny thing the rich gods didn't need. But still, she couldn't help but feel that there was more to it. The strange hum that seemed to vibrate through her fingers made her skin prickle. Had she always felt this way after stealing something? No. She'd stolen countless treasures from the rich, but nothing had ever affected her like this. In a city like this, where the gods walked among mortals, it was easy to forget the weight of their power. Temples were as common as the shops that lined the markets, and the gods weren't just distant figures in the sky. They had homes here, too. The streets were filled with worshippers offering up incense and gold, and even the poorest souls knew their place in the cosmic order. The gods, like the sun, were always present, and their influence was woven into the very fabric of daily life. The gods weren't untouchable. They were part of the world, sometimes walking in human form, sometimes taking more ethereal shapes, appearing in visions or dreams, or even offering guidance through priests. People prayed to them, made offerings, and sometimes even witnessed miracles, though the miracles seemed few and far between for the common folk. Still, the gods were always there, watching, guiding, punishing, and rewarding. Shamsa had grown up hearing their names, seeing their statues in the temples, feeling their presence in the air. But they had never come to her. They had never paid attention to someone like her. Until now, a soft breeze stirred the air around her, and with it came a new sensation, a sudden heat. It wasn't from the sun. It was something more intense, more personal. The warmth spread from the amulet, burning through her skin, as though it were awakening something deep inside her. What is this? Her thoughts scrambled as she tried to make sense of the feeling, but then, there it was. A shadow, flickering at the edge of her vision. At first, she thought it was just the wind. But then, the shadow moved. It was too deliberate, too purposeful. A figure stepped out of the darkness, tall and ethereal, his presence unmistakable. Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, stood before her. His form shimmered like heat rising off the desert sands, glowing faintly in the moonlight. He had the appearance of a man, but with an air of ancient power that made him feel more like a force of nature than a mortal being. Shamsa froze, heart hammering in her chest. The gods were no strangers in this city. She'd seen them in the markets, heard whispers about them in the streets. But none had ever come this close. None had ever spoken to her. Gods only spoke to priests, to kings, not to common thieves. Thoth tilted his head slightly, his glowing eyes meeting hers with an ancient understanding. You have touched the sun, child of Ara. His voice was calm and deep, though it seemed to resonate in her very bones. Shamsa blinked, still half in disbelief. Great, she muttered, fingers instinctively reaching for the dagger at her side, though she knew it would be useless. First, thieves chase me. Now gods. Thoth's expression remained unchanged, his voice steady as a river's flow. The gods do not chase, they summon, he said, his gaze never leaving her. You have taken something more than gold. That amulet holds a power that is yours by birthright. The sun's flame is in your veins, Shamsa. Shamsa's breath caught in her throat. Zasha Fulim. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. No. She shook her head, her pulse quickening. Im no goddas. I'm just a thief. You must have the wrong person. Thoth's eyes softened, but his presence remained commanding. You are not just a thief, and you are not just a mortal. The blood of Ra runs through you. His sun burns within you. Whether you wish it or not, you are part of a greater destiny. She stepped back, heart pounding. I don't need a destiny. Her words were sharp, defensive. I steal. I survive. That's all I've ever known. I don't need gods or prophecies or any of this nonsense. The god regarded her quietly, as if weighing her words. You may refuse now, he said softly, but the sun has already chosen you. The power is awakening, and soon you will no longer be able to run from it. Before she could respond, the god's figure flickered, his form growing less solid, more ethereal, until he seemed to dissolve into the very air, leaving nothing but the lingering hum of power. The night was quiet again, save for the pounding of Shamsa's heartbeat. She exhaled slowly, trying to steady herself. The world had always been chaotic, always uncertain. She made her way through it by staying hidden, by staying in the shadows. But now it felt like the shadows were closing in. The amulet, still tucked in her pouch, glowed hot against her skin, and for the first time, Shamsa realized that she might not be able to run from this. Not forever. The next few days passed in a blur for Shamsa. She couldn't stop thinking about the god who had appeared before her, Thoth of all gods. She kept telling herself it was just some trick of the mind, a hallucination caused by the heat or the stress of the theft. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake the weight of his words. You have touched the sun, child of Ra. The amulet still burned in her pouch, pressing against her side like it was alive, as though it was waiting for something. She could feel its heat even through her clothes, and it had become impossible to ignore. She tried to go on with her life. She was used to surviving by her wits, used to slipping through the cracks of a city and making off with whatever she could. That was the only world she knew. She found a new target, an ornate vase in a rich merchant's home, and managed to slip inside undetected. But as she crouched in the shadows of the merchant's home, preparing to take the vase, she felt something stir within her. The air felt thicker here, heavier. A surge of heat spread through her body, causing the hairs on her arms to stand on end. No, not again. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the vase. The warmth from the amulet was spreading through her like wildfire, making her skin burn, and she felt a strange pull, a magnetic force tugging at her chest, as though the gods themselves were calling to her. Then it happened. Without thinking, she raised her hand to steady the vase, but as her palm brushed the ceramic, a burst of light exploded from her fingertips. A blinding flash of golden light shot from her hand, lighting up the room as if the sun had suddenly burst into being inside the dark space. The vase, now glowing with the light, slipped from her hand, falling to the ground and shattering into 1,000 pieces. Shamsa gasped, her heart racing in terror. What did I just do? Her breath came in shallow gasps as she tried to process what had just happened. Her hand shook, and the heat from the amulet pulsed against her skin. It was as if the sun had exploded from her body in that moment, her fingers crackling with power. She rushed out of the merchant's house, her mind whirling, her steps frantic as she darted into the alleyways. She didn't stop until she was safely hidden. Away, crouched in a dark corner beneath the shadows of a crumbling stone wall. Shamsa's heart was still pounding, and she pressed her palm to her forehead, trying to steady herself. Her thoughts spun, her breath shallow. It was the amulet. That's the only explanation. It's cursed or enchanted or something. But the truth was harder to face. This wasn't just the amulet. This was her. She had never felt anything like this before. She was no sorceress, no priestess. She was just a girl who had grown up in the slums, scraping by, doing whatever it took to survive. But now there's something else inside her. Something that wasn't human. Her chest ached as she pulled the amulet from her pouch. It burned against her palm as she held it in her hand, the golden surface flickering with an ethereal glow. It almost seemed to pulse, as if it were beating like a heart or a sun. She squeezed her eyes shut and clenched her teeth. I don't want this. The words rang through her mind, but they felt weak. As much as she tried to reject it, she couldn't deny the truth. This power was hers now. The sounds of the bustling market reached her ears as she sat there in the alley, alone with her thoughts. People laughed, haggled, went about their lives, but none of them could ever understand what was happening to her. The gods, the magic, the power was all real. And it was hers. Shamsa didn't know what to do with it, but she knew she couldn't keep running forever. This wasn't some treasure she could sell. This wasn't a life she could simply steal back from the world. A shudder ran down her spine. She closed her hand around the amulet, its heat spreading up her arm, then stood and took a deep breath. Her reflection in the broken piece of pottery she had left behind earlier in the merchant's house seemed unfamiliar. She was still the same thief, the same girl, but somehow not the same. A voice echoed in her mind, quiet but persistent. The sun burns within you, Shamsa. You have a place among the gods. She shook her head, trying to push the thought away. No, she wasn't ready for this. But deep down, she knew that whatever was coming, whatever destiny the gods had in mind for her, she could no longer run from it. Shamsa had spent the following days avoiding any trace of the gods. She stayed to the shadows, slipping in and out of alleyways, hiding in the corners of the city like a ghost. She thought she could outrun the truth, but no matter how far she went, the sun's heat still burned inside her, a constant reminder of the impossible reality she couldn't escape. The amulet had become a near-constant presence against her skin, pulsing with energy as though it was feeding on her very soul. Every night, it glowed more brightly, and every day, she felt her power grow. The heat surged within her like a furnace, a force of nature she couldn't contain. Tonight, she couldn't escape it anymore. Shamsa had snuck into a market at the edge of the city, hoping to steal enough food to keep her going. The scent of roasted meats and fresh bread filled the air, tempting her stomach, but she couldn't focus. The weight of the amulet against her chest felt heavier than ever, and the warmth inside her was starting to ache. She darted between stalls, her eyes scanning the merchant carts, her fingers twitching with the urge to take. She needed to act fast, but her thoughts were fragmented, distracted. The heat, the growing energy inside her. It was becoming too much to ignore. She ducked behind a cart, out of sight, pressing her hand against the cold stone wall for support. The moment her palm made contact, a blast of light shot out from her hand, striking the wall with such force that it cracked beneath her fingers. The air around her shimmered with heat as the stone groaned, the pressure of the blast leaving a scorch mark in its wake. Shamsa gasped, pulling her hand back as though the wall had burned her. Her breath quickened. She glanced around, hoping no one had seen, but the noise had attracted attention. People were starting to gather, murmuring, pointing at the crack in the stone. No, no, no. She backed away, her pulse racing. She had to get out, but as she turned to leave, she froze. A figure emerged from the shadows, stepping into the dim light of the market. It was Horus, the god of kingship and protection, his eyes glowing with a soft golden light. He was tall, regal, with the appearance of a man who had once been mortal, but now carried the weight of eternity upon his shoulders. His hawk-headed form was unmistakable, even in the dim light of the market. Shamsa's throat tightened, her heart slamming in her chest. The gods, always watching, always so close. You cannot run from what you are, Horus said, his voice calm but firm. You're no longer just a thief. You are the daughter of Ra. The power inside you will not be ignored. It will grow until you can no longer control it. Shamsa opened her mouth to speak, but the words caught in her throat. She took a step back, her hand instinctively reaching for the dagger at her side. But the moment her fingers brushed the hilt, she felt the heat surge inside her again. Her skin burned, the power almost overwhelming her. I don't want this, she shouted, the words a desperate cry. I didn't ask for this. I'm just a girl trying to survive. Horus's gaze softened, but there was an undeniable authority in his words. Survival is no longer enough for you. Shamsa, you are part of something much greater than yourself. The gods have chosen you. Ra himself has claimed you as his daughter, and now you must choose. Shamsa clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She could feel the heat in her chest threatening to explode. What do you want from me? The world is on the edge of war, Horus said, his voice steady. Set, the god of chaos, is preparing to rise against the throne of Egypt. He has gathered those who would follow him, the dark gods who seek to plunge this land into shadow. The gods who stand against him will need someone to fight. You have been chosen to stand with us, to defend Egypt, to protect the world from Set's wrath. Shamsa shook her head, backing away further. I'm not a warrior. I'm not some goddess. I'm just a thief. The words tasted bitter, but they were all she knew. Your power is not just a gift. Shamsa, Horus continued. It is a weapon, and weapons must be wielded. Shamsa clenched her fists, trying to steady herself. She didn't want this. She didn't want to be part of this world of gods and kings and war. She just wanted to be left alone, to go back to what she knew. But the gods wouldn't let her. They were all around her, shaping her fate. Will you fight? Horus's voice was gentle now, but there was an edge to it. Will you rise to the challenge, or will you turn away and let Egypt fall? She swallowed hard, the weight of his words sinking in. Could she fight? She barely even understood her powers. She didn't know how to use them, how to control them. How could she fight a god like Set? But in the depths of her heart, something stirred. A flicker of fire, a spark she couldn't deny. Her fingers tightened around the amulet, and for the first time, she felt its warmth, not as a burden, but as a call to arms. I'll do what I must, she said quietly, her voice almost a whisper. Horus nodded, the golden glow of his eyes dimming slightly as he turned toward the distant horizon. Then prepare yourself. The battle is coming. The days that followed were a blur of training, sleepless nights, and strange dreams. Shamsa barely had time to breathe, let alone process everything that had happened. She was no longer just a thief, no longer just a girl from the slums. She was Ra's daughter, a demigoddess with the weight of an entire world resting on her shoulders. She had been taken to a hidden temple, far from the city, where the gods had gathered. Horus had insisted she be trained, not just in the ways of the gods, but in combat, in control of her newfound abilities. The temple was a grand structure, hidden deep within the desert, where the heat was constant and unrelenting, like the sun itself. Her days were spent sparring with the most skilled warriors, each of them eager to show her the ways of battle. They were skilled, their movements fluid and precise, but they weren't the ones with the power of the sun running through their veins. Shamsa had never been one for fighting. She'd always relied on speed, agility, and wit to survive. Now, though, she had to learn how to fight with the strength of a god. She struggled at first, her movements awkward, unsure. The heat in her body would surge unexpectedly, and it took everything in her to hold it back. Her powers were too much to control, too wild. One morning, during a particularly grueling sparring match, her opponent lunged at her, and she instinctively raised her arm to block. But this time, the power inside her didn't hold back. It erupted from her, a burst of golden light that knocked her opponent off his feet and sent him crashing into the sand. She stared at her outstretched hand in disbelief, her breath coming in short gasps. The power was getting harder to contain. "Focus, Shamsa," a voice called out from behind her. It was Horus, watching from a distance. He stepped forward, his wings rustling softly as he approached. "Control your power. You cannot afford to lose control in battle. You must become one with the sun within you. Only then will you harness its true strength." Shamsa closed her eyes, trying to steady her breath. The heat inside her was unbearable, a constant fire that seemed to flare up whenever she wasn't paying attention. She could feel the sun's fury within her, waiting for her to unlock its full potential. "I'm trying," she muttered, frustration thick in her voice. "You must do more than try," Horus replied. "You must embrace it. The sun does not struggle to rise. It rises because it knows its purpose. You must do the same." Shamsa clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She didn't want to feel this. She didn't want to be a weapon. She just wanted to be normal, to return to her life in the shadows. But the gods had chosen her. She could feel it deep in her bones. And the battle against Set was coming whether she was ready or not. As if on cue, the air around them shimmered, and a figure stepped out from the shadows. It was Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood, one of the most revered and powerful deities in Egypt. Her presence was commanding, yet serene, and her eyes held the weight of ancient wisdom. Her long, flowing robes shimmered with a soft glow, and she carried herself with the quiet authority of someone who had seen the world rise and fall. "You have made progress," Isis said, her voice smooth like silk. "But there is still much for you to learn, child of Ra. The time to prepare is almost over. Set is gathering his forces, and soon the war will come to Egypt." Shamsa nodded, wiping the sweat from her brow. "I'm not ready. None of us are ever truly ready," Isis replied, her gaze soft but unwavering. "But you will not fight this battle alone. You have allies, even among the mortals. Your strength comes not only from your divine heritage, but from the hearts of those who believe in you." Shamsa looked at her, confusion flickering in her eyes. "Mortals? How can they help me? How can they help us against a god like Set?" Isis smiled softly. "The gods may give you power, but mortals give you heart. You are a bridge between the two worlds. And as much as Set may try to divide us, it is unity that will bring victory." Shamsa clenched her fists again, feeling the familiar surge of heat inside her. The pressure was building, and there was no more time to hesitate. "You must find your center," Isis continued, her voice gentle but firm. "You cannot let the fire inside you consume you. You must become the sun, not burn like it." Shamsa took a deep breath, trying to focus. The power inside her felt like an untamed beast, raging against the confines of her control. She had to learn to tame it, to harness it, if she was going to have any hope of standing against Set. And then, the familiar hum of energy filled the air. She felt it before she saw it, the approaching darkness. It was a presence, heavy and cold, crawling across the desert sands like a storm. She turned, squinting into the distance. Far in the horizon, dark clouds swirled, swirling and twisting like a maelstrom, blotting out the sun. The sky seemed to pulse with dark energy, and Shamsa felt a chill run down her spine. It wasn't just a storm. It was the sign of Set's approach. "This is it," she whispered. "It's beginning." Horus and Isis stood beside her, their expressions solemn. "It is," Horus said quietly. "And you must be ready, Shamsa. The war for Egypt's soul has begun. The gods are ready. The mortals are ready. But are you?" Shamsa didn't answer immediately. She felt the weight of the question press on her, like the sun's burning rays. Was she ready? Could she ever be ready for something like this? But as the dark clouds moved closer, she knew there was no turning back. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of Ra's power inside her. This was her destiny, whether she liked it or not. "I'll fight," she said, her voice steady, though her heart still raced. "I'll fight for Egypt." The following days were a blur of conflicting emotions, each one more difficult to process than the last. The gods' teachings and her training became a chaotic whirlwind, as though she were caught in a storm that pulled her in every direction. Shamsa had spent most of her life living among mortals. She knew their ways, their struggles, their passions. She could slip into shadows without notice, her nimble fingers lifting coins or food when she needed it. She had learned to survive by using her wits and speed, staying hidden from the gods and the royal guards alike. But now things had changed. She wasn't just a girl from the slums anymore. She wasn't just a thief trying to survive. She was the daughter of Ra, a demigoddess with the power of the sun burning inside her. She had been trained to fight, to wield that power, to stand alongside the gods who were more ancient and more powerful than anything she could have imagined. But with each passing day, Shamsa felt more out of place. In the world of the gods, she felt alien. They spoke in riddles, in divine wisdom that seemed beyond her reach. She was an outsider, a mortal girl who had no place in their world of eternal power and ancient knowledge. She had been thrust into this life without preparation, expected to wield powers she didn't fully understand, let alone control. And in the world of mortals, she was a goddess, a being so far removed from the life she had once known. The city streets felt distant now, like a dream she couldn't quite touch. She had once been one of them, struggling for survival in a harsh world, but now that life felt so far behind her. She didn't belong there anymore. Shamsa wandered the temple grounds in silence, the weight of her thoughts heavy. She paused in front of a fountain, watching the water ripple, trying to find some sense of calm. The golden light of the setting sun bathed the land in its warm glow, but Shamsa felt no peace. The power that stirred within her had become harder to ignore, a constant heat threatening to consume her. Footsteps behind her broke her from her thoughts, and she turned to see Horus approach, his wings folded behind him like a cloak of feathers. "You are troubled," he observed, his tone gentle but knowing. He did not need to ask, it was obvious. Shamsa bit her lip, her frustration rising. "I don't belong here," she said, her voice sharp. "I don't fit in with the gods. They're so far removed from everything. And the mortals, I can't go back to that life anymore either. It's like I'm stuck between two worlds." Horus tilted his head, studying her with a look that seemed to pierce through her doubt. "That is why you were chosen." Shamsa blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" "You are the bridge," he said, his voice steady, yet full of weight, "between the gods and mortals. You are not meant to belong to either world fully, but to bring them together. It is not an easy path, Shamsa, but your power is not just the fire of the sun. It is the power of unity. You will walk between both worlds, uniting them for a greater cause." Shamsa's brows furrowed, her heart pounding. Unite them? How? They can't even see eye to eye. The gods and mortals, they don't understand each other. "Exactly," Horus replied, his eyes softening. "And that is your role. The gods and mortals have been divided for centuries. The gods have watched over the world from their divine realm, distant from the lives of the people. But that distance has caused strife. The mortals believe the gods have abandoned them. The gods believe the mortals are weak, unworthy of their attention. You, Shamsa, were born of both. You understand both worlds. You can see what they cannot. It is you who will lead the way, showing them that they can stand together. Shamsa took a step back, feeling the weight of his words settle on her like a stone. She had never seen herself as a unifier, as someone who could bring together opposing forces. She had always been the outcast, the outsider. The gods had chosen her for something she didn't understand, and now they were telling her that her strength came from being torn between these two worlds. But what if they never listen? Shamsa asked, her voice trembling. What if they never see me as more than just a mortal? What if I fail? Horus regarded her with a steady gaze, his voice full of quiet strength. Failure is part of the journey. You will face doubt, fear, and opposition. But your heart will guide you, and the people will follow you. You are more than what you believe yourself to be, Shamsa. At that moment, Isis appeared beside them, her serene presence a calming contrast to the intensity of their conversation. Horus is right, she said, her voice warm and soothing. You have been chosen because you're not like us. You're not like the mortals. You are both. That is your gift, and it is what will allow you to unite the gods and mortals when the time comes. Shamsa glanced at the two gods, their words slowly starting to sink in. So, you're saying that my struggle to fit in, my sense of being torn between these worlds, that's what makes me the one who can bring them together. Isis smiled gently, her eyes filled with ancient wisdom. Yes, child, you are the answer to a divide that has lasted for ages. The gods may be powerful, but they have lost touch with the world they created. The mortals may be strong, but they have forgotten their connection to the divine. You will remind them. You will show them that their power is not separate, but intertwined. Shamsa stood in stunned silence, her thoughts swirling. She had always struggled to fit in, had always felt like an outsider, but maybe, just maybe, that was exactly what made her special. She wasn't meant to choose one world over the other. She was meant to unite them. The burden of it all threatened to crush her, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in twilight, something within her shifted. The fire inside her no longer felt like a burden. It felt like a purpose. She wasn't just a girl caught between two worlds. She was the one who could unite them. And that realization was both terrifying and exhilarating. The night before the battle was the hardest. The sun's warm embrace had set, but a heavy chill hung in the air. It wasn't the usual desert coolness that came after the heat of the day. It felt more like a quiet foreboding, an omen of the conflict to come. The air was thick with tension, and Shamsa could feel it settle on her chest like an iron weight. She sat by the temple's courtyard, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows across the sand. The darkened sky above her seemed to close in, as though the stars themselves were watching her, waiting for something, waiting for her. Set's forces were coming. Her heart thundered in her chest, her thoughts racing. The gods had prepared her, trained her, but the weight of it all still seemed too much for her to bear. She wasn't ready. She wasn't ready to lead this war, to face Set, to face the very threat that had torn Egypt's gods apart. You are not alone. The soft, gentle voice of Isis broke through Shamsa's spiraling thoughts. She turned to see the goddess standing at the edge of the courtyard, her eyes reflecting the glow of the torches. It's the night before the battle, Isis continued, stepping closer. I know you are feeling the weight of this responsibility, but I need you to understand something. Shamsa looked up at her, her heart sinking even further. I don't know if I can do this, Isis. This isn't just some fight between mortals. This is about the gods. The world itself is at stake. Isis knelt beside her, her presence a soothing balm. That is why you were chosen. Shamsa shook her head, the words feeling hollow. I don't belong with the gods, she said, her voice shaking. I'm just a girl from the streets. I know how to fight, sure, but I don't know how to fight like them. They're gods. They've lived for thousands of years, and I'm just a mortal girl, and that is why you're the one who can save us. The words stopped Shamsa in her tracks, her chest tightening. She met Isis' gaze, the goddess' eyes gleaming with quiet strength. Isis had been patient with her, guiding her, teaching her. But it was moments like these that Shamsa realized just how much trust the gods had placed in her. Isis continued, "You're not a god, Shamsa. You never were, and you never will be. But that's what makes you different, and that's what makes you important. You are more than a weapon, more than a symbol. You understand the human heart. You know what it means to struggle, to survive against the odds. That is why you are the one who can bridge the gap between us and them. The mortals need to see that the gods still care, and the gods need to understand that the mortals still have the strength to fight for their future." Shamsa let the words settle into her, each one like a piece of armor being added to her mind. The pressure of being between the gods and the mortals was suffocating, but maybe Isis was right. Maybe this wasn't a curse. Maybe it was a gift, a chance to bring the two sides together before they destroyed each other. Before Shamsa could respond, a familiar figure appeared beside them. It was Horus, his wings slightly unfurled as he surveyed the surrounding temple grounds. His presence was commanding, and for the first time in days, Shamsa felt a sense of calm wash over her when he was near. "She is right," Horus said, his deep voice full of confidence. "The gods are too distant. The mortals have forgotten the power of the divine, and the gods have lost their connection to the people. But you, Shamsa, you will show them what it means to unite. You are the only one who can bridge the divide. You will be their strength, and you will be ours. Your power is not just the sun within you. It is the hope of all Egypt." Shamsa swallowed, trying to steady her racing heart. The burden was overwhelming, but now, with both Horus and Isis standing beside her, it felt as though the weight had shifted, not entirely, but enough for her to breathe. "I'm scared," she admitted quietly, her voice breaking in the stillness of the desert night. "You should be," Horus replied, his gaze soft but unwavering. "Fear is the fire that forges heroes. It keeps you sharp, keeps you focused. Embrace it, let it guide you, but don't let it control you." For a long moment, Shamsa didn't speak. She thought about her mother, her father, the struggles of her past life. She thought about the people she used to steal from and steal for. Could she really lead them? Could she really unite two sides that had been at war for so long? "You're not just the daughter of Ra," Isis said, breaking her thoughts. "You are the daughter of Egypt. The land's heart beats in you, just as the god's power flows through you. That is your gift, and that is what will make the difference in this war." Shamsa nodded slowly. The gods had chosen her. They believed in her, and she was beginning to believe in herself. "I'll do it," Shamsa whispered, her voice full of determination. "I'll unite them. I'll fight for Egypt